Hello everybody, welcome in. I'm Spartan Tano. I'm joined here today with my one and the only Tins TTV. How are you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, absolutely buzzing for tonight, Tano. Casting alongside yourself and Fu again. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Got a wild night of action lined up here tonight. Like LAIC is in process as well. And yeah, big shout out to everyone for coming out to play tonight because it is going to be a big night.
Exactly that, mate. LAIC is going on. We've been watching the games today. They have been electric. And I tell you what, these players that are competing in this weekly today will 100% have been watching those games. And they're going to be really hyped up to get in some Pokemon Unite tournament play themselves and give it their all. It usually is that way when we have some sort of regional event going on, right? You see people playing these mons that come out of nowhere and do really well, and you want to try it yourself. So I think we're going to be seeing some action today where we see people playing these mons that have been played at LAIC. We've seen a lot of Dragonite in, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see that today, matey.
Yeah, Dragonite, fantastic secure, right? Or you can use that brawler style as well, the outrage. It's yeah, a very dangerous mon. Do liking playing that myself, but yeah, it's just two ways you can play that. But there's so many dangerous mons, Tana. We talk about it all the time, right? Like Pikachu got a bit of a nerf recently, but still such a dangerous mon. We see it picked up all the time. Yeah, there is so many mons. We keep talking about as well. What do you ban when UCS comes around? This is great practice for these players. We've got some fantastic teams in here that are well known. We've got some like newer teams that we haven't seen before. So it's always really exciting to come along and cast these matches.
That it is, and one thing that we have been seeing a lot of actually at LAIC, mate, well, it's either banned or it is played, is Darkrai. It is currently allowed to be played in LAIC, and we saw it in the very first game they streamed, And of course it dominated because it's Darkrai, right? It's gonna dominate. So I think teams are gonna have to practice banning that mon, even if it is permaban tonight. I'm just checking with production whether it is, but even if it is, I think what we've been seeing lately in tournaments is teams still banning it because you have to get used to using that ban on it when you go into these official UCS tournaments. So I think we're probably going to see a lot of people preparing in that way. But in fact, I've just got the confirmation from production, Tins. Darkrai is not banned tonight. It's just Psyduck. So we could actually see some Darkrai play for the first time.
Yeah, fantastic. We've all played against it, right? And it is such a menace. So I'm really excited to be casting that tonight as well as
You
yourself,
got
I'm
both
sure,
teams
mate.
ready, yeah, lads?
Yeah,
We are
Right.
ready to go for this next game. So,
let's get in there.
yeah, let's get that one launched and we'll hop on over to it. The first game we're bringing you is Pi 2 versus BK Family, chat. So I'm excited for this one. Two teams that I haven't actually seen that much of, so I love casting teams that I haven't had much chance to cast just yet. But before we launch into this game, just a quick shout out to our sponsors. Exa, making the best gaming headsets around. Go check their website out. And of course, don't forget to check out the INGAGE app. You can get that downloaded on Android and on the iOS store, and you can create a career for yourself in the esports scene using that app. So go check that out. Huge shout out to INGAGE GG even putting these on, and of course Exa headsets. So yeah, we're ready to go. Production, you launched this game. We'll transition over to it straight away, and let's see what they go for with these bans, buddy. Here we go.
Let's get into it.
There we go. Yeah, we are in. We're ready to rock and roll, buddy. What's going to be banned first? It looks like Blissey over on the side of Pi 2, which is interesting. We've seen more people banning the Blissey because the recent changes has meant that that safeguard build can actually be used.
Yeah, exactly, Tano. Like recently, we've seen it ourselves where Safeguard Helping Hand on something like a Cinderace or a Mewtwo, why those A-press beasts that we see hitting the map. It's just to take those out of the game, I believe, because it makes them so overbearing and just deals so much damage, especially when something like a Mewtwo Y is in that Mega Evolution, right?
Yeah, 100%. Mega Evolutions are such a pain in the butt, to be honest. You know, everybody feels that way. Zacian, of course, is still very strong. So if you have that Blissey providing that safeguard assistance, it can be broken, mate. So no surprise with that ban. We're also going to see that Zacian banned, as I mentioned. And of course, you don't have a choice. BK Family having to ban that Darkrai. When you are second choice, buddy, you've got to ban it because they're just going to pick it if you don't.
What a fantastic set of bans there. Blissey, Zacian, Umbreon and Darkrai off the table for the first match here, Tano. Looks like we've got Marvika picking up the Leafeon first, though. Another mon that can do so much damage. Emerald 2-step with any sort of move set that it decides to go for, whether Razor Leaf or Solar Blade, Tano can cause all sorts of problems, whether that's secure or just dealing some massive damage there.
Yeah, rightly so. Blaziken. Oh, I would not be surprised if that one comes in. But no, they pick up the Slowbro instead. They want to utilize those CC Unite moves, buddy. And I like that decision because they've spotted that Comfey getting thrown over to the side of BK Family. So whatever is going to be put with that Comfey is going to be a strong carry. And you want that Slow Beam for that situation. Take two of those mons out of that fight. So I really like the fact that Tom has picked that one up so early.
Yeah, what a fantastic start to the draft there from Pi 2, Leafeon, Slover and Pikachu, Tano. Some mons there that can really shut down an opposing comp. Like you said, they've seen BK Family pick up that Comfey, and whatever they decide to pair it with is instantly shut down by a Slowbro, right? Even Pikachu as well. So really good start there. But I do like what BK Family did with the Comfey first pick. Very interesting because it just leaves so much like, what is that mon going to be that is going to be picked to go with that, right?
Yeah, exactly that, mate. It's really, really strong. Let's see what goes on with this last two picks over on the side of Pi 2. Mamoswine, Crustle. Okay, yeah, you're right. We do need they've got the strong front line. It's got to be a Zorak, buddy. I can't see anything but a Zorak coming in just to really work with that Comfey. Or possibly the T-Tar. That might be why we've just seen Pi 2 pick it up. They've got the Miraidon. They've got that Pikachu. They have a decent amount of range. Great early game with that Leafeon as well. So then you go and pick up the Godzilla. And that means BK Family have to select a speedster that can work with that Comfey. They're kind of limited to going for that. But I say limited, mate. Speedsters are ridiculously good with a Comfey on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was thinking T-Tower as well, Tano, but it looks like finally they've locked in a Meowscarada. Very interesting from the side of BK Family, right? Because I don't see any sort of range coming through there.
No, neither do I. There literally isn't. And the thing is, Masquerade, I guess if you do go for the build where you can jump onto them from the grass, or do they go double team? I feel like double team Flower Trick is probably going to be the way that most of these players decide to go, although I'd much prefer the other build. But I'm with you, buddy. There really isn't any range over on the side of BK Family. The most range you have is that Elder Goss. Now, they do have that Scarf on it, and of course, you do have that Slow that comes as part of the passive, and if they get the red buff as well, you're going to have an Elder Glock. But that's not going to be enough range, because you've got a Pikachu and a Miraidon that you need to deal with, and then you've got a Leafeon. If that Leafeon takes out the Masquerada, if they have that 1v1 and they end up winning it, where's the damage coming from in BK Family?
Yeah, I am concerned slightly for BK here because, you know, like we were saying at the start of the draft there, Slowbro and Pikachu, you've got two mons there that can really lock down a single target, and that is detrimental to a comp like this where you're really relying on that Meowscarada staying up. But I really hope BK Family do prove us wrong, because it's great to see a team coming in here and trying something new.
Yeah, that it really is, mate. I love it when teams pick comps that aren't necessarily what you expect to see, and to be honest, it surprises us a lot of the time, right? A lot of the time they pick comps that are surprising, but they do well with. So here we go. We're heading into the first game of these weeklies, buddy. We're going to see the Leafeon going into the jungle for Pi 2. They're going to grab that evolution very, very quickly and hop on possibly for an invade. That's what I expect to see with the T-Tower rotating on in. Masquerada already has this collar around its neck, buddy, while they try and rotate through this jungle, the BK Family.
Yeah, I really like the strategy there, because it's, like you're saying, it's very probable that Leafeon's going to try and get online early, get over there for that invade. So that Comfy just dropping that little bit of extra damage is going to make sure, Tano, that does not happen. They can take that jungle free of charge. And yeah, it looks like Leafeon's just going to head top here, because that Comfy and Meowscarada have sorted that out quickly.
Yeah, it does mean, though, that this poor Dwebble is on their own with no backup whatsoever until this Masquerada gets here, or the Florigato even, because that Comfy was, of course, trying to protect that jungle rotation. So that's a nice pickup for the Leafeon. They're aware that that Florigato is there. They're prepared for that coming on in for some sort of flank. We've got 5 seconds until these birds spawn. The Florigato's going to the bottom lane right now, Tin, so they're going to try and put the pressure on down here. They know Leafeon is around, and they really want to put pressure onto this Miraidon. They grab a lot of that midsection farm, but of course Slowbro does get their evolution. That's going to be really important for the defending this pad, especially when you have the Scald. Look at the burn. They do manage to get it in on the Florigato, but the damage is going to come on in from that Miraidon. Leafeon has turned up down into this bottom lane. Look how weak they are. They're going to have to go for a long flank round, but they're onto the pad. Pi 2. They're going to drop this damage, and we're going to see them go down on their swing up. Goodbye, buddy. You may have thick fat, but you're going back to that Pokemon Center. The charge beam for a frontal assault from Pi 2, and they get plenty of points into that bottom goal, buddy. And it seems like Leafeon is not finished just yet.
What an insane start from both teams here. Just a great back and forth. BK Family realising they were in trouble on that top side, to Masquerada and Comfy going down and just to make an overload on that bot side, but Pi 2 instantly noticing that and coming back, Tano, 85 to 30, man. There's all sorts of action for you here.
Yeah, really, a lot of aggression from Pi 2. I like what Crustle's doing, though, over on the side of BK Family. They're going to try and steal that farm away from Pi 2, but they may end up becoming the farm, buddy, because they've got 4 around them. They've got the X-Scissor, but that ain't going nowhere. Pikachu locking in that KO with the team's assistance. We have a Pupitar on the field. They're not going to be far from becoming that T-Tar, buddy. That's going to be the most important point for this.
Absolutely. It's so important that when you've got a T-Tar in your comp, that you've got sort of a really strong early game, which they do have here on Pi 2 with the Pikachu Leafeon that are causing all sorts of trouble at the minute. And look, Tano, before 7 minutes, which is so hard to do, by the way. We've played a lot of T-Tar, and that is such a great start for Pi 2. Getting that online before these first objectives hit the map, mate. Over to you.
I mean, what more could you want? We're going to have a push onto this pad coming in from BK Family. They're not going to be able to do enough. The double team has to be used to get themselves out of there. Godzilla is coming your way. And when Godzilla's coming your way, you've got to run. But they pounce onto it and they get KO'd. Comfey going down as well. Not a massive overcap, but they're so far into the lead. In fact, yes, it was actually. I didn't do the quick maths on that one, Tins. But now they're going to rip down this Lecky. It's free for them. Complete free real estate in that top lane. They're going to rotate down here. We do have a Regirock getting ripped at the moment, but we have a Slowbro. They've got Scald. Leafeon goes in. Crustle goes down. This Pillar Swine ain't going to do anything when you're getting leaped up into the air with that Slowbro. And Eldegoss with a mission, but isn't able to do anything. Double KO for Leafeon. Lock in on that Regirock. It is all Pi 2 in this game so far.
Yeah, this is what we were worrying about for BK, right? They have this comp that's so sort of important that you get around that Masquerada and keep it safe while it goes to work. But a team like Pi 2 are so good at sticking together and working together. We've got the charge beam from the Miraidon and the Pikachu stuns, and it's just working so nicely for them at the moment, Tano. But big fight going on.
That there is. We have a rampage coming out from that T-Tar, and you ain't going to be able to stop it. They're taking down anyone they can. Leafeon does fall, but they've pulled the entire team away from that pad. We're at 238 points on that board for Pi 2, buddy. Just the 56 in for BK family right now. Eldegoss is doing the right thing. They need to get some points in if they want to keep in this game. We're only halfway there, buddy, and we don't want to see that lead getting that much ahead, because Pi 2 won't even have to worry about the Rayquaza if they do that.
I love the play from the Leafeon in that exchange at the top there, just pushing everyone back. It was a big KO for BK family coming through, but yeah, they got so many points in that top side. Crustle answering with a little reply there, getting some points in themselves. But yeah, they're in a bad way at the minute. They're nearly 200 points behind at this point, Tano. Yeah, just as we've ticked over into the mid game here, such a really good match so far. This is going so fast.
It is really fast, buddy. And there's the Thunderstorm from the Pikachu. They are taking that damage down to the Masquerada. They ran the wrong way, buddy. They went left. They should have gone right. They've been taken down by Pi 2. And now they're just going to put the pressure onto this T1 pad. There's not a lot that BK family can do to defend this when you have this much damage coming your way. The Cotton Cloud Crash comes out from the Eldegoss. They're going to try and put some mega damage down. They, of course, have that Glock ability. Can they take down that Pikachu? No, they can't. Leafeon's there to answer. We have a mage build on that Pikachu, and you're just not able to get through onto it. Registeel here, getting that damage leached onto it by that Miraidon. We do see that Crystal in the background, though, buddy. Miraidon is going to fall. Masquerada coming in with that, and I think that's going to be taken over to the side of BK family. They're beginning to clean on up, but the T-Tar has come back to answer. T-Tar smash! Trying to take down that Crystal. They do fall because that Comfey has provided that healing, and with that Eldegoss zoning out that Pikachu, they're actually going to get out of this with no KOs gone to the side of Pi 2, and they take the objective. Just the Eldegoss fallen tins. That was huge.
Yeah, massive period in the game there from BK family. It really needed that. Can the Crustle sneak the points in here, Tano? Oh no, the Skull comes through from the Slowbro player. They're absolutely insane. They're playing so well at the moment at Pi 2, but yes, very good exchange in the bot side. Down goes the Crustle there, takes the KO, and it looks like Pi 2 are going to be free to take this Mamoswine as well. It is looking detrimental for BK at the moment. It's always a way though, Tano, because the Rayquaza is still a thing.
100%, 281 points as well, but it's not actually that much when we think about the final stretch, right? That's just 2 Hundo burgers straight in there. We're going to get a 48 down in this bottom T1 as well, buddy. That's about a 9 overcap, 11 overcap. I can't do maths because I'm casting, but hey-ho, they do manage to get those points on in. Mamoswine does fall to the Slowbro, and these Skulls have been massive for Pi 2. That Slowbro has worked so well for their team, and it just feels like they have a much better balance of all-rounder and defender over on that side.
I really like the comp. It's, what you're saying for BK family, it's so important for them to stick together at this Ray pit. That is also difficult to do though. You've got so many stuns like we were saying with the Slowbro, Scald, Pikachu, the Slow Beam, and that Charge Beam in the back line from Miraidon. Not to mention you've got Leafeon as well. It's just going to be so important for them to take one of these out, Tano. But at the moment, 20 seconds to go. Some Unite moves still need to come back up. Pi 2 nearly got a clean sweep of Unites. Still need a couple on BK there.
That they do. We're going to have this Eldegoss up before this big green dragon spawns on the field. But look how aggressive Pi 2 are. They are prepared, buddy. We have a Leafeon ready for a mad flank. We have that T-Tar prepared to smash anyone coming their way. So nice range from the Pikachu. They're going to take down that big mammoth. They've got that thick fat, but they cut through it with absolute precision. Cotton Cloud Crash comes out from that Eldegoss. It's the only way they're going to survive that one. 56 going into that top goal from that Crustle, but they do have the Comfy on them. They have to rush on in because we have a Rip coming on down. Masquerada doesn't manage to get themselves away from it. Eldegoss is here, but they are so weak right now. Crustle's trying to get into this pit. They've got the X-Scissor, but no, it's the Slowbro that takes down that Rayquaza. We have the Meteors raining down from the Miraidon, buddy. But as has been for the entirety of this game, it is Pi2 all the way. Every team fight, every objective, cleaning up anyone over on the side of BK family.
Yeah, it was a difficult one. We were just saying before the Ray fight, weren't we, that BK is so important with their comp. They have to play together. I see what the Crustle was trying to do there, get themselves back in the game because they were quite far behind. But in that time, two players said goodbye back to their home base. And yeah, it was just made it really easy for Pi2 then to take that objective and take this first match here, Tony.
And it was impressive from Pi2. Now, don't get me wrong, they played really well. I do feel like, though, when we're looking at two comps, buddy, and you're looking at how they weigh up against each other, Pi's two comp heavily balances against that BK family, right? You've just got the defenders, and the Masquerade is the only realistic thing that has the burst damage to try and take on that Leafeon, try and take on the Miraidon, and that T-Tar. I don't think anyone has a wish of taking that down with how early that thing got online.
Absolutely, yeah. It just shows, doesn't it, that it was online before 7 minutes. That's so difficult to do, as we all know. So really well played by Pi2 to do that. But I think BK family will definitely revisit their ideas, and they definitely missed a bit of range in this game, whereas the side of Pi2 had that Pikachu and Miraidon causing constant damage from the backline. Tano, it was so hard for them to get in there and deal with that.
That it did. Wow, what a game one. We're gonna have Pi2 taking that one. That was interesting, mate. I feel like BK didn't have any chance at any point to do anything with that. So, you know, I don't think they're going to be happy with how that performed. I think coming into game two, they're going to really need to work on some things. They definitely need to pick a more practical comp for themselves, I think. But look at that, mate. 15 KOs for that Leafeon. Ma was cooking. 13 assists as well. Pikachu doing absolute bits there with Lig now. That was insane for that team.
Absolutely, yeah. You look across the board there at the Mons picked up for the side of Pi2. It just almost counteracts completely the side of BK, and that came through. So it's going to be interesting to see this second draft here, and if BK can drag this back, because just a bit more of a practical comp is required, I think, to deal with the sort of variation that Pi2 brought to that match. And you saw it all the way through there. Like we said, with the T-Tar getting online so early, it is an upwards battle from there if you've got a T-Tar on station before 720.
Yeah, mate, that was ridiculous. I mean, that game is basically the definition of T-Tar smash. As soon as T-Tar came online, mate, it was just, I'm going to run in, I am going to hit anyone that is in my vision, and I'm just going to rack up these KOs. When you have the Leafeon trying to get the flank on them as well whilst that engage is happening, it's like, where do I go if you're over on the side of BK family? I can't run in, I can't run out. I'm in a situation where no matter what happens, I'm getting pummeled. So that really was Pi2's game all the way. We're going to have to see a much better balance of a comp coming in from BK family. And it's going to be an interesting game if we do see that, mate, because it honestly felt like that was just how strong the comp was against them.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's just the way they played at the end, right? Like this, like the constant. They went for that back cap at the end, and yeah, of course, it's you're behind, and that sort of it's just a testament to Pi2's pressure all the way through that game. That BK felt like they needed to take two players to go and get that back cap in at the end, but their comp just required them to play together as much as possible, and yeah, stick together, unite together, and try and win that team fight to then take the main objective, that big green dragon, Tano, that allows you to score so many points in the opposing bases, which is what they required. But yeah, we're gonna need to see a much better comp. They lacked any sort of like real rip as well. We saw two players trying to rip that objective, and in that time Pi2 had got to the top, taken so much pressure on the top side with the Regieleki steal, and then they'd already made it to the bot side while the bottom objective was like at half HP still. So we need a few things on the side of BK family, and I really hope they can pick something up to challenge the side of Pi2 here, because we love to see a game three.
Yeah, that we do, buddy. And of course, I believe they do have a choice if you lose whether you want to swap sides or not. It's going to be interesting to see if they do that, because of course, I honestly believe, I'm a strong believer in orange side. With the way that this meta is right now, being the better side to go for, because you get 2 instant meta picks. And I think that's way better, buddy. Because if you are purple side, you've got your bans, but then you have to pick that one mon. Usually, it's the Umbreon. If it's not banned, we see some Slowbro. We see the Miraidon getting picked up there. Like those kind of mons, you have to select just the one. But then that just lets through so many meta mons with the way the game is right now. You've got Zacian, you've got Blaziken, you've got Cerulege, you've got Pikachu. You've got really strong mons across the whole pool of this game that would be better to pick up from that orange side. But we're about to head into this game 2 situation. Let's transition over to it now, buddy. I don't think they have swap sides by the looks of it. No, they have not. So it is going to be Pi2 taking that first pick.
Yeah, just to see what they pick up this time. I really am interested to see what BK do to bring that draft back into some sort of normality here. We would love to see some range in there. We'd love to see some rip in there. And yeah, there's so many things they can pick up. Like you were saying, there's so many mons in this game. And it's very important to see something a little bit different than we saw last time around.
That it is, especially if you want to put up a fight against what has just come your way. So Zacian is going to be banned. The Blissey is also going to be banned. Pi2 sticking with their usual picks, and BK family have no choice but to ban this Darkrai and of course the Umbreon as well. So pick bans wise, buddy, we're exactly the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But let's see what they do with these first 2 picks.
Yeah, Blissey, Zacian, Umbreon, Darkrai off the table. Hopefully we don't see a side-up coming out from Leonels there. It is going to be that insane Leafeon from last game from Morvica there. Cannot go wrong with that, Tano. What are BK family going to do this time in reply? It looks like they are possibly going to stick with the original plan here.
Yeah, which is interesting. They know that Pi2 are prepared for it. That's why they stole that T-Tower away, and it worked really well for them, buddy. I'm not sure if BK family want to risk this one again. You know, it was an absolute smorgasbord of KOs for Pi2. They're just going to pick up that Slowbro. They're going to pick up the Pikachu. It's very much more of the same.
Yeah, I love Pi2 start to a draft. It's just such a nice trio there. You've got Speedster, you've got that Slowbro that can just lock down a single target, which BK really seem to be doubling down on. Have Pi2 already figured them out? I hope that's not the case. And then obviously Leonels on the Pikachu, insane.
Oh, they're going to pick up the A9 and the Trevenant over on BK Family. So we do have some range, buddy. They've learned. They're changing their comp up, and I like it. A9 is in a fantastic position in this meta right now. That CC moveset is fantastic against anything coming your way. It seems like Pi2 are learning that, though. They're taking away from what they currently have. They're going to pick up a different ranged mon, one that blinds you and also has Imprison, which is really important for any speedster coming your way. So they've prepared for what that comfy might be paired with here. And we have the mighty Machamp coming on our tins. They've been hitting Gym Day.
Oh yeah, like we say, there is nothing more satisfying than hitting multiple opponents with a barrage blow, Tana. If you can time that just right, you're going through the whole team with that insane Unite move, and I absolutely love it paired with Pi2's comp. But let's talk about Absol being picked up for BK family. You knew I was coming there, mate. My favourite mon to play right now in Unite. And if it's paired with that comp feat, Arno, that could be causing some problems for that Chandelure in the backline there.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. We both have strong opinions on how good that Absol really can be. It is 100% an EX mon that never got the label it deserved. That Pursuit moveset is insane. That will one-shot that Chandelure. It will one-shot that Leafeon and Pikachu. And I tell you what, it's not going to struggle that much against the Slowbro and the Machamp as well. So, yeah, that is going to be the mon that defines how this game goes for BK family. But what I will say, Tins, is that I've played a lot of Machamp Jungle recently because it works. I don't care what anyone says. It works. Machamp Jungle has a really good way of cooking. If you get early on it, you get that barrage blow early, buddy. You are going to 1v1 any mon on that field.
Absolutely, yeah. I love a Machamp myself. Like, I think we played together the other day and you were on it, and I think we've got a fair few wins, to be honest. But here we go, mate. Round number 2. I cannot wait to see this Absol in action, though.
Yeah, we're going to see the same from Pi 2, of course. They were dominating that previous game. I don't think we're going to see any deviation from the way that that works. It depends where this Absol goes for. A quick rotation of the jungle for it. It's going to hit that level 5 early enough to pressure any lane it wants to go in. I think the bottom lane is probably going to be the better option off it. They've just got that slow bro and that candle down there, but that's an easy KO for that Absol, right?
Absolutely, I'm really excited to see how Ryan Cito plays on this Absol. It's so important to be, you know, straight in there when you've got a Trevenant and everything. You need to play around that A9 especially, right?
Yeah, no, you really do, mate. We need to get that power spike on that A9 as soon as possible. 2 KO for Leafeon. They don't want to hop on and have a fight with that Absol, though. They were like, I don't want any of that smoke. I'm going to throw some damage onto you, hide in this bush, and get back to my pad. That's the kind of mon you need to run away from, especially at full health. We're about to hit these top birds spawning. Let's see who is going to put the pressure onto them. It is currently Pi 2 in a better position, but we have finally got that A9 online. Nice swipe coming in there from the Absol, but we do manage to get Machoke here, and they're going to push down onto this Absol, buddy. They've got the submission. John Cena's on the field. They pick up that KO, and unfortunately, the A9 can't do enough except that John Cena pile driving them down and taking that KO. This is Pi 2 cleaning on up as expected. Absol's unable to hit the back of Machoke there, so they're not able to do any of that damage.
Yeah, Absol there coming in. If they just worked together a little bit better, the side of BK family, they could have easily picked up some important KOs. There was a Pikachu and Leafeon for the take, and even Machoke at this stage can easily be taken down, Tano. But we're ticking towards the first set of mid-birds, and yeah, looks like both teams interested in it.
Yeah, Absol pushing on in. They only have the Phantom here with them, and we have the Flamethrower up for that Chandelier, and that's just going to clean up anything. The Phantom cannot get out of there. Absol does manage to. They're currently at the highest level, so it was important that they do get on out of there. The Eldegoss is going to put up a huge defense, but there you go, mate. That's the power of Flamethrower. There was a quarter health on that Eldegoss, and it just got exploded.
Yeah, that was pretty much a one-shot, and there we were just talking about the amount of CC and stun that's available on Pi 2. As soon as Absol jumped in, the Volt Tackle was on there, the Evil was on there, and that pretty much says goodbye to any speedster, Tano. 86 to nothing. Here's a second set of mid-birds.
Yeah, and yet again, pretty much as the first game went, it's Pi 2 all the way, buddy. They are feeling very confident. We have that fat donut on the board for BK family against 86 points for Pi 2. They're going to continue to grab all of these yellow dots, continue scoring points. We have these first objectives spawning. Nobody's in this top lane for them, though. They've abandoned it, which 3 of the mons from BK family are there. Just the Trevenant and the Eldegoss to try and defend against this Elder Rock, and I tell you what, the Eldegoss does have a good effort, but no, Pikachu does take down that Reggie. They're going to now push onto this pad, buddy. They know they have the advantage. Citrus Berries are there. They're going to break that pad. That's only a 4 overcap, though, for Pi 2. They're going to continue to put the pressure on. Eldegoss does fall, and they want to continue pushing onto the T2. They know there's no springboard for BK family right now. They just need to fell this tree, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Double KO for that Leafeon, and we're going to be raining in points, buddy. It's money all around. 193 points on that board for Pi 2.
What is better at defending a goal zone than a tree, though, Tana? That's a great effort there. The barrage blow comes in, though, takes down the A9, but there's the midnight slash from Absol with the comfy collar, and I love BK putting up a lovely fight here, Tana. It is not too far away in points here. The Emerald 2-step comes in as well, but Absol is out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Emerald 2-step ain't going to do much when we have a Woodhammer to CC you down, but the Flamethrower eliminating that Absol. They've been fried back to that Pokemon Center, but you're not going to take down a Trevenant with a comfy on it, buddy, when you had just a lowly Chandelier. That's going to be way too much damage for you to handle.
Absolutely, there was not too much going on at the minute. Everyone's just backing up, thinking that Farmer Champ fancies it, though, Tano. There's the Snow Globe coming out. What a pickup that is from the side of BK back in the game. I love to see this from them. They are playing so much more together than the first match.
Yeah, 100%. Look at the combo of that CC move, throwing that into the Avalanche Blizzard, but here comes the Leafeon. They're going to clean up that A9. Goodbye, buddy. They're going to push on to this Trevenant. Absol was there to clean up that Pikachu, though, and with that Woodhammer, the Horn Leech, they're going to take down that Leafeon as well. They missed miss the Midnight Slash onto the Chandelier. They're going to throw out that burn. It doesn't do enough, though. And the submission from the Machamp is going to keep the Chandelier alive, buddy. And with that CC, they're going to burn that Comfey on out of this area, as well as that Absol. And I think we're probably going to see the tree get felled as well. This Machamp is cleaning up. It's WWE season, baby. And Machamp has showed.
Here comes a push onto the top side. I have to say, both teams using moves together in great conjunction. We saw the submission come through straight into a flamethrower from Chandelure. Then the Comfey was just left there, stuck in an imprisoned Tano. And what can you do in that situation? Here comes the rip onto the Regieleki, and that is a free one for Pi2.
Yeah, this is just free real estate right now, buddy. Trevenant's going to try and show their face, but they know they ain't going to get anywhere near that. So that's an easy Lecky for T2. And then we see the Thunderstorm getting dropped. It's going to be thundering and lightning. We take down this Absol because the slow beam has been utilized. The surf comes on in, and it's thunder and tsunami season, buddy, because that Comfey has been KO'd. Eldegoss is here. They don't have their Unite move. They're not going to be able to do anything to take this Regirock, and yet again, a free objective for Pi2.
I love the imprison so far. The MVP is that Chandelure so far. So many imprisons are just stopping that Comfey. As soon as they take the Absol down, Comfey is stuck in place, Tano, unable to get onto a teammate. And that is just going to be such a difficult strategy to beat for BK family here.
Yeah, Leafeon's going to take the chance to use their Emerald 2-step. Of course, we are just a minute and a half away from this Rayquaza. They're going to farm that one up very easily. So I think they're just going to continue to try and put some pressure onto BK family here. They want to continue all these points to go in and try and get themselves a really good advantage lead. But Pikachu's going to get caught out by the bounce pad there. The Midnight Slash comes out from that Absol, but they were there to answer. Chandelure was already popping that flame, and they take them down. Slowbro getting caught out here, but they have enabled the rest of the team to get out of there, buddy. And it's just going to use a lot of moves from BK family. I actually can't believe this Slowbro's still alive. They've gone onto the Flux Zone. They were breaking ankles, but I think that's going to be a bit too much for them to handle. Oh my god, they surf over the wall! Absol's here, though. They try and show their face so they don't get that crit, but they cleaned that one up.
Yeah, we know what Absol can do with a pursuit to the behind. It does so much damage, Tano, right? It's almost a one-shot sometimes if you can connect that with a high-level Absol, and that is exactly what we've got on the side of BK family at the minute. They have played a lot better this match. The points are still massively in Pi2's favour. 3-5-7 to 108. We have got little over 20 seconds until the big green dragon hits the map. Only one tier up for BK family, but if they can have a much better Rayquaza fight here, there is still so much they can do as Leafeon dunks another 28 in the top side there. It's very, very important that BK have a big fight together here, Tano, and they are going to start it well. They're taking out Leafeon. Insane start, my friend. Over to you.
Oh my god, the Dragon's on the field and they've took down the most important one, but then Pikachu has come to answer. They felled the tree. They've taken out the A9. There's no CC coming on in from BK family now, and they're just going to converge on that Eldegoss. They've got the Comfey on them as well. Midnight Slash is going to pick up that Machamp. Absol has to do something here. The Eldegoss has managed to get out. They're going to try and get themselves around this jungle rotation, buddy, but Absol's not going to be able to take down that Rayquaza all by themselves. The tree has arrived. Here comes the A9. We're going to get those points in. A nice 80 dunk, but it's nowhere near the target that they need to be at. They're still in the lead quite comfortably. Our Pi2 right now, chat. We're going to see if they can get some damage onto this A9. They do have that Volt Tackle. They missed the Flamethrower though, buddy. That's a 6-second spawn time. The Snow Globe is going to go on off, and they take down Pikachu. In return though, Pi2, 4 of BK family have been eliminated. A9 knows that's the only option they have. They break the ankles of the Machamp going through the eject, but they're so weak they can't do enough. This is going to be Pi2 cleaning up this Rayquaza fight. They don't need these Hundo Burgers, buddy, but they're going to score them anyway.
Oh, that was so sad. I thought BK were going to have such an insane fight there once they took the Leafeon out early, but Pi2 showing why they're such a good team. We saw so many moves used in conjunction with the Ignite Midnight from the Chandelure coming out. insane. Really well played from Pi 2, and they have taken a deserved 2-0 here, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, really well played. I gotta say, though, a huge shout out to BK family. They learned from the first game. They gave a hell of a fight to Pi 2 in this second game. I know that it was still comfortable for Pi 2, but it honestly looked really good from BK family. I was impressed with how they responded to how game 1 went. We're gonna get a quick group photo here for the whole of Pi 2 while they feel comfortable. We had a quadra coming out for that chandelier. Look at this. Let's get that onto the work office board, buddy, because they're feeling quite comfortable with that win.
Yeah, absolutely. Pi 2, like we keep saying, fantastic. They played so well together. Oh, what can we say? There's a big 2-0 from them. BK family, like we were saying, came out and gave a great show of themselves in that second match, learned something, but picked up that Leafeon early and just couldn't quite get over the line. But take nothing away from Pi 2. Insane.
Yeah, rightly so, buddy. And of course, we do need to remember, chat, it's not all over for BK family. It is a double elimination bracket of these weeklies, so they're going to go down to that losers bracket, and let's see if they can progress through that. But Pi 2 are going to continue on in this upper bracket. 77k damage coming in for that chandelier. It's actually quite balanced across the team tins, and I think that's probably because of how well we saw them utilizing those mons and synergizing with the meta that they picked up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really like the way BK family answered. They picked up some CC themselves. It would just been nicer to see them play a bit closer together, because when they took the Leafeon, there were still 2 players not available there, and that would have been really where they could have, taken the fight to Pi 2 a little bit better. So things for them to work on, but it's great to see a new team coming in here and giving their best against some, let's be honest, really strong teams and players.
Yeah, 100%. Let's hop on over to the... In a minute. Let's hop on over to the caster scans. There we go. I'm not sure if stream can hear us talking whilst the transition's going on. So, somebody let me know if you can or not, because I'm not sure whether I need to stop talking, wait till it moves, and then do again, or go from there. But either way, what a game that was. It was fantastic from Pi 2. They're going to feel pretty confident after that one, buddy. And yeah, BK family, they put up a hell of a fight coming into that second battle. So I really hope that they take the learning from that, go into that losers bracket and just dominate it. Let's see if they end up back in the finals. But we're going to quickly head to a break while we get this next game set up for you, chat. I don't think we're going to be too long for it. So make sure you stick around, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly.
right, everybody, we are back in action here. We are here with It's Mifu. What a guy. He's come along, he's got himself up, and he's here. We're so excited to have you here, mate. And yeah, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I did wake up not too long ago. There's public information now, so people can I guess I've got an excuse if my brain doesn't really work. But I'm so glad to be here, Tins. I think it's week number 3 for me. I mean, these grassroots tournaments, hosted by INGAGE, have just gotten better and better as time goes on. I remember asking, how many teams are joining today, and looking at the bracket today, it's another fiery day. I think it's even more people than we had last week, which is fantastic to see. Behind the scenes, you said the game's going very, very well, and I can't wait to get back into the action. But I think we've got a special announcement for everybody. If you want to take it away.
Yeah, for sure. We have actually got a giveaway going on over on X. So if you have not joined that yet, there is a link in the Twitch chat. So there is a side-up giveaway being hosted by INGAGE, and that will be announced after the winners' finals. So just before we come back for the grand finals later, there will be that giveaway. So if you have not entered yet, get yourself over to X through the link in the Twitch chat and get yourself involved in an awesome giveaway hosted by INGAGE.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. In addition to that, don't forget everyone, today's INGAGE tournament is also sponsored by XCar, and they have a new headset and website to check out. So please go do that if possible. But if we're ready to go, I can't wait to see how this action will unfold. To my knowledge, it's going to be Foin Clippers against Pion 2. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, Pi2 were absolutely fantastic. We were just talking about it before we came in here. They were so dominant in the first match against BK Family there. And yeah, BK Family came in with some interesting comps, to be honest, trying some things out, which is great to see in these sort of grassroots tournaments against some of the best players around, which we've got here tonight. So interesting to see what the bands come through here for.
Yeah, and I think from watching a little bit of LAIC last night, Greedent has been, very popular for a lot of the teams competing in that tournament, and I'm keen to see whether teams actually pick that up today. Zarshan's going to be banned out with the Blissey, not too surprising anymore, given the fact that Blissey has now risen above their supporters once again. But Psyduck, probably not available yet, I think. I think as Leo will be choosing the Umbreon, which is quite typical as well. Darkrai's the other Pokemon that can be banned out, as well as Leafeon. So a lot of hard hitters out in the ban jail, but it gives, I guess, defenders like the Umbreon and the Lapras the spotlight here.
Absolutely, we do not want to see any Darkrai. These players know exactly what it's capable of. We see Leonous picking up the Umbreon, such a solid first pick we see so many times. So good at just locking down an opponent and that CC that it provides. What are Pi2 going to do here in the answer?
Yeah, I do want to see. They do have the Glaceon though, which was very popular last week actually in the Weeklies. Yeah, Hooper obviously to support that top path there. They don't show that at the moment, so it's going to be the onus is going to be on Foin Clippers to think about what they want to show as their core 3 as they come in. Inteleon's getting hovered by Mav, and they're going to be locking it in, and I think it is a decent counter into the Glaceon if you can hit your shots, right? Or they might pick the Liquidation depending on how good their snipes are today. But we have Tom picking up the Snorlax though, so there's going to be a double defender, and possibly it's going to be a support Umbra on that top half.
Yeah, so great from Foin Clippers, one of our top performers from the last Weeklies. So good last week, and they're coming up against Pi2, which is they've performed so well today to this point, and it's going to be great to see them continue on. But yeah, Slowbro Buzzwole picked up and that is some insane CC there alongside Hooper Glaceon.
Now I'm a little bit concerned for Pion 2. They don't seem to have a Pokemon that can really get to the backline as well. And picking Buzzwole into Inteleon is quite an interesting decision because apart from the Jet, which they actually aren't even equipping, they have X-Speed at the moment, Tins. I wonder what their plan is to get into the backline to maybe take out this Inteleon, because let's say you go into the late game, you're level 13 Inteleon, you pop the Unite move. There's nothing really stopping you from dishing out insane amount of damage. And I think that's the answer to it. Mimikyu is going to be locked in for Pion 2, and that is exactly what I want to see, because that can get to the backline. No problem. It has that lockdown potential, like the Slowbro. So right now, the draft from Pion 2 suddenly just elevates to protect the President, protect this Glaceon, and they have insane amount of frontline and dive.
Yeah, what a comp from both sides here. I love the pick on the side of Foin Clippers there with the Absol, one of my favourite mons. I go on about it all the time, how good that is at locking down a single target. That Glaceon is going to have to be careful, but yeah, it's shaping up to be an insane match for some really insane drafts picked up here. We're only 15 seconds away from our second set of the night, that is. Just can't wait for it to get started.
Yeah, and don't forget, everyone, this is the winners' quarters that we're watching at the moment. So whoever comes out winning between Foin Clippers and Pylon 2 is going to get themselves a spot in the in the semifinals, not Trans just yet, but they're going to be going against Ravis, waiting on the other side. So, I mean, they need to conquer this mountain first, right? So the quarters will be beginning at the moment, but just, I guess, looking at the draft, everyone is rocking some insane Holloway here, Tins. I mean, I'm quite jealous. There are a little bit of, I guess, default Umbreon, default Mimikyu and Buzzle here, but the Hooper rocking it, the Slowbro looks like he's here for business. I'm sure this is going to be a great match.
Absolutely, we see some badges across the board here, both supports with that gold badge food. Here we go, the quarterfinals, let's go.
Here we go. So we do have Foin Clippers on the purple team. They're going to be sending the Sableye possibly for an invade here, so we need to watch out whether that's going to happen, because they are going to go against a Mimikyu, which, has decent secure, but Sableye can definitely delay the invade or the gank into that lane and maybe help out that Umbreon on the top path. Seems like it's going to be a carry Umbreon as they're heading solo into that Buzzle there, but here comes a little bit of window shopping by the Sableye. Sableye is successful here, Tins, as they make the getaway, popping the X speed, hopefully to run away from this Hooper and Mimikyu duo.
What an insane start from Foin Clippers that is, Fu. Sableye is just such a menace, and Leonau is probably one of the best players around on that Mon, causing so much trouble here. It's very even game so far in these early exchanges, 9-9 on the scoreline. We have an INGAGE on the top side, and both teams just deciding to get back as Absol hits the top path here, Fu.
Yeah, Absol there, ready to go for those 850s, but here comes Mimikyu as well. It's going to be a little bit shy of level 5, so that's exactly what Foin Clippers wanted to set up for this first bit of scrimmage that they are going to have in about 5 seconds there. Buzzle going into the bush, gets checked out by the Sableye. Look at the stun coming through, and suddenly the entire HP bar of Buzzle will go down, but he does have his grab, so he actually counters the Absol. Another one goes down for Pile 2, and what a turn of events. I thought that was an insane engage by Foin Clippers, but it really turned on its head.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Foin Clippers, like you said, engaged really well there. This Hooper port is going to be so insane, just enabling that Buzzwole to cause so many problems here. Looks like Buzzwole is going to get locked down by Umbreon Sableye, but still going in there. What an insane mon it is when it gets going through. They have let that get online early, and it's going to be a danger through this match. 47-9 as we tick towards the first set of midbirds hitting the map here.
Yeah, I mean, Foin Clippers needs to pack some insect repellent, because I think the buzz was getting a little bit too big at the moment as the levels will be going up for Pylon 2. But like you said, 8-minute birds will come out. There are going to be more members of Foin Clippers in the middle here. Where is Pylon 2? As Foin Clippers is going to soak up most of this XP. The Mimikyu finds itself in an interesting position. Full heals to get out, perhaps. It does manage to convert that KO on the Absol with Hooper and Slowbro there. So this is a great fight coming out from Pylon 2. I feel like it actually catches Foin Clippers by surprise, given that they weren't there at the start of that match. And that's going to be a massive wipe as well, as 4 members of Pylon 2 go into try to get some dunks in that bottom pad there. Maybe get a break, considering they do have that Hooper advantage.
Did they stay a little bit too long there, Fu? They got some really important points in, 112-19 for the side of Pi 2, starting as they left off in the last set, but they just let themselves get caught a bit there, and now it looks like Foin Clippers are going to send in the troops and knock them out on this bot here.
Wow, Midnight Slash. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see an Absol do, right? Having that Sucker Punch is going to be quite interesting because it prevents something like a Mimikyu to engage on it early, and really maybe, if you get a good crit or so, you can one-shot some of the members on Pylon 2 there. So as Mimikyu locks onto the to the Snorlax, says, play with me, gets a KO streak of 3. Fantastic. And it can continue latch on to the enemy team. And a Mimikyu that can latch on and continue to do damage will get its resets as well. And what a successful chain of KOs, giving them even more dunks in the bottom part there. They don't break though. They do it. I mean, they leave it on number 1, which is a fantastic number for a huge overdunk. And I think they want to focus on this basement Reggie a little bit more, Tins. And you know, it's hard to contest, right, when there's so much damage coming out. But the Unreal will do the impossible and take it for their team. So a little bit of relief, I think, for Point Clippers. But I mean, the scramble for a fight is just relentless now coming out from Pylon 2 as they go in for even more. Back-to-back quadras, Tins. What a show this Mimikyu's putting on.
Oh, this Mimikyu's been absolutely insane to watch so far, Phil. I'm just almost in awe of it. It's just taken straight into the backline every time, like we said, onto that Inteleon. And in the meantime, Boswell's been hitting the gym and taking that Regieleki into that top tier, those two.
Yeah, and look at this. I don't know where this Buzzwell has found themselves, but I don't know whether that's the best position for something like a Mosquito to be in. But, you know, while the distraction was going on, Inteleon will pop his Unite, which is quite an interesting choice. Maybe they thought that there was someone else lurking. And, you know, indeed there was, but it's on the top side of the central area there. Hooper getting knocked out there probably, but it does send that Glaceon back safe and sound. So looking at the score, even though we do have a 30 coming in from Sableye, it is still Pi2's game to play here. Buzzle just relentless on the Sableye, but does get stunned and maybe, you know, affords the Sableye to get out of there. Oh, it's so funny to see, Tins, when you have a huge Snorlax getting knocked up by the Buzzsaw just flying through the air with its very hollow air. But I think the action might continue here as the Spheres will lock onto the Umbreon once again. I mean, these teams just love fighting, don't they? They don't really care about the yellow dots on the screen. They don't care about extra XP. They want to get the XP from getting these KOs.
Yeah, and that's a really important KO picked up there. The slow beams out onto the Inteleon as well. Pi2 are pushing in here. That's a 3 KO from the Glaceon. The Midnight Slash is out there, Fu, and they're going to pick up the Glaceon in short order there. This is such a close match. We've got 251 for the side of Pi2, 171 now for Point Clippers. Sableye doing what they do best and getting some really important scores in. 2 more objectives on the map, Fu. What are the teams going for here?
Yeah, I mean, it's still 4 minutes to the Rayquaza fight, or to the end of the match rather. But it seems like teams are going to be bringing members in from Pylon 2 as the Hooper will go unbound, and there's a bit of a engage with the Buzz. Will just manage to get out of that situation to take out the Absol, but Inteleon will convert and trade that KO. But it seems like people on the side of Point Clippers are just melting away from the Ice Skill Spears coming through there. Snorlax not managing to really survive even with its block. And look at how aggressive this Hooper has now situated themselves. They're just zoning out pretty much the entire team of Point Clippers as they head back into this fight. Glaceon choosing to start this Reg Ice at the moment. They do have time. And I think what Hooper would like to do is quickly finish this with Glaceon and then send them up top for that Regieleki as well.
Yeah, they didn't have any secure down there, but the Icicle Spear has ripped that so fast. What an insane engage it's been all the way around. A lovely 37 points going in there from Sableye, but let's just talk about that engage on the bot side, Fu, just quickly. We had the Azure Spy Vision coming through from that Inteleon, picking up a 3 KO streak, then replied from Pi2's Glaceon player, and it was a 3 KO streak from them, mate. It's been such an insane back and forth this match as Absol gets taken out and back to home base there.
Yeah, and it's really scary, right? Like, you know, when, at the start of the draft, we're talking about how we needed people on Pi2 to actually dive the backline of Point Clippers. But it seems like Point Clippers is just running at Pylon 2 at the moment. So I don't think the Buzzsaw is having any complaints, because he's just going in, grabbing people, slamming it down, and then just chaining that through there. So Snorlax managed to stop the score from Mimikyu now. Things are getting a little bit dicey here as we have a Mimikyu using its Unite at 230 tins. They're not going to have it back for the Rayquaza fight at all. And look at the Midnight Slash will also go through for the Absol, but they do pick off the Hooper just before Rayquaza though, as his Regieleki is looking to walk into that top pad there. I think members of Power 2 need to consider whether this is a great fight. After all, you know, 15 seconds till the Green Dragon spawns, Tins. I mean, is it really the time to get KO'd?
It's really interesting that Mimikyu and Absol are not going to have the Unite moves. 2 of the most important Unite moves on both sides here, out of the map. And the Green Dragon's hitting the map now. What is going on? This is such a close match. There's been massive KOs back and forth. It looks like Buzzwell is fancying another 45 in the top tier, which is 90 because the Dragon's on the map. But now, could Point Clippers go for a quick engage here? Because there's 2 players missing for the side of Pi2.
Yeah, there is indeed. And as we have a quick KO on the Glacier, means a bulk of the damage coming from Pi 2 is going to be out of this Rayquaza fight at the moment. We do have the Hooper still having its Unite though, so once they wait for 7 seconds, they will be able to bring that Glacier in no problem. Absol will start the engage there, but it actually baits the Buzzle come in and knock them out. Inteleon's Spy Vision will go through as they press down the A button to try to knock out this Buzzle because the Buzzle knocks them out. That's going to be good enough, but they are going to be 1 HP, and with that lock on from the Shadow Sneak, that's going to be a goodbye to the Inteleon back into the Pokemon Center. Only the defenders are available now for Point Clippers to really make a difference here, but, you know, as I say this, the spears will rain down from the heavens and knock out the Glaceon as well, and it's just going to be a poor Snorlax trying to stall out this fight as Clown 2 doing the, you know, the smart thing to start this Rayquaza, though. Absol will come through, but gets Slow Beam immediately, so goodbye, you get eviscerated, no problems there. And, you know, Sableye probably the only person to go through, but the... Oh my god, I thought the Fuse Ray had a chance, but the Hooper will be able to secure that Rayquaza for them. And, I mean, 36 seconds ago, we have the points lead already on Clown 2. I mean, they've got the pie and they're eating it. It's a good party for them at the moment.
Fantastic from both sides, Foo. What a Rayquaza fight that was. Almost went right to the end of the match there. The rip came through from High 2, which I did think was quite a risky play considering they were over 100 points in the lead and it could have been stolen away. We saw the power nap come through from the Snorlax. Sableye was in there as well. It was very risky, but it paid off, and that is Pi 2 taking our first match of the set here, Foo.
Yeah, fantastic first match. I mean, this is what wakes me up. I think just action-packed gaming. Sometimes I feel like these teams just scramble for fights, even though it's not necessary. But I mean, puts up a good show for us, doesn't it?
Absolutely, we absolutely love that. That's definitely woken me up from a long day and woken you up, considering it's the time zones are quite different for ourselves. It's almost the going to bed time for us, and you've just woken up. So yeah, it's great to be woken up by a fantastic match like this. 900 points going in from Pi 2. We haven't seen 1,000 go through yet, Foo.
Yeah, no, not too far, but you know, the gap is I guess closing in every game as these teams are looking to maybe set the record for the highest amount of points in an Engage weekly. We have Patum hitting 18 KOs there. I mean, you know, we thought about, you know, what the last pick for the team was, and what a way to really round up the draft there. Having access to Shadow Sneak is just quite incredible into a team that doesn't provide too much CC if you can get away with, you know, popping in the Shadow Sneak when it looks good. And that's definitely what Patu did. They also did a flat 88,000 as well. So fantastic match there. But talking about damage, though, we have to all bow down to Ima with the with 103,000 damage on the Glaceon there. I mean, the spears were quite a show, wasn't it, Tim?
Yeah, the spears coming through. We saw at least one triple from Ima that game. We saw so many massive KO streaks across the board. We saw the Inteleon grabbing a big KO streak as well. Patu a couple of times on the Mimikyu. It seemed like they were everywhere, just always wanting to fight the opponents, which is, like we said, Mimikyu is going to be an important force, and it ended up being that way, getting into that backline and causing all sorts of problems, Foo.
Yeah, I mean, as we think about, you know, how Foreign Clipper can really adapt to it, you know, to be honest, watching Foreign Clippers, I think a couple weeks ago, they were very aggressive at the Rayquaza fight, and they loved the fact that they could just flip the Rayquaza whenever they need, because their draft gave that opportunity to do so. But, you know, this draft on paper doesn't really give them that same opportunity. I mean, there is Inteleon rip potential, but, you know, it's a bit scary to show Inteleon that early, right? When you have a Mimikyu on the enemy team. And I'm surprised, and obviously banning Blissey and Zacian means that you are going to be susceptible to something like a Mimikyu. And perhaps that's the adaptation they need for the next game. You know, if worse comes to worse, rip the Rayquaza, right? So maybe we get to see some Fluffy Tail Crustle come through. Maybe some Cinderace, but, you know, competitively, that's probably not as viable. What do you think? What can Foreign Clippers do to turn this around?
Well, they played so well, right? They were so close to winning that raid fight. Like the Spy Vision was popped from the Inteleon really early, getting a couple of really important KOs, right? So they were so close, and it was just some insane play. The Hooper obviously bringing in the KO'd players, something like a Ho-Oh maybe. If that's not banned out, you know, it works in a similar way to Hooper, right? Where you can just bring everybody back, but. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how how Foreign Clippers do here to bring this back, because by any means they did not play bad. It's some really nice KO streaks by themselves, as we saw. So definitely not out of it. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, for sure. As we head on into the next game very, very soon. I mean, Leafeon and Leafeon was banned in that last game as well as Darkrai. So I guess Darkrai really takes up one spot every single game. If you're choosing from the second side, you're banning Darkrai 100% of the time, it seems. So given that there are only 3 real spots for like permutations of bans, or maybe Blissey takes up the other spot. Maybe there are only 2 bans now each game. And as I say this, Darkrai and Blissey are going to be banned straight away, Tins. I'm wondering, whether it's going to be the exact same bans or whether there's going to be an adaptation here. Zacian's going to go through as the same ban for Point Clippers there. So they are going to be choosing to go up against possibly a Mimikyu again. But Leafeon also, so this is the exact same bans. It's deja vu moment here, Tins, as we head into the game number 2.
This is exactly the same as I think the first match as well. So all these players that play this game so much and knowing exactly what to take out of the matches here. All these OP Mons, Darkrai, we've all played against it. It's such a pain to deal with. Obviously, Leafeon drops so much damage in a short order. Emerald 2-step into Razor Leaf is usually the way. Zacian, we know the rip and so much early pressure, and Blissey, let's not talk about that, paired with all the A-Press Mons, Fu. It's so insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking to be a possible remake, but no, that's exactly the adaptation we're talking about, right? Mav will be picking up the Mimikyu, so none of that for part 2. That's what Point Clipper is saying. We have the imposter Pikachu Pokemon here, as Tom is going to be choosing through its defenders as well. Snorlax will be the pick for them, and I like the fact that Point Clippers have picked the Mimikyu, not for the fact that they, obviously they're also taken the opportunity away from Pi 2, but also they don't show what the attack is going to be. So, it makes the attack slide a little bit easier. For me, especially coming from an attacker background as well. If I show too early, I was so scared, if the enemy will just pick dives into me. So that this provides the opportunity to see what the enemy will pick as their main, I guess, carry top path or jungler Pokemon there. And that's going to be a Cerulege for Patu, no more Mimikyu, bring back the other all-rounder as well. And now they just have to think about on the side of Point Clippers how they're going to deal with the Cerulege Unite possibly, or maybe a secure potential. That's why they're hovering the Blaziken. But Shandy's such an interesting choice as well. I mean, I feel like Shandy is, so much damage, but just such a glass cannon at the same time. What do you think about this Pokemon team?
Yeah, I do like it. We've seen it already tonight, Fu, and it really did pop off. Obviously that Unite move, if the opponents are stunned, can cause so many problems paired with like Flamethrower or even Overheat. I'd really like a Chandelure, like you said. It just depends whether Pi 2 are going to pick something up here that can get into that backline. It doesn't look like that is going to be the case. With Cerulege obviously can, but when you've got a Buzzwole, Umbreon and Snorlax, it's going to be very, very difficult to get into this Cerulege. I love the pick from Pi 2 of the Slowbro though. That can lock down that Mimikyu that's going to always want to get into that backline.
Yeah, for sure. Now Blaziken is going to be picked up for Pi 2 here, so I mean, just secure potential against a team that's named Point Clippers there. I'm actually surprised that Blaziken wasn't picked up by Point Clippers instead, but they're opting for the Shandy secure against the Blaziken secure, which, fair enough. If we do land those imprisons as well, that means that the possibility to stun a lot of members, especially if you hit that level 13. So we'll see how this game goes. Like I said, I'm always a bit skeptical when Chandelure is on the field, but there are some incredible Shandys, I think, across the region. So keen to see how Luthien will fit in through there as well. Looking at the lockdown potential, we have a Mimikyu against the Slowbro, so I mean, fair play from both of these teams. But we do have that Hooper, which is going to be the main, point of call to pull people in and out, and also up and down the path as well. So obviously, one of the intentions of Point Clippers here is going to be breaking that top pad and bottom pad ASAP. Doesn't matter the overdunk. Let's just get this Hooper's ability, nerfed a little bit at least. And then, I think the rotations will be a little bit easier for Point Clippers. Regardless, this is the game they need to win. They need to bring it to a game 3 scenario if they want to progress into the semis here, Tin. So let's see how this game goes.
Yeah, so excited to see. I really hope Point Clippers can bring this to a 1-1 because we love to cast more Unite, don't we? But here we go. Mimikyu straight into the jungle here, and Sharkadet on the other side. Are we going to see any sort of an invade? Looks like Hooper's going straight over there, Fu, to put some pressure on this Mimikyu.
Yeah, poor Mimikyus. It doesn't matter what team you're on, you just get invaded on cooldown, on site, essentially. And as we have a dance party between this Hooper and the Mimikyu, it's going to see who comes out on top. Oh, not so good this time, I think, for Pound 2. Not successful at all, but it seems like with the Thief, to take out the, to take the berry away from Clippers, we have a Hooper that's staying a little bit, extended stay, maybe extending the holiday in the enemy's central area to really pull the Snorlax away from lane here and really hurry the Mimikyu back into the gank and maybe not miss these 850 birds as they coming on. And I think one of the best decisions that it has done for the Hooper is that it really has pivoted Flying Clippers into that bot path there, allowing these Torchic to have an easier time in that area and maybe get that combustion ASAP.
That's really important to just take the time away, but so many important KOs going through here. Fu, they're going to make an assault onto that base, and it's 31-4, but that's going to change here. Now, the side of Pi 2 taking a nice lead, 43-31. Really important engage from them on the top side there, picking up very important KOs. It's a great start from both teams here. Considering the invade, Flying Clippers are playing really, really well here.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Umbreon actually went through and, I guess, invaded or started the jungle a little bit faster there. And they're going to look for the invade here as the Ceruleans just managed to get out of there. But, I mean, Umbreon going in to try to take as many of the jungle buffs as possible from Side of Pound 2 to try to even the field was an incredible start to do. And anything that you can delay the Cerulege from getting its 9 is probably going to be quite important for them. Meanwhile, they want to make sure that their Lampert evolves and also the Mimikyu gets that level 7 at least, so that they have that Shadow Peak potential. Because Mimikyu obviously can do heaps of damage, can iframe, can stay sustained with the Shadow Claw or play rough depending on what move they want to choose. But the Shadow Sneak is really the show, right? Able to lock onto that Glaceon, which has the Shadow Get at the moment, but it doesn't choose to teleport, but actually goes down. So a little bit of an interesting decision for the Mimikyu there, as members of Flying Clippers just need to run away there because the Cerulean is getting a little bit too big. The Spears are online now for the Glaceon, and it's something that we've seen all of last game as well, and that's definitely very important to shut down in this game.
Seems like Flying Clippers just overstayed a little bit there because all their good work has just been undone because all those farm going over to the side of Pi 2 and now they get a massive cap in there. I think that's like a 27 over cap, putting them back into the lead. So all the good work from Flying Clippers has been undone right there. Hooper so far is just so important in bringing the players around the map here, always stopping important things from going in.
Yeah, and look at this. I thought this Reggie steal might be uncontested for Flying Clippers. Oh, but they actually get it in the end. The Mimikyu managed to secure that. I mean, it was seemed to be such an onslaught from Pi 2 there, but, I guess we turned the tide here. The Mimikyu coming to clean up once again. So, I mean, the lesson learned is from these two games. Mimikyu is just one of the most insane picks, right, for a team. And if you can't deal with it, it's just going to start popping off. And that's going to be a chain of KO streak of 4. Looking for more. They will get the full team wipe. Absolute KO 5 for the Mimikyu, and that's going to give them level 11 going to the 6-minute mark. This is going to be a Pokemon you need to definitely shut down. And, the problem is Mimikyu's Unite is a shutdown in itself. So if the Slowbro doesn't get onto this Pokemon, I mean, this is a little bit free, I think, for the Mimikyu to just pop through and do even more Shadow Claw techniques there. Bit of a scare tactic there to lock on the Hooper to see what it can do. It's a great way to get vision for their team, as this Blaziken is going to start this regular 4-2 here.
Yeah, it looks like a 3-1 going over there. The OP's going to lock that in nice and easy. No one from Flying Clippers after that insane period of play on the bot side. What a passage of play that was to get into the game. They were a little bit behind after that push on the top side and they all got taken out, and I said, that's just put their good work out of action, but they have come right back into it here. There's a big fight going off here, my friend.
Yeah, and here we go. The Glaceon will lock on the Spears onto the Buzzle. So I think that's goodbye to the Buzzle. That's just the beauty of Glaceon. If they look at you, you are going to be going back in. And, we have another KO from the Revenant Ren of the Cerulege there. Blaziken looking for more, perhaps 5 minutes. The Regieleki will go in. There's some good dunks coming in from the Cerulege to try to break that top hat ASAP. Blaziken now has to sacrifice themselves for the Cerulege. No, but they actually get out of here, question mark. The Mimikyu will come in. Another KO streak of 4. I feel like every single match, right, it seems to be a little bit close. The Mimikyu rocks up to the fight tins, and then it's just game over for the enemy team. So another, I guess, add the tally up. How many KOs has this Mimikyu done? Can we beat that 18 KOs set by Patu last game? Let's see how they go.
That'd be very insane. The Rings Unbound up and popped here, brought all the players down for Pi 2 at a perfect moment to lock this in. Will the overheat do just that? It does, but it is the Cerulege in the end. Looks like they're going to make an assault onto this base, Fu, and look at Pi 2 to get back in this match on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, the Blazing knocking down is a huge pick for Clippers for sure, as they look for more there. Not a lot of, I guess Slowbro can't really peel out for the Glaceon too much. There has to really just run in and make sure the Slowbro doesn't, the Snorlax doesn't really just jump on and give an initiation to something like the Lampin to take it down. But the Lampin is going to be actually coming back from the Pokemon Center. So, I mean, there's time if they can knock out this Snorlax. But the Snorlax will store enough with the Power Nap, though. But a huge Revenant Rain to go through right into the hands of Buzzwole will mean that it's sent back itself. And I think this is probably the time to take this Hooper Portal now. But a massive block from the Snorlax is going to stop them to get any healing there. Hooper still managed to stay online and in the playing field, but it's just the Portal is just coming a little bit too late now. But, I mean, that's just masterful gameplay by a block Snorlax, isn't it? Just the fact that if you can stop people from going through one of the best abilities to heal your team up, and prevent that from the enemy team. I mean, that means, the Glaceon won't have the healing it gets. That gets knocked down, and the XP actually going to come back to your team here. Blaziken very aggressive, gets punished for it as well. And I mean, looking at the scores, it's a very, very close game, and a lot of unnecessary fights, I think, again, they're giving just XP onto both of the teams there. Looking at the levels, we do have a level 13 Blaziken though, so maybe all things aren't too bad for Pion 2. They definitely seem to be the more aggressive team, at least in a lot of the fights in this game. Speaking of fighting though, the Hooper managed to really get blocked once again though, so this Snorlax definitely knows what to do now when the Hooper sets down his portals teams. I'm keen to see whether they do that for the Rayquaza fight, because that could be a very important. The Hooper portal, I think, comes out every 8 seconds. So if you missed, your flight there, you might have to wait a little bit longer, and sometimes that means you're going to be knocked out for that next scrimmage.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane the way Snorlax has been playing here. It's such a great counter to that hyperspace because it's been blocking the opponents out of it every single time. With only 15 seconds to go till the dragon hits the map, Fu, it's so close, like you said, 240 to 245. This is insane. What a game. It's been so back and forth, KOs after KOs. All Unite moves are up, and Rayquaza is here. What a fight this is going to be. I wonder if anyone knows who's in the lead. Have they been counting?
Yeah, I mean, it's close battle for all their purposes. That's the beauty about this game, right? When it's below 20, it's just like, unless you're doing that mathematics, you won't know. But I think the action might begin as the spears will lock on once again. The passive gets proc by the Glaceon, and what a huge Snorlax Unite there to prevent people from taking the portal. Here comes the Unbound to bring people in, but the Glaceon is already going back to heal. It's already KO'd there. Play With Me will be able to not shut down anybody and gets actually KO'd by themselves. Blaziken will go down, though. Revenant will go through. A massive block once again by the Snorlax is going to be pushing people away from the portal yet again. The Slowbro trying to sustain with the Surf going up against 2 members, but all the damage dealers on Pi 2 have now been knocked out. Glaceon coming back, Blaziken coming back though. Now, I mean, is there an opportunity to rip this Rayquaza with the Blaziken coming up? I think they do need to make sure they take it out or zone this Pokemon away from it though. Yet again, we know it's close battle. These teams are still thinking, we have the pressure to maybe get a dunk or rip this Rayquaza. We have to do one thing or the other. Glaceon still having Unite, the only other Pokemon with Unite here for this refight, Tins. I wonder whether that's going to be the game-changing difference. As 50 will go in from the Blaziken, very sneaky. And now Pi 2 know they're in the lead, and Foin Clippers know they might have to flip the coin.
It was so sad for Foin Clippers because they had such a great fight, right? Taking out nearly all of Pi 2, but it was only Buzzwole, Snorlax and Umbreon up, which is so difficult to rip a Rayquaza with any sort of pace, and Pi 2 have come back. The points have gone in. Hooper's now getting a nice little tasty back cap in there through 62 more points added to the score. Umbreon doing their best. The points might rain in on the top side. There's a big push. Only 8 seconds to go though. Can they hold on here through for the 5 seconds? It looks like Pi 2 might just be able to hold on. What an insane finish to an insane set. 2-0 Pi 2.
Counter to when there's a Rayquaza, when there's a Ray, there's a way, right? It's just not to do the Ray at all and just look for the scores there. I think that the Hooper portal was one of the main things, right? Able to bring people back in if they do manage to get the portal, and sometimes a sneaky score like that will give them the win there. And looking at this, coming back on top, no 18 KOs, 13 KOs, not a bad effort by Mav there. But, we have, quite an interesting, I guess, full 8 minutes into that Rayquaza fight. It was really, really tense, 5 apiece in the disparity, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Point Clippers to take that out. And I think, to my confirmation, it should be Point Clippers with a 2-0, right? Not Pion 2 there as we flip the title. And I think that sends them a ticket to the semifinals, if I'm not correct, Tim.
Yeah, I believe so.
Against Ravers, yeah.
Yeah, insane. Oh, they played so well there. I thought it was Pi 2 all along there. we were done by the or is that a 2-0 or is that brought to a 1-1? I'm not sure now, but I guess it's a 2-0. The score hasn't changed there from our production team, so it looks like we are correct with the 2-0 for Clippers. What a close game though, Fu. We were treated to again there. These teams are just putting on an absolute show.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, sweeping 2-0 is always fantastic. That's good that we now have confirmation it is Point Clippers, because I think at the, it made more sense, the team comp for Point Clippers in that game number 1 with that Glaceon as well, having that rip potential that we talked about. So it's good. I think it's at the back of my mind, we had the sense that maybe that was the comp that they were going for. But 2-0 for them, once again, we'll send them through against Ravers there. So, I mean, if there's anything coming out from watching this set, it's that Glaceon needs to be dealt with, and so is Mimikyu. So I guess the question for a lot of these teams on the mind is, do we want to go into a Glaceon Mimikyu, or do we want to go into something like a Zacian Darkrai, right? Which I think a lot of these players don't want to play. Another popular duo that we haven't seen today is the Mewtwo Y and Blissey combo and the Helping Hand. I think teams are just starting to integrate it in all of the other tournaments I've been watching. Not today yet in this tournament, but maybe it's a secret weapon that they're going to bring out later on. The grand finals are still coming up, Tin. So I'm not sure whether they want to show it too early, considering that everyone is obviously watching the stream as well.
Yeah, it's good. That is a great choice there not to bring that out. Blissey, I believe, has actually been banned in every single game. But yeah, it could be saving it for later on to bring out in the grand finals. It is definitely an insane thing. I've played against it actually, Fu, recently, and it's so difficult to deal with. That Helping Hand on the Mewtwo Y Mega Evolution is just insane. When they pop that X attack as well, it is like a machine gun firing your way. It's just the damage it puts out. KO streaks are plenty, and we saw many of those tonight already from, like you said, Mimikyu, Glaceon, all these mons popping off. It's so exciting coming into this UCS season, right, that there's so many mons to choose from that are just at this great level in the game.
Yeah, I think to the draft as well, like, there's nothing more an Icicle Spear Glaceon likes to see when, apart from 2 defenders on the enemy team. And for both of these games, to my knowledge, that Pi2 actually brought out both the Umbreon and the Snorlax, right? So, I mean, if you are giving Pokemons for this Glaceon to stack the spears on, you're going to see a lot of spears that whole entire game. And I think the Glaceon player really made use of that. And as long as you can get out of some of the dive options coming out from the team, staying with maybe your defender to make sure that the Slowbro can help you peel if things go necessary. Having Unite as a little jump to go over walls, your Eject is there as well. I mean, if you can play that masterfully, I think you're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. And someone needs to shut down the spears essentially. But we're going to quickly throw to a break, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the next hopefully semi-final set up for you, or losers, depending on which one we are going to be going ahead and watching. But as teams are heading up here, I'm really keen to see how these players will adapt going into the grand finals. This is the Weekly number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Apologies on the previous mix-up of teams in that game. That was entirely my fault, but it's all good. We got to the bottom of it. Foin Clippers came on through with a really good 2-0 victory, buddy. How are you doing? I need to swap these names over, so bear with me while I do that.
I was gonna say, I mean, you definitely have upgraded the "It's Me" Fu. I'm Tin's TTV at the moment, so maybe we just keep it this way. It doesn't really quite matter. But I mean, if it's all about teams swapping over and stuff like that, it just means that the action is so close, right? Because we don't even know at the end of the day what's gonna happen until the requalifier in a lot of these games. But as I said before, I think Glaceon and Mimikyu from that game was two Pokemons to watch going up against Foin Clippers, and that's something like they enjoy playing, maybe the core of one of their main strategies there, having that Foin Clipper name as well. So, if we are going to be Ravis going in, they probably was watching it, right? They were waiting on the other end of the semifinals, seeing who will come up on top between Pi2 and Foin Clippers. And as we quickly get set up for these semis, I'm thinking, is it worth banning the Glaceon or just picking it for yourself? And giving something like a Zacian, because I'm not too familiar with these players. Maybe Zacian is a little bit more scary on their team. It does provide an insane secure though, Tano.
Yeah, it does, and I gotta be honest with it. It's been teetering on the edge of do you ban Glaceon for a while now since the changes in the patch. It's 100%. It's not quite at that level of we need to ban it, or at least that's the way teams are seeing it. They either pick it or they try and counter it. It's very much the same kind of mindset that Blaziken is in right now, Phil, really. So a lot of teams feel like Blaziken isn't strong enough for them to ban it, but every time they come up against it, it's a monster for them to deal with. So it's quite interesting that there's these mons that aren't quite at that we need to get that mon out of here level. But I honestly believe Glaceon's getting there. Every time we see that mon played in these tournaments, it does ridiculous damage. It works for the team so well. It kites so well. It's difficult for teams to handle it. And I just feel like it is getting to that stage where they need to consider the ban.
I think it just reminds me of what the Pokemon Unite patch notes was about Glaceon and why they buffed it. If I can quote quickly, it's apparently the damage was good, but the win rate was a little bit too low. So in order to change that, we're gonna be buffing up the damage there, and buff the damage they did. I mean, it reminds me of a few seasons back when the Glaceon Mew meta was a thing, and you, like I said, you just it's like you look their way and you're gone. There's no way unless you have Shadow or something like that. But obviously Shadow is not as competitively viable as some of the other items coming in. But perhaps it's an idea for one of these teams as we head into game number 1 here of the semis. Tano, I mean, let's see whether we actually get a Glaceon ban. I'm quite interested because as we know, Darkrai is going to be banned out permanently, as well as possibly the Blissey as well. So we do have Darkrai banned on the first side, P1 side here, Tano, which is so interesting. That means they don't really have a Darkrai player at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult though, isn't it? Because do you need to have had that much practice on Darkrai to really use it that well? It's that broken that it doesn't really matter. You can pick that thing up and just not have any idea what you're doing and break teams. So it is quite interesting. They haven't let Foin Clippers be the ones that have to ban that one out. But I gotta say, we did see it in action earlier today at LAIC, but in the first game they showed, and Darkrai cooked. It did cook, so this is why we're going to see it constantly banned in these games tonight. Miraidon also getting that ban treatment, both of the evolutions over on Foin Clippers, and they're going to lock in the Trevenant for the first pick on purple side. That's quite an interesting one, probably because that Umbreon has been taken away, but you'd expect them to lock in a really strong support at this stage, that Blissey being the main one right now.
I'm just as surprised as you, Tano. I mean, Blissey first pick there, probably going to be the most optimal position there. But like I said, maybe they prefer something different and they're okay with giving Blissey. But Blissey and a Glaceon to start off for the team, I mean, Foin Clippers, this is the bread and butter, right? Isn't it? Just having the Glaceon available. Now the Blissey is able to either choose between Safeguard or Eggs, and Helping Hand as well. That might set up for an incredible amount of auto attack speed for Aimar here on the Glaceon. And that's actually what a Glaceon wants. Meanwhile, Ravos picking up that Hooper with the Zacian now. So Zacian finally joining the fray, not banned anymore in this game. And that's going to see the response from Point Clippers is going to be a Slowbro and a Buzzwole there.
Oh.
So, I mean, we kind of see that the same pattern, right? People picking Pokemon to stop divers going into this Glaceon, and Glaceon just carries the team in terms of damage. I mean, is it not the same type of like team comp that we've seen in the last 2 games?
Yeah, 100%. I do like what Ramus has gone for. They've picked up those ranged mons that they really want to rip in to the front line of Foin Clippers, buddy. And when you think about a ranged mon that's going to rip the front line of a team, does it get any better than Venusaur Beam and that Chandelure Flamethrower? I don't think it does. That's a huge amount of damage coming your way, but it's so important for your team to protect that line. We need to see Seasons and Ravus really protecting that front line. Let that Zacian do what Zacian does. It's broken. It's an XEX mon that is still an EX mon. So let that Zacian do its own thing. Protect this Venusaur. Protect this Chandelure, because look what Patu has picked up. They have the Zoroark. They're very comfortable on that mon. It's going to be interesting to see how Ravus really protect their backliners, with Point Clippers getting ready to rip on up on that side.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, strategically, if you're picking second, you do have the final say for your draft. And you really, if you see an enemy with 2 attackers as the final 2 picks, I mean, this is just speeds to heaven, isn't it? The main issue here is going to be that Trevenant. Seasons on the tree here for Patu. But, they have the Gold Badge and the Blissey. I mean, if they truly want to go in there and knock out something like a Venu, I'm not sure whether they have the capacity to do it in one Zoroark combo. It is also going to be full heal Venu, though, so perhaps it's not even Beam Tano as we head on to this game number 1. I'm keen to see if they do go Petal. Probably is going to be a little bit more frontline defense for that Shandy that we talked about protecting.
Yeah, and I don't know that doesn't work, to be fair, Fu. I think it probably does. If you can get that Petal Dance online early enough, Giga Drain is really, I know that obviously the Beam is the one that everybody goes for because it does so well for the Venusaur, but Petal Dance Giga Drain is still very strong, and I feel like if you're going to be running into the team that Foin Clippers have, whilst that Chandelure throws in that damage from the background, I think that can work. But what can also work is Buzzwole with this Bliss Assistance up in the top lane, dropping that mega damage onto the Zacian. The doggo has had to back on up, pick up some citrus berries, but I do like the acknowledgement from them on the Foin Clippers here, just trying to back up away from this Zacian now. They know how dangerous that mon is, and they do have to use the eject button to get out of their Fu. That was so close to going down, and if this Buzzwole can hit level 5 before Zacian does, it may be game over for the early game in the top lane.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, having a Hooper there, you do expect to really go up and win that top path against something like a Chansey. But that Buzzwole and the Chansey combo, like you said, just did fantastic. Just relentless in a lot of the A-pressing. I mean, I think hitting that level 5 for these birds are going to be quite important as well, because they can grab something like an Ivysaur out of it. Ivysaur doesn't really have the best gank at all, as the Zoroark's going to go through, dashing once again, maybe getting set up onto the Zacian there, will finish their Feint attack to KO that, and the Buzzwole maybe looking for a little bit more, maybe getting a little bit too greedy here, has to quickly run out there, but maybe it was a bait all along for the Zoroark to do even more combos.
Oh, but that was risky, buddy. They dive on in to pick up another KO, and that Giga Drain, it is going to be Petal Dance, by the way, cleans up the Zoroark. So that's some decent XP you've thrown to the jungler over on the side of Varus, and they're level 6 now on that Ivysaur, buddy. They're very close to that big frog spawning. Nice cleanup, though, for the Zacian. They've gone for that Metal Claw build. They're going to take down that Buzzwole if they continue to push onto this Blissey, which they can do. Look at the dashes that they have. Metal Claw cleaning up, double KO for them. They can now score points. I don't think they'll want to with that Zacian, because, of course, you do want to make sure you have as much Aeos energy as you can for that Sovereign Sword. These mid birds have spawned, and it is only Ravus that are currently here for it, and we have Petal Dance. We've got the Giga Drain. We just need to break that combo from Zoroark to pick up a KO, but really good from Foin Clippers to just about avoid that Venusaur at that moment.
Remember whether Glaceon had Curse Incense as well, but if they don't, this Venusaur could really just cook, and he stays sustained in the entire fight, even against the Icicle Spears there. Zoroark not able to connect with the dash, maybe just checking the bush there, but with the Chansey or the Blissey while going down in the top art there, that's going to afford some dunks in for Ravus here, and right now there's not a single bit of points put in for Foin Clippers at the moment, so they probably need to get something on the board at least, and the Lamp are not able to really defend this pad, maybe get some burn damage on the Slowbro there, as we have our first bit of 30 dunk coming in from Foreign Clippers to even up the battlefield a little bit. This bottom space here is still very much in the, I guess, in the position of Foreign Clippers. But as I say this, the Verdant Angle, we're going to come through, picking up a chaos streak of 2 there. Poor Varus here, and they're going to start cleaning up the Venusaur, you know, getting down to their duties here, clean up on aisle 9, as they say, and a chaos streak of 3 means that they're going to have an uncontested Reggie Rock there, and they also got top as well, Tano, so what a fantastic start now for Rabbit.
I am so happy with it, buddy. I feel like Venusaur listened to what I said and was like, yeah, Petal Dance Giga Drain works. I'm gonna show this chat that it works. We're gonna pick up a triple KO. We're gonna take that bottom objective. I'm gonna continue destroying Foreign Clippers when they come close to me. I've got Giga Drain, baby. I'm not going anywhere. They pick up that Glaceon. This team is gonna continue pushing onto this T2 pad. We don't have a springboard for another minute, buddy. 224 points to 30. Ravus is really slamming that hammer down on Foreign Clippers right now.
Yeah, I mean, this Venus was getting a little bit scary now. Level 11 there with the Trevenant knocked out for them again. So another, I guess, engagement won by Ravus here. And, you know, even though they have all the pads broken now on the tier 1 side of things of Foreign Clippers, there is still a possibility of getting back those levels because you do have those additional Indeedis from both sides there. So I do want to see them actually pick them up as soon as they spawn. We have 3 members of Foreign Clippers setting up in the top art there. Glaceon is going to be following there, but it's going to be Buzzwole to jump in onto the Zacian first. They're by themselves. The Blister System flies across the world trying to save the Zoroark. Not going to be good enough though, as the Zacian will slice and dice through them. And here comes another Venusaur party, perhaps. Gets saved by the Hooper Unbound, though. So, you know, we see porters going in, but the Unbound also able to port people in and out. We have more stun onto the Slowbro. Now it's the Zacian coming here to play a K-Streak of 3 there, Tano. So, very aggressive and still very dominant performance by Ravus at the moment.
Yeah, and
oh my gosh,
it is a trick Hooper, right? I am seeing that, right? That they are using trick. It's working so well for their team, buddy. They're getting so many shields. They've saved that Trevenant with that INGAGE coming in from the Zoroark, and Zacian's going to continue to rip up anyone coming their way over on Foreign Clippers. Zoroark has their sights set on Ravus currently here. They're pretty weak, but it seems like they just want to take down that Sword Doggo. They're going to have a battle for the ages as we see Ravus rotating down to this bottom Reggie. That Venusaur's already on it. You don't need anybody else there, really. And Zacian's going to head on up to this Lecky. We have a Baltoy getting prepared to dive onto this Zacian, and they do just that, but they get broken out of that combo by that Woodhammer, and they're going to have to retreat now. If you don't get those combos off, Zoroark is just completely useless in those fights.
I definitely agree as well. And it's going to be hard, right? Because you have to dodge the CC coming out from the Woodhammer as well. Zacian now preparing. They don't have to unite to really, I guess, secure this. And Buzzwole's going to do a great job to just zone them out. We have the double combo. 2 unites used on 1 Zacian just to make sure they don't get this. But the Regilecki's still going to be able to be secured by Foreign Clippers, which is fantastic. And here comes the Petal Dance party once again, running at the Blissey just to heal up as much as possible. Shandy to quickly ignite and to really set the Glaceon on fire. Fire beats Ice there, melting them down. Another Chaos Streak of 2 for Ravus means that yet again that they win that engagement. And we have a level 13 Venusaur on the board now, Tano. And that's going to be a massive circle of death, really, just running through and eviscerating anything in its path. It doesn't even care if the spears are hitting it at the moment. The more you run at this Pokemon, the more it's going to stay sustained.
I love that, buddy. We're at 320. Venusaur was just sat in the enemy jungle, running at a Buzzwole, running at a Zoroark. It does not care. They've got this Giga Drain. They've got that Mega Petal Dance. This Venusaur did not skip Gym Day. They have hit every single bit of damage over to the side of Foreign Clippers. We dropped the Unite move coming in from the Zoroark there, buddy, and it doesn't do anything to it. A triple KO, they're going to continue to push. That trick being able to pull them away from that T2 when Buzzwole was coming. It just seems like Ravus has just locked this one down, but we're 40 seconds away from that big green dragon spawning. 224 to 30 right now. Of course, this is Pokemon Unite. If they do get that big green dragon over on the side of Foreign Clippers, Hundo Burger galore for those T1s, and there's only 2 they need to score realistically, buddy, but they just cannot win any of these fights. Look at this. Their Sovereign Sword has come out from the Zacian already. It seems they want to take the INGAGE at the 230 mark, buddy, and I'm not sure about that one. Zoroark has dropped a lot of damage onto Zoroark. Hooper is really trying to put on that CC, but they wipe them out. Zacian has clawed through that Zoroark and sent them back to the Pokemon Center. They're all going to be up before this very Rayquaza, but you've got to remember, they have a Zacian, they have a Chandelure, they have a Venusaur. They may go for the rip here on this one, Fu.
They might. They definitely have a lot of things, but I think Rip without Zacian Unite could be a bit dangerous. Going up against something like Coin Clippers, which love to flip, obviously, and a little bit of a interesting decision now to situate themselves in the enemy center area. But we have the Verdant Anger going through straight away. The Bliss Assistant going onto the Buzzle. That extra bit of tank for them. Someone needs to deal with this Venusaur as they were going to lock down the Zorak. What a huge slow beam onto Venusaur, but team of Flame Keepers actually looked at that. Venusaur gets away from free once again. Quickly tricks back into the Rayquaza pit, using it to heal up as well. The Pokemon is just more you give it, the more sustain it's going to have. It's going to be able to secure the Rayquaza as well. I mean, it really reminds me of TCG Pocket here, Tano, because Venusaur EX heals every time it deals damage. That's exactly what we saw here. It was the entire Venusaur party, you know, backed up by an insane Hooper as well. And as you mentioned, Trick is so good there because it really turns the Venusaur, a attacker normally, into coming like something like a speedster, right? You can pop it in and kind of volt switch out. It's got that kind of like energy-esque in terms of, you know, if things look bad and you don't have enough sustain, there's always that Phantom Force to bring you back out with a bit of shield, with a bit of heals as well. But 13-17 on the Venusaur here. Wahabin, I'm so curious to see what damage it output.
I'm going to say 120k.
Oh my gosh! That's why you play this game, Tano. What a crazy prediction there. And 100k as well for LFD. I mean, just you gotta give credit where credit due. These two members, supported by the teams, were just constantly in the enemy's face. There was just no, I guess, opening at all, apart from the slow beam on the Venusaur towards the end, where, you know, you could see any of the members of Point Clippers actually taking them out. And looking at the battle report here, I mean, from that moment on, I think, what is it, 2:30 into the game? It really just paints the picture of what happened, right?
It does. I think that's probably where we saw that Venusaur come online, buddy, and Zacian managing to hit their spikes. That was Ravus all the way, really. And what's interesting, though, that we'll talk about is when we were in the first set of games that we casted, Pi 2 managed to have a heavy set. They won quite comfortably, and then they come up against Foin Clippers. Foin Clippers then beat them quite comfortably. Now we go into this game, and it's actually Ravus who have managed to beat Coin Flippers in this first game quite comfortably. Will we have a repeat of that when we go into game 2 and have them feeling that comfortable as well? I just think there's got to be some adjustment coming in here from Coin Clippers, unfortunately. That Venusaur was a monster. They could not deal with it, buddy. As soon as that got online, because the thing is, you had to deal with that, and then you had to handle the Chandelure damage that was coming in, which was still 86k, as we saw there. And then you also had that Zacian just ripping through everybody, Trick, Hooper. I just don't think you had the right comp to handle what was coming your way in that one.
For sure, and there's always, you know, bigger fish in the sea, as they say. So whether Point Clippers can actually stop the trend from happening and maybe take this game number 2, we'll have to see. But you're definitely right. I think the comp really set up a great draft for something like a Petal Dance Venu, which we honestly don't really get to see too much. A lot of the teams prefer Beam Venu, but it just goes to show, if the conditions are right and you do believe in your ability to get that level 7 early on, right? And you know, I mean, the Venusaur got level 13, I think, close to the 4-minute mark or something like that. It was quite early for sure. And at that point, you know, if the Buzzwole is not going to be sacrificing his life to try to grab and displace this Venusaur, it's just going to be all reliant on the Slowbro. And to be fair, the Slowbro did get a good Unite off, but like you said, when you have to deal with so many other factors, like the Zacian, like the Shandy, the Spears can only hit one target, you know, locking onto one target at one point, unless they're clumped up together. And so I'm keen to see. I'm pretty sure Venusaur won't get banned here. It's going to be the Zacian ban. And we're going to have a no ban as well coming from Foin Clippers. So is it a bit of mind games again, Tano?
Yeah, is it mind games, or have Foin Clippers got a little bit tilted with that previous game? I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, buddy, because when those bans don't come through, it's either somebody wasn't paying enough attention, or it is mind games they're trying to get into Ravus's head. They're going to lock in that Umbreon straight away, though, over on the side of purple. Maybe they just want to make sure that they can take that, because that is a heavy mon to pick up early, but they go straight for that Hooper over on the side of Ravus, and they've brought out the chicken, buddy. We're going to see a Dodrio. That's an interesting pick that early.
Sure. Just, you know, shows Point Clippers, what you have to deal with, what the main, I guess, dive is on the side of Ravus here. And there's a lot of good picks into something like a Dodrio. Leafeon is fair for the early game pressure as well, but Pikachu also looks pretty good depending on the rest of the team. And obviously, they're not going to show the attackers here at the moment. The core three is going to be Umbreon, Leafeon, and Eldegoss for Point Clippers here. Or maybe the Dodrio is a bait, because it baits you to play a few squishies that maybe aren't have too many, like, I guess, mobile or dashes for them, and it sets up a perfect way for something like a Buzzwole to chain. We'll have to see what really happens for Point Clippers here, but we're going to have the response from Ravus picking up that Buzzwole and the Slowbro now, so denying Point Clippers from those two Pokemon. Let's see what the attack is actually going to be. I'm just thinking from this point of view, you kind of have to... You have the ability to play range, but then you have to deal with the Dodrio, right, coming your way. So I guess Mew is going to be the choice for the attacker there. I guess that makes sense, right? You can get out a lot of situations with Mew, especially having coaching agility as one of your moves as well.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd have been alright with them picking up the Venusaur as well, but obviously Ravus were the ones cooking on it with that Petal Dance. I was just looking at the comp of Ravus and I was like, that's what the Venusaur went against previously and did quite well. So, but they've gone for the Trevenant instead over on the side of Point Clippers. They really want to provide that front line for that Mew to drop that range as well as that Leafeon to start cooking early. Now, Leafeon's main target is probably going to be that Mewtwo. Why? Not that easy to catch though when it is sat behind that Slowbro and that Buzzwole. And of course, as we've already mentioned, therefore, we're going to have that Dodrio rushing on in. It's probably going to be Tri-Attack. We don't see much of Drill Peck anymore, even though it is a really fun move to witness. But the Tri-Attack is going to enable it to really do that damage at a little bit of range, a little bit out of reach of the mons that you expect to go up against, and that CC coming your way, and then just utilize your capability of that triple trample. So let's keep a close eye on that one, buddy. We're going to head into the game 2, and it's an interesting one. We've had some change of comps from both teams here.
The biggest thing is no Glaceon, no ban, and no pickup for either of these teams here. And I think that's going to be that's going to be interesting because, coming out from a name Point Clippers, this team cannot really flip, can it? I mean, we've got a double defender. A Mew obviously can help assist with maybe a bit of damage, but the bulk of the damage is going to be coming out from this from this Leafeon, I think, apart from the Trevenant. I think it does pick up that I guess carry all rounder role, and it obviously does no XP share for them. They're going to send them into that top path there with the A-Press Glossifer at the moment. So possible a one buff Leafeon gank is up on the table there. I mean, it's really effective against something like a Dodrio, which takes a little bit longer, right? It does need that level 5 to really have the first move choice to gank that lane. But it's the Buzzwole once again, which we saw come into a lot of effect in that early game there. So let's see whether Ravus can actually use it to their advantage as well here.
Yeah, we are going to see the invade, and I'm 100% with them. I think that's definitely the right call. Glossifer also going down there to provide some assistance is interesting. They do have that Phantom up in the top lane, so they really want to do something in this jungle right now. It does open up their own blue buff that they can give over to that Umbreon, but it does leave Phantom trying to handle this Buzzwole, and that's going to be really tough to do so. Hooper has to pop the XP to get out of the way of that Leaf coming in from the Leafeon, buddy, but they don't get enough out of that. Point Clippers have not taken the advantage. It is Drill Peck. That's very exciting, but it just feels like Ravus has really got the advantage there. There was nothing that Point Clippers managed to do with that invade.
No, and I like the fact that they thought about it, but I guess it's just sometimes it doesn't go the way. It's not going to be too successful. But what's going to be successful is going to be that Drill Peck into the Buzzwole. Buzzwole taking down to Glossifer means no support now. Another member down for Point Clippers. I mean, can we see another Trick Hooper? Yes, we do. So, I mean, this Dodrio and the Buzzwole is going to have fun here for sure. But Leafeon coming in to really defend the pad in. Dunks will be coming through already, 57-0 at the moment. And the eject coming out from Buzzwole takes the Leafeon by surprise there. Glossifer, only level 3, not managed to really stop anything. It really just has to do a little bit of damage. The Phantom obviously needs that level 5 as well. I mean, at this point, you have a 2-level difference in that top part there. What a fantastic start for Ravus.
Yeah, I gotta say, buddy, I mean, what's the reason you take a Leafeon? You really want to dominate the early game, right? We're now hitting the 8-minute mark. Leafeon's at level 4. They've just hit level 5, the same level that Trevenant's at. We have a Dodrio at 7 over on the side of Ravus. So currently, Ravus has dominated this early game. I gotta say, this Dodrio play is fascinating. I'm loving watching it. They're pulling farm away from Point Clippers with that Drill Peck. They're really utilizing it to drop maximum damage over on the side. They're gonna pick up that Umbreon. They're gonna delete that Mew. Buddy, there's no control in this Dodrio right now. now. It's broken out of the KFC farm. It is cooking itself right now. Triple KO for Dodrio. I don't know how you're going to stop this, Mon.
Yeah, and I think even worse is that you can go in with the drill peck and maybe not be able to get out, but then the Hooper just puts Phantom Force on you and you can quickly zip back to safety, and that's gonna be a kind of like a danger Pokemon to just come in, drill, get out, just rinse and repeat basically, and that's exactly what it's doing here as it goes through once again. The Triple Trample was popped as well to get them sustained and do that additional damage. Leafeon falling down to Mega Evolved Mewtwo Y there. A lot more damage, even more fighting that Ravus has chosen to do. They want to break this pad ASAP there. Not a lot of Overdunk though. I think that's Overdunk of 1 though, but at least the bottom pad is going to be gone for them. Atano. Was it just a perfect Overdunk there? I didn't really get to see. But regardless, we do have 0 points dunked in 4 point clippers, so they need to do something ASAP. I mean, we have 2 level 6s. This is looking a little bit dire. Maybe soak up some experience on their side. There's not that they can do at the moment to contest something like a level 11 Dodrio.
No, rightly so. We're going to see a quick rotation coming in from Ravus here. They're going to get up here for this Lecky. We see Hooper on their way, and it does honestly feel like the control is all on the side of Ravus right now. We're going to see that Dodrio dive on in. They need to be careful, though. Not much of their team here. Hooper has finally come here. They got the trick that they can be provided with. Buzzwole pops their Unite move. They don't get anyone. Triple Trample comes on out. They do pick up the Umbreon, though. They take down the Eldegoss as well, Fu, and now we're going to see domination from Ravus. They've taken out the important Mons. There's the Infinite Cyburn from that Mewtwo, and that's going to work for them, but Trevenant putting in an absolute session. The Emerald 2-step takes down the Buzzwole and that Hooper, and we do see a fight coming on back from Foin Clippers, but Ravus is just so hard to handle. Dodrio is working every muscle in that Mon right now to pick up these KOs, and it just seems pretty even. The Mew does go down there with the Surf, but they're going to get picked up yet again by none other than that level 12 Dodrio. We're not even halfway through this game right now, and it just seems like Ravus is going to pick up any KO that they want. It's all their control.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think not able to knock out that Dodrio means that it just keeps its level lead, right? I mean, looking at the levels, like you said, 2 level diffs for the carry Mons of Ravus there against Foin Clippers. So as long as the Hooper can keep this Dodrio, in the fray and not send back to the Pokemon Center, this means that they can get dunks in, they can get even more damage numbers, and really just farm the squishies on the side of Foin Clippers. Because, Mew is great, you can get out of some situations, but Drill Peck's duration is substantial, and if you're caught in any of that, it's kind of like a mini Machamp Unite, if you think about it, the way you can just dive in and then CC you and deal that damage as well. And yet again, uncontested Regieleki, we might see this tier 2 broken before the 3-minute mark, because there's definitely going to be a third Regieleki there as pressure for Foin Clippers. Foin Clippers will be able to knock out the Mewtwo Y though, but here comes yet again the party of the Dodrio. 3 heads, it's better than 1 as they look to quickly take down this Mew. Stunned by the Eldegoss though, so luckily it will be able to get out of that situation, but I don't think the action's going to stop here, Tano.
I don't think it is at all. Ravus is just continuing to cook Foin Clippers. They are absolutely destroying them right now. A triple KO for the Buzzwole. They've left that T2 just to be defended by that Trevenant whilst they continue to push this one in the bottom lane. They've decided they want to retreat out of that one, but look at Dodrio. Any time it gets assistance from that Hooper, it's diving on in, it's drill pecking. They get that Mewtwo Unite move to come on in and just blast them away. Slow beam saying goodbye to Umbreon. We're just seeing Ravus really concentrate on using those Unite moves at the right advantage. They're going to have them back before the Rayquaza, and they're going to get a free Regice. This entire game, Fu, has been free real estate for Ravus the entire time. Foin Clippers just cannot get any pressure into these lanes. They've only scored 98 points. They've managed to break that T1 bottom, but we still have space in that top lane for them. They've got that T1 up on the side of Ravus. It's just too difficult for Foin Clippers right now, and I don't know how this team fight's going to work. They need to concentrate on destroying that Hooper and destroying that Dodrio, but as we see, it is a cleanup. We do have that foul play coming in though from the Umbreon. The Emerald 2-step does just what I said, buddy. They're going to take out that Dodrio. It's a low cooldown as well. They're probably going to be able to get that back if they do a little bit of farming, and what's better to farm than a Slowbro? They're going to take this one down. That's going to be a KO for Foin Clippers, a really important one. We're 50 seconds away from Rayquaza. We need to get as many levels as we can.
Yeah, I think that the beauty about this game is the comeback mechanic, right? Leafeon struggling. We saw that it was a level 10 when the Dojo was level 12, and now looking at that one KO and that one fight for the team, Leafeon now is at a staggering level 14, as is the Trevenant and the Mew on that level 12 as well. So actually, this is a little bit of a window now for Fun Club to really get back into this game. Yes, they're behind on points, but if they keep winning the fight like they are now and not really wasting nights before Rayquaza, this could set up to be a decent fight for them and a possible win as well. As a Dojo looking to kind of int again. I mean, is it arrogance? Is it just a misplay coming from Ravis? That's 2 KOs from such a high level Pokemon in the span of like 30 seconds, Tano. I mean, if there's any way to rip this Rayquaza, it's going to be the chance now, as they're missing a member from the side of Ravis. The Rayquaza will get knocked out there, perhaps with the HP at half. The Mew will pop into Unite, maybe go for the triple travel will go through now. We have a huge collapse of enemies, but what comes out on top? It is going to be the Mew securing for the team. Foin Clipper doing what Foin Clipper does best. We talk about how we need to play comfort mons, comfort strategy, and that's exactly what they did there, flipping their Rayquaza as soon as the Dojo will go down there. So Tano, K-Street got 2 from you, and possibly sending us to a Game 3 scenario for these two teams.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough change on the field for Ravis to come back on this one, buddy. I was watching that closely, and I don't think the Dodrio had all of its charge up for the Drill Peck to do anything. I think they were stunned, and the Drill Peck just happened while they were stood still. They didn't move anywhere on that T2 pad, and it was an easy cleanup for Foin Clippers at that point. They just went to the objective, they ripped it. It was going to be a 50-50 because everybody was dropping the damage onto it, but they managed to lock that one in. Emerald 2-step to come on back. They do pick it up with a slow beam, though. That's going to be Leafeon gone. They've taken 2 mons down over on the side of Foin Clippers. We do need to see some push onto this pad if Ravis want even any opportunity to win this game. We have 45 seconds left. They are currently just 100 and odd points down from this one. Can they do it? We do see that Umbreon landed, and that's going to be too hard for them to deal with, buddy. You've got an Umbreon and a Trevenant with that Mew providing assistance. Now you have the Eldegoss. I don't think they're going to be able to take all of that HP off their bars as we see them getting pushed on back. We don't have any Unite moves on the side of Ravis. They're not going to be able to do enough. Mew is just continuing to clean up this defense. That's going to be a triple KO for them, and Buzzwell's not going to be able to do much more. This is going to be it. We are going to a Game 3 situation, and what a way for Foin Clippers to answer. It honestly felt like that one mistake by that one player decided how this game went.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that game was really Ravis's game to lose. To be honest, I don't really think Foin Clippers did anything to come back. It was really served on a golden platter for them. Dodrio going down just before Rayquaza, just to dunk in a little bit, was probably not the play that you want to see coming out of Ravis there. And really, I guess, gave them it doesn't matter whether Foin Clippers actually secured that, but it gave them that opportunity, right? And sometimes when you're so ahead in these games, giving just a slimmer of hope to the enemy team can turn the entire team game around. So looking at the report here, we do have a Mew taking out most of the KOs and participation with up to 2 as well, 6-2 on the Leafeon. But I want to see the damage, and I want to see the score report actually later on, because I think for the major part of that game, it was like 264 to 98 or something like that. It seemed like there was no way Foin Clippers can actually come back. And that Leafeon Unite at I think the 2 or 3 minute mark to take down the Dodrio. Dodrio going down again, giving Leafeon level 14, and then the flip into the Mew secure. I mean, it was just a series of unfortunate events for Ravis and a series of miracles, really, for Foin Clippers there.
Yeah, rightly so, buddy. And
oh my gosh.
This graph looks like my solo queue games, right? I'm on Orange Team, and this looks like my solo queue game. You're feeling confident throughout the entirety of the game, and then Rayquaza just gets taken, and you lose it. It's a tough one for Ravis to handle, because you're absolutely right, Thu. It was their game to lose, and that's how they ended up losing it. And this is what we often need to talk about, right? When you are that ahead and you're that confident in your game, you often get too confident and you push in because you know you're going to get KOs, and you do what we call inting, right? You're so confident, you end up giving away KOs that are so valuable to the team. We saw that Leafeon hit that level 15, mate, as we head into the Rayquaza. So that was definitely not what Ravis wanted to see, and they're going to have to make sure they don't make a mistake like that again.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe it's just it might be a way to break the chain. We saw, the 2-0 sweep from just bigger and stronger teams. But, perhaps this is Point Clipper's way to really withstand the current that we've seen in the trends for today's the weeklies. But now I'm even more excited to see whether they go back to the Glaceon, because this is without Glaceon they actually were able to win that game compared to their normal drafting here. But looking at the bans, we're gonna have a Darkrai band out yet again for Point Clippers there. I just honestly don't think Darkrai is a good ban first pick, because unless you can't play Darkrai, which like you said most people probably can, it really just limits your options for bans. Because if they don't ban it on the side, on the side of Point Clippers in the P2 position, Ravas can actually just pick it number 1, unless they just have another plan up their sleeve. They were going to be choosing Hooper though for their prior pick, so obviously Umbreon taking out. They don't elect for the Blissey here, so I do anticipate Point Clippers will pick it up later on. Probably not worth it to pick it now, as the supporter has been picked already. First pick, Inteleon. What are they cooking here, Atano?
That's an interesting one, buddy. We don't see Inteleon taken so early. We don't see many teams even run Inteleon in general. We usually see them wanting to go more for that Beam Venusaur, or, to be honest, the Miraidon Charge Beam. So, interesting. They've taken the Trevenant, which is an understandable pick. Ravas kind of want to just run it back, right? They've taken that Snorlax, which is different, but, of course, Hooper Dodrio, they really want to run it back. They know that they dominated most of that game right through. They just know that they made that mistake, and that was the way that game went. And I tell you what, huge shout out to Point Clippers for capitalizing on that, because it's one thing making a mistake, but it's another thing the opposite team capitalizing on it. So fair play to them. They're going to take that Blaziken. They've taken the Blissey as well. We know how strong Blaziken is. It's going to be really good going into any kind of comp, and it does work well against that Dojo, because you're going to use that overheat kit whenever you go in any bushes, whenever it comes near you, you're going to lock in that. So I like that from Point Clippers. Let's see what Ravu's do in return.
I'm going to be a little bit, from the POV of the Inteleon, I'm quite scared of this Dojo, given the performance last game as well. I don't think Ravas is going to change up their strategy with this Dojo. Obviously, the pairing with the Hooper we talked about is just so good. But they're going to bring some new Pokemons into this match. We have a Zeraora and a Metagross there. Double Speedster comp coming out from Ravas. I love this. No poke required. Just run at them, right? We have Metagross providing that sustain up front with the Snorlax as well. Hooper to select which Speedster they want to come in. I mean, inherently, Zeraora has the Volt Switch already, so maybe the Hooper just focuses on Dojo, and you can have 2 of the most insane amount of burst speedsters possible here coming out from Ravas, going up against this Inteleon. I mean, this Mimikyu has a job to do, right? It has to choose. Do I stop this Dojo or do I stop this Zeraora? And, the correct decision will probably win them the game, but it's going to be hard, right? Might be a coin flip in itself. So, RNG galore maybe coming out from Point Clippers there, but we'll see how this game goes.
Well, if TCG Pocket's anything to go by, buddy, it'll be tails all day, but I gotta say though, Mimikyu has been doing so well in this Weeklies this week. It has been dominating any game that it's been in. It's been difficult for the other team to handle it. So, the 2 being a very comfortable player on that one as well, I think it's going to be a lot for Ravus to actually handle. And I think you're right, it is going to be a matter of who do you take on, the Dodrio or the Zeraora. I think with how well that Dodrio has been playing, that might be their main target coming into this one. They don't know how that Zeraora is going to work, but it's going to be tough. And of course, the matchup of Metagross versus Mimikyu. Metagross feels quite comfortable coming into anything on that comp, probably except the Mimikyu, right?
Force the Mimikyu to go that Shadow Force set if he wants to go up against Metagross, because I don't think Metagross really cares if it is play rough. Metagross has enough tank and sustain. And looking at the rest of the team as well, they like to really dive in, right? We have the Blaziken and the Trevenant, so that's perfect for something like a Metagross, and I think it is a decent pick here, for sure. It just needs to get it to that level 7 mark ASAP. We have the Zeraora opting to go for the central area there, so they're going to have that Volt Switch or Spark available for that first bit of gank there. Hooper back into the enemy center area to delay this Mimikyu. Fantastic play yet again as we head into the start of this game. Let's see who actually secures this. We have Mimikyu with the blue buff already, but if they get this stolen away from them, they're going to have trouble getting that level 5.
Chansey coming straight on in to provide that assistance. So they have pulled them out of the lane, buddy, and that's going to be really beneficial for Ravus. Of course, grabbing these buffs is not the main way to win a invade. If you pull them away, that works. They didn't manage to get that berry, though. Chansey did manage to lock that one in, so that means Hooper's going to have to come into this lane, but that has enabled them to pick up the Torchic, so Ravus has got something out of that invade. They're going to get this 14 dunk in. No, they're not. The Chansey's there to slap them out of it, and Mimikyu's coming in. They're going to try and clean up this Zera Aura, but they decide to back on out. The focus slash has been taken away from them, though. Can they take those farms? No, they can't. Goodbye, Zera Aura. Mimikyu continues to try and push on. They do have that Shadow Claw. They have got the assistance, of course, with that shield on the Metagross, and it does a lot of damage, buddy, but here comes the Combustion. They get another 4 scoring, and it does seem like Point Clippers has managed to at least get an advantage out of this. There's a spark coming on in from that Zera Aura, but they haven't been able to get any KOs yet. Blissy's online. They're giving that healing. The eggs are getting used, but we do see this Metagross really wanting to clean on up. They had the Gyro Ball. The Movement Berry's going to get the Blissey out of there. Mimikyu is risking it right now. They need to run. That Zera Aura is getting pretty close to taking them down. In return, though, it's 50-50 right now, and it's Zera Aura who comes out on top, Fu. What an early game. We're at 8 minutes, buddy. That was non-stop action.
Yeah, like I said, these teams love to just fight for the sake of fighting, maybe to see what they can ego their counterpart lane partner on the opposite side there. But like you said, we do have 2 level 7s now from Ravus there. They have taken that level lead for the start. And I think Hooper, although not getting that early buff, really delayed it a little bit and gave the Mimikyu a little bit more time to come up. And obviously Shadow Claw is what you need against this Metagross here. So I think it's a great pick for them, but it does make it very hard to go up against the Speedsters because both the Dodrio and the Zera Aura can get out of there before the Shadow Claw will, take all the damage or do all the damage to them. We have Discharge as the choice, pulling the little Drizzle back into the pit with them, and the Mimikyu will go down once again. What an incredible display of the ability for paralyzed opponents to get really dragged with you, and I want to see more of that coming in, because if you do drag it into something like a Snorlax and a Metagross CC, Kano, I think this Inteleon's not going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, and look at that combo, buddy. They let the Dodrio score those points so they could get a maximum overcap, and that was fantastic team synergy from Ravus. They're now taking the 122-point lead. Zera Aura is rotating straight up into that top lane. They see what's going on up here, and they want to take it down. They're going to put that Glare onto the Blaziken. It doesn't quite do enough damage. They were going to back it up, but they want to take down this Blissey instead. They know it's important to make sure that this isn't there if they want to go for this Lecky. Blaziken's prepared for it, though. They have the overheat kick, of course. That's the best secure in the game, but if you can't get it off, you're not going to be able to do enough. But they did, buddy. They get KO'd by the Zera Aura, but they just managed to do enough to take down that Lecky, and Mimikyu is also going to fall. It seems like Zera Aura was beginning to cut triple KO, but Trevenant and that Inteleon are going to be a little bit too much for them to handle. We have to see the Metagross taking a rip onto this Regieleki. They don't want to let that go in because it's easy points. Hooper's now here to handle it, enabling Metagross to go on in with this Gyro Ball, but unfortunately Ravus has fallen. The Dodrios had to back up, buddy, so Metagross is currently left on their own in the back line. Of course, they do have that tank. They're going to be able to get out, take this Lecky down, and it is going to be a pretty even top lane at the moment.
Yeah, perhaps fight will keep ensuing here with the Mimikyu going in, taking down the Snorlax. So that's one of the tanks going through. But the Blade Arena is set with the Bliss assistance on the Blaziken. Means that doesn't really matter. They wait for the stadium to come down there. Metagross getting knocked out immediately. Overheat coming through just to deal some damage there. I don't know whether this fight looks good anymore. It depends on whether Inteleon can get a good snipe on this Dodrio, because it's just slashing and dashing at the moment. As the Jack Blaze kick into the overheat. Not going to be good enough, though. Mimikyu doing work to take down the supporters. No more Cooper for their team. But I think the fight's quite separate here, actually, Tano. It seems like the Mimikyu is just doing its own thing, taking out where it can, and the rest of the team is trying to clean up with it as well. Play with me, gonna go onto the Dodrio. Will actually get out of there. Will this Mimikyu? Plasma Gale will pop in to get the KO. No more Mimikyu for them. I mean, it's such a scramble, I think, up and down in this path right now. I don't actually know who really comes out on top. Level-wise, it is Ravus there with the level 12 Zera Aura, but, I mean, Mimikyu did get some KOs there too.
Yeah, honestly, it's been non-stop action, buddy. I think they've been fighting up here for a solid minute and a half or something ridiculous like that. It has been non-stop. Nice pick up for the Zero Aura, but it does honestly feel like it has been Point Clippers that have been cleaning on up this top lane. There's still 3 of them up here right now. We have seen Metagross rotate down for that bottom Reggie, though. They know they want to grab these objectives. They've got the advantage. They want to continue with this advantage. Level 12 on that Zero Aura and that Dodrio. We only have the Mimikyu at level 12 right now. Over on the side of Point Clippers, a nice zoning coming in from that Snorlax, but of course, it is a Trevenant. It has the CC to return, but Gyroball does manage to pick up that Registeel. That's going to be huge for Ravage right now, and we're going to see this Metagross just continue to throw this damage onto this Trevenant. It's a massive tree, buddy, but I don't think it's going to be able to do enough against that Metagross, and it does get felled. So they're really beginning to cook right now. What they have to be careful with what we've seen, is putting up that Compute and Crush against a Blaziken, because that ain't going to bother it, right? It's got walls. It's going to slam you into it.
For sure. That's a great point, actually. Mimikyu will go down on side of Point Clippers as well. And, yet again, very typical of a Ravus game, right? For the first 7 minutes or so, they're so in the lead in terms of points. Their macro decisions has been so good. The Metagross getting some points at the bottom as well. 312 to 39. They have the Regieleki as well on their side. Bliss assistance, though, a bit late, I think, but they are going to be able to take some value out of that with the Blissey. We're going down, but it gets traded out for the Trevenant into the Zero Aura combo there. Another Unite used for Point Clippers?
Interesting.
They need to make some value here. Okay, there we go. Some chaos coming out there. So they are going to get a possible big stack up on top. I think that's going to be somewhat like a 49-48 overdunk, evening maybe the board a little bit. They're still behind by 200 points here, though. But breaking that top pad, though, means that Hooper is going to be, I guess, nerfed a little bit in terms of the rotations. Now they need to work on this bottom part here. They got 50 seconds to do so, though, before the Green Dragon spawns.
Yeah, and as you said, they still need Unite moves. We obviously don't need to worry about the Blaziken, but we do need that Bliss assistance. We do need that Phantom Forest. They are really important for team fights at Rayquaza, so they need to really work on getting that up. We're seeing Metagross do the same for their Compute and Crush up there, so a little bit of a disagreement in the middle there with Zero Aura and Mimikyu, but they are going to run and retreat from each other, although Mimikyu has approached a Metagross. Zero Aura has tried to keep their eye on it. They may go down here, buddy. We're 20 seconds away from Rayquaza. Will we see them pop something? They do! Gyroball's going to clean that one up. Mimikyu's going to come back as the Green Dragon spawns. Ravus could really use some advantage here. Take a team fight before Mimikyu gets in, and that might be the way that you win this. It seems like they're trying to do just that. We're just about to have that Rayquaza spawn. They were going to go for the engage. Dodrio is actually quite deep into the jungle. They do retreat out from that bottom lane, but here's the snipe shots coming in from the Inteleon. It's going to be important that Ravus try and get onto that, because that's going to do a lot of poke damage for Point Clippers, and it seems like they've done that retreat because of that happening through. A nice dive in from Snorlax there, but we don't quite have the big engage just yet.
No, they don't, but maybe a Hornleaf will be able to bait out. They'll have to want to eject power nap there to send people through the place. The Blissey has to quickly go on the assistance to make sure their carry stays sustained there, as we have a massive wood hammer coming out, though. But, I mean, no one to really take it through. The triple trample will stun the Blissey up there for them, and we have 4 members down the side of Point Clippers. Up to Blaziken, the insurance policy, the last hope for them to go into the grand finals here, but it's not going to have enough time, because when you have 4 members on Ravus ripping that Rayquaza, Blaziken not able to go in for that secure, and that is going to be on the side of Ravus. 2-1, ending this game and really cementing the fact that they are going to be the winners and going into that winners finals. I mean, we thought the chain could be broken, but it seems like every time we follow a team along, Tano, it will get knocked out by a stronger team, though. But I do have to say, though, this set has been incredibly close, and well done to showing off that a team that you don't need poke can still win something like a game like this. Double Speedster Hooper Trick Portal. I ain't gonna write that down.
Yeah, I gotta say, Hooper Trick is really working for Ravus. It's been so important for them, and it's worked so well with the Dodrio in both games, buddy. But yeah, I mean, it's just been fantastic, hasn't it? They've worked so well. 117k damage coming in there from Zero Aura. It's been fantastic. I gotta say, I feel like we're going to come into this next game, though, and Ravus are going to come up against a massive team that they're going to struggle to beat with the way that it's been going tonight, mate. It's just, that's the way these games have been happening, but really well played from both teams. Point Clippers really took them to the edge of that game. We ended up in that Game 3 situation, and that is going to be all she wrote for that semi-final. So, Yeah, I'm kind of speechless after that one. We are going to head to a quick break chat while we get prepared for this next set of action for you. But just as a reminder, go check out our amazing sponsors, Exa. They make some incredible gaming headsets. Go check out their website. Don't forget to check out the INGAGE app over there on the Android and the Apple iStore, iOS store, even, whichever one you like to call it. Go check that out. You can make yourself a career in the esports arena using that app. It's got fantastic features on it. And of course, don't forget, we're going to be giving away Psyduck license later on. We're going to have this next game, and then we will do the draw live on stream before the grand final. So get yourself over to the Engage GG X or Twitter. That's at Engage GG, and make sure you retweet that tweet because you really want to get Psyduck. It looks like a lot of fun, right? But here we go. We're going to head to a break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. That was a very short break, so I hope you went and got your snacks quickly. We're getting prepared for this upper finals. Then we'll bring in the loser finals, and then we'll do the grand final. So there is plenty more action to go, but if today's games are anything to go by, Ravus have obviously won against Foin Clippers there, but now they're coming up against Genesis, buddy. And it seems like every team that manages to win come up against a team that beats them. And it is a mountain to climb because this team are really strong. They've got some heavy players on their team. We've gone straight into this game, so let's hop on over to it and see how these drafts go.
Yeah, here we go. I'm sure you two need a break after that last set because that was absolutely insane. Some top quality gameplay, and yeah, insane to see Ravus taking the Foin Clippers out of it, who've been insane all the way through tonight. But what do you think of these bans? They're made pretty similar, apart from that Dojo being taken out of it here.
Yeah, I mean, valid, right? No, after seeing what just happened, I don't think people want to go up against it, buddy. It's so strong. Drill Peck worked so well last game. Genesis have obviously kept a close eye on what Ravus used. They picked up that Umbreon straight away, and we were probably going to see something along the lines of that Dojo. But Genesis lock in that Miraidon, Lunda, and Zazero also takes away the Hooper. So that's a really strong mon that Ravus like to use. They don't have access to now.
Yeah, I love the Hooper pick every time I'm talking about Hooper, the way it rotates you around the map. But there was some trick used last time in conjunction with that Dojo, I believe. It was just so insane to see. We love these different things being used. The UCS is coming up, and of course, it is great to see teams picking these things up, giving different moves and things a try. And yeah, it worked very well from what I gather. So here's Ravus in these winners finals here. But loving the starts their draft. Umbreon, Metagross, and Eldegoss on station, Tano.
Yeah, but over on the side of Genesis, buddy, you've got that Trevenant and Blastoise, two heavy hitters in that defender field, providing assistance for that Miraidon. So Ravus have picked up that Inteleon. They need range themselves. They want to make sure that those snipe shots can try and match the range that is the Charge Beam Miraidon because it's so strong. But that's going to be an interesting pick, Pins. Utah is either going to go on their Absol, their Zorak, or their Shifu, and it's going to be the Absol. The last time we witnessed Utah on Absol, they destroyed the team they went up against.
Yeah, I believe we were casting Utah on Absol last time. We were absolutely loving the gameplay. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Ravus here. Genesis have got an insane comp there. I love the pick of the Trevenant and Blastoise there. If we've got Surf and Hornleech, of course, keeping that distance for the Charge Beam Tano will be very difficult for Ravus to deal with. But they've shown themselves as a very, very capable team. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, and the Metagross was one of the strongest ones coming into that previous game, and it doesn't have a Blaziken to worry about in this one. So that compute and crash is going to be really valuable to their team. There's no one really in that area that's going to benefit. Maybe the spin toys, because, you know, you can just bounce off it and be that Beyblade, but that's if they take spin. I feel like that's going to be really important for Ravus right now, is how much they can get out of that compute and crash. If they work together as a team and utilize the synergy their Unite moves have, they could overcome Genesis, but we're going to have to keep a close eye on Utah, because every time we witness that Absol, it's that Mon that dominates the game.
Absolutely. Well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer to see how this plays out. What a team Genesis are. Went all the way through the losers bracket last week, if you remember, Tano, and ended up winning, I believe, the whole thing. So they're an absolute force. But yeah, Ravus are a great team as well. Oh, over to you to take us in.
Yeah, here we go. Game one situations. Zeraora is going to take the jungle for the side of Ravus. We saw the 107k damage it dropped in the previous game. But Absol, Utah here taking the jungle for Genesis. We're going to see Hooper do what they do. They're going to take this red buff, go up into that top lane, and just slow down anyone coming their way. Eldegoss has done the exact same for Ravus. So quite an even game as we head into these lanes right now.
Yeah, it's great to see these strategies coming out. It's great for newer players to be learning from these pros, and obviously great for them to be learning and using all these different strategies with preparation for UCS. But an assault onto the base, Tano, already a player down for the side of Ravus, and Genesis with a strong start to the match here.
Yeah, and it's just going to be easy for them to clean up this bottom lane if that Umbreon doesn't get that evolution. They need to get online, and they need to do that quickly. You're up against a Miraidon, and you're up against an Absol. That's pretty much 2 EX Mons, right? What are you going to do in that situation as an Eevee? They do get Umbreon there, but Absol's rotated to this top lane. They know where that Zero Aura is. They do have that vision. They're going to dive straight onto them, though, and they do get stunned from that Hooper. That's so important. Nice pursuit in. They do take a lot of that damage onto those birds. They take 2 of them, but the big one does go to Ravus. That's really important. And here we go. Zero Aura dives on in. They're going to have to retreat. War Turtle is a nasty mon to handle in that early game. It seems like Absol and Hooper just want to continue putting the pressure onto this Zero Aura. They know that that's how this game's decided. 1,100 crit damage, buddy. Goodbye, Zero Aura. Nobody is surviving that. But they do manage to take that red buff away. That's really important for Genesis. They've continued to put the pressure onto Ravus, and now they're a bit behind on this.
Absolutely, with only 10 seconds to go with the first set of mid-birds, this match is absolutely flying along for us here. We absolutely love to see the early pressure from Genesis, but Tano, the insane thing to see is there's a big donut for both teams here. No scores on the board as the first set of mid-birds hit the match.
Yeah, not a single bit of stacking, which is quite surprising. I did see a couple of mons with that attack weight on. They really want to try and get those stacks working. The Psycho Cut is going to do that damage from Miraidon just to be able to clean up that meta growth. Now we're going to see Genesis pushing this pad, or at least they looked like they were going to. Now they want to retreat. Miraidon is going to go back down to that bottom lane. They've seen that 3 of them are there. They're really cautious of where this Zero Aura is, and there's the Absol coming in to clean it up yet again. Zero Aura isn't getting a second of space in this game right now, Tins.
Absolutely not. You know what Pursuit Absol can do when it locks down the target. If you hit one shot from the back, you're in big trouble. Most of the birds there going over to the side of Genesis as well. It's a very even game, to be honest. Looking across the board, Absol the standout performer so far. Of course, Utah, what a player that is. The first objectives are about to hit the map here, Tano, but everyone's so spread out. They do have a Hoover on the side of Genesis, though, and of course, in quick time, that can be brought down to the objective's just gone, instantly taken by the Miraidon.
Yeah, this is the power of that Miraidon when you pair it with the Absol. You take one swipe from that Absol, the charge beam is going to finish anyone off. So that synergy they're going to have with those 2 mons is really important, mate, and Genesis are utilizing that to their maximum capabilities. Zero Aura seems to want to take down this Absol, but they've decided to go back into that bottom lane and put the pressure onto the Trevenant and the Miraidon. This rip on the Lecky is going on in, and yet again, Utah takes the objective. So Genesis are really taking the advantage every second they can in this game. All objectives, all the points right now. 30 points is not that much, but you've got a donut on the other side. Ravus really need to come up with something here.
There's just barely any scores gone in so far. Nearly 4 minutes into this match. It looks like that Genesis might be making an assault onto the base now, my friend. Here we go with Horn Leech, Pursuit, Surf. That Regieleki is in, and now they can do the maths and get some really important scores in if they so wish to do so. They are taking their time about it. A 30 goes in, a 12 goes in. Is the Absol going to come back and dunk? I think they may do. There we go. It's just a 14 over Captano, but that is 124-2-0. And with a smart eject, Inteleon gets out of danger.
Oh, Absol pops the Midnight Slash, but it isn't enough. Metagross manages to take them out, and now we have the big metal monster on the field. They've got that Gyro Ball. We're going to see them use that Compute and Crash at the next team fight. That was a bit of a disadvantage for Utah. Level 11, they gave away a lot of XP, but they just weren't able to get into that Hooper portal, unfortunately. But here we go. We've got some battling going on in this bottom lane right now, Tins, and they nearly pick up that Umbreon with the amount of damage they've dropped down onto it. Zero Aura is getting prepared in the bush. They're just poking it at the moment, getting set up for this bottom. Reggie Trevenant is prepared to push on with that CC. They're just waiting for the Absol to come on down. They're getting prepared to do what they can whilst they wait for that. Some zone in there from the Trevenant. There's a Phantom Forest on 3 of them. The Meteors are coming on down from the Miraidon, and they've locked him in perfectly. Elder Goss has gone down. Compute and Crash does come out, but the eject button from the Miraidon gets them out of the field of that stadium. And Miraidon, the Trevenant, sorry, is going to take down that Metagross. In fact, it was the Miraidon that did it, and Umbreon also falls. Genesis, whenever they seem like they're on the back foot, they just come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing so well. We did see Utah go down again in that skirmish, which is again giving a lot of EXP, much needed, over to the side of Ravus. It's just all popping off constantly here, Tano. The Cloud Crash is out to defend the players of Ravus. Megu popping a surf, trying to stop that connecting. The Hydro Typhoon out, picks up at least 3 there. And the Charge Beam, like I was saying, working in conjunction so well with this Blastoise and Trevenant, doing so much damage, Tano, keeping it in that Charge Beam.
Yeah, we do have the rotations from the Hooper that just means anyone can rotate around this map for Genesis. They do have the pressure in that top lane. Nobody's gone up to provide assistance to this Absol, so that Lecky is going to go in. 40 dunk for them, but there's still 20 on that pad. We're going to see Metagross trying to get out of this. They do dive on to that Blastoise, and of course Absol is there prepared. Computing Crash comes in. They're not able to put up that wall though, buddy, because they only computed 1 Mon in its direction, and that's going to be an easy cleanup that they could throw in. But no, the Zero Aura comes to answer. They drop that Gale. They're going to take down that big Stoice, and we do pop the Rings Unbound, but the goal has gone down. We see Trevenant come on up. Are they still going to be able to pick up this Metagross? They're trying to break their ankles, but with the CC of that Rings Unbound, they're going to be able to take down Metagross. That's important, but look at the score right now. It is 113 to 164. Ravus have got themselves back into this game.
That's an absolute huge period of play for Ravus there. It looks like the Registeel has gone over to the side of Ravus as well. Inteleon locking that one in, Tano. This is an insane passage of play for the last minute for Ravus. Got them right back into it at a crucial time when we thought, you know, oh, what a huge snipe as well. The port was not taking Miraidon back. That landed a treat, taking Miraidon down. That is exactly what Ravus need to do here. It's great to see them come from so far behind to get themselves right back in it, Tano. They're just pulling back now, grabbing their farm. Loads of yellow dots on the map for them. There will be one more Regieleki, but I don't think anyone's going to have time to rip that, Tano. There's another skirmish for you in the middle.
Yeah, it's all kicking off already. We do see Blastoise go down yet again, and all these skirmishes now are going to the side of Ravus. Look at the levels. They are back in this game easily. Just the Eldegoss and that Umbreon at the level 11, but they've got their carries right where they want them, buddy. Level 13 across the board, so this is going to be a very, very important Rayquaza battle. It is not all Genesis anymore. It's going to be important to try and handle that Absol. They're very weak. They're going to have to go back and get that healing and come on back in for the engage. The Green Dragon has spawned. It might be a good idea to take the battle now, but Metagross isn't quite here yet. They do have that discharge coming out from the Zero Aura, but they haven't been able to pick up a KO on that Blastoise. Umbreon does have to back on up because they don't quite have the opportunity to get a team engage. Absol's back now, buddy. They do have, of course, the Miraidon diving on back to protect this bottom pad. More pads are up on that bottom lane. They've both got that space to get that healing. Absol's prepared in this top lane, but I think they're going to look for a flank. Metagross is currently prepared for it, but we don't quite have that big engage that we're waiting for right now, Tins.
No, absolutely not. I've just seen some huge snipe shots landing from Inteleon constantly, but that is just cancelled out by, as we always say, Tano, the Hooper portals have been absolutely insane for the side of Genesis. Every time some damage is dropped, that portal is just taking the players back, getting that nice bit of healing from the home base and straight back on the field as another huge snipe shot lands in the face of Miraidon. Computer crashes out, Tano. It lands on the Trevenant, unfortunately doesn't do the required amount of damage, and that is now an important Unite move that they have managed to get out of Ravus. There's only a tiny bit of damage. Ravus need to do something. It's got to be soon, Tano, as the Rings Unbound are pop, my friend.
Yeah, and that's the engage. They saw them grouped up. They dropped that CC, but the Zero Aura has cleaned up the Trevenant. The Meteors are getting rained down by the Miraidon right now. There's a Phantom Slash, and that's going to do enough damage to take down 4 from the side of Ravus. What an opportunity by Genesis. And we're going to see that Hundo Burger try and go in the top lane. The Absol decides to abandon theirs and go lock in this Rayquaza because they had to go defend that T2 pad, and we are going to see Ravus surrender this. They know all of them are down. They've taken the ace. Genesis are going to win this first game.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from Ravus. They fought right to the end. They had a really decent raid fight, in all fairness. Just couldn't quite get over the edge. The snipe shots were landing. It was so back and forth. They knew they were a little bit behind, but, you know, take nothing away from them. That was a really close game right to the end.
Yeah, I got to say, they really got themselves back into that one, and it was really impressive from them, but Genesis did not let up at any point, buddy, and I'm actually surprised at these numbers because it honestly felt like the action was non-stop. I can't believe we don't have a Hundo Burger on any of that damage dealt, especially from Lunda. They were doing so much damage with that charge beam. Of course, we saw Utah just swiping anyone out of their way. But yeah, impressive from both teams. Ravus really managed to get themselves back into that one. But again, that Absol was so much for them to handle, right? And then when you've got the assistance of those Hooper portals just handling any snipe shot that came in at that Rayquaza, it really wasn't in question for Genesis. They felt quite comfortable at that point.
Absolutely, yeah. That's Utah on the Absol is looking for those sort of squishy backline targets, right? And a player of his quality is always on the prowl. So the damage numbers may be low, Tano, but of course his picking those targets all match. Saw a few KOs on Zeraora and Inteleon as well. So it's not the fact of it's just great target acquisition from Utah all game. And yeah, Ravus really struggled for most of that match to get into it. Had a really good period of play around the 4-minute mark and got themselves right back into it. And take nothing away from them, they played the Ray fight really well. Knew they were behind and had to do something in the end. And that's when Genesis capitalized on that. But yeah, fantastic first match of the set here. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, and it honestly felt like Genesis did a lot of their homework, buddy, because of course they came into that game. They took away the mons that Ravus have been so comfortable on, right? They banned the Dodrio. You never see a Dodrio ban. That is a direct response to what happened in the previous game. And then they picked up the Hooper. So they'd really done their research, and that was difficult for Ravus to overcome, because when a team is prepared for how you play, you have to change up the way that you do things, and that can be really difficult to do. So I gotta say though, that they deserve all of the respect for getting themselves back into that game. Genesis, we've casted them before, buddy. They're not the kind of team that allows people to get an advantage.
Absolutely not. I think Genesis will be a team that are really pushing for a top quality UCS finish this year. You know, they've got some top quality players in there that we recognize. Megu, Utah, Lunda in there, Sazero, the Kata, you know, what all these players we've seen over the years and always place really well in UCS places. So there is no shame in losing to them. And even so, they put up a fantastic fight, did Ravus. So we cannot take anything away from them whatsoever. Like, I'm really excited to see if they can bring this to a 1-1. Wouldn't it be fantastic to see a game 3 from these two?
Yeah, and if any team's going to do it, I think Ravus is the one. They were so comfortable against Point Clippers. Of course, they did end up losing that second game, but it was really entirely due to their own mistake. So they don't want to be doing that again, but this is a really good battle. Of course, whoever loses this game, right, is going to end up down in that losers final. So they could end up going back for the repeat, but you don't want to be in that situation. You just want to progress yourself straight through to that grand final and just take some time back, watch the losers final, and try and grab as much information about the team you're coming up against as much as you can. That is what Genesis have clearly done in the previous section, but we're getting prepared for this game 2 situation. We'll launch straight into it now, buddy. Let's transition over to it and we'll see what these first bans are going to be. It seems like Zora Arc is on the field for the ban. Let's see if that gets locked in. It's unusual for Genesis to ban that mon. They usually like to use it, but they're going to take that Dodrio back again.
Yeah, no surprise. We saw Dodrio cause absolute havoc, but if one of these teams does end up down there in the losers bracket, we're jumping straight over to there to cast that after this time. So wouldn't it be a shame we had to cast one of these teams again?
100%. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun, mate. But of course, Darkrai has to be banned by Ravus. It's over there on that second side. If you don't want to play it, you've got to ban it. And of course, if you let it through, you're just going to see Genesis pick it up. That mon is ridiculously broken. We've seen it in LAIC. It was so good. But instead, they pick up the Umbreon for Genesis, the very important pick in that first side. But it's going to enable Ravus to grab their Hooper that they love to use so much.
Yeah, Umbreon is such a great pick, right? Because if you're not going to pick a support up, you can run that Wish moveset, or you can just go with this complete CC, locking down a single target. Yeah, it's 3 speedsters off the map this game. What a start to the draft, by the way, from Ravus, picking up Hooper and Blastoise, 2 of my favourite mons in this game.
That's the power of the orange side pick, right? Because Genesis could only take that one. They didn't want to take that Hooper. They felt like the Umbreon was more important, so they have to accept that Ravus are going to lock that in. So they take the Blissey, a really good support, and they pair that with the Miraidon they're so comfortable on. What are Ravus going to answer with? It looks like they're going to take up that Trevenant. It did actually do bits for them in the previous game, and they're going to go yet again to the Inteleon with the snipe shots. And it just seemed like without that Hooper though on the side of Genesis, that might be the difference, buddy, because of course Blissey has eggs and they have a limit on those eggs to heal their mons up. So we could see that snipe shot actually being more beneficial for them.
Yeah, I mean, Blissey has been banned out quite a lot tonight. We know it's just insane at the minute with the Safeguard Helping Hand build on like an A-press mon that they don't seem to have over there, so you could definitely be right with the support there, mate. Could even be a double with the Umbreon, but maybe that's going more to lock down a single target like we were saying. But how about Ravu's taking the Blastoise and the Trevenant away here?
Yeah, that's huge, and we've got a Credent coming on the field, Tins. I mean, if Gatlu was watching this, he would be over the moon. He's currently over there in Brazil competing, but we have a Credent ready to pop off. We don't see much of it. U-Tower's locked in that Blaziken as well, so they decided to go away from the mons that they dominate so well with and pick up another mon that they dominate so well with. And then Zoroark comes in for Ravu, so they really want to start cooking on that, but there is CC over on the side of Genesis, so that can be difficult for them to handle, and I think that Greedent is a good answer for it. They may go for the Belch that we're seeing so much because it works for the CC. Let's see how this game's going to go, buddy, but I like these comps. They're different from both teams. Let's see who manages to cook better.
Yeah, the side of Genesis have a really nice few secure moves there, right? Belch, like you said, if Megu does decide to pick that up, Utah's got the overheat. Yeah, well, on the other side, you've got the Snipe Shot Inteleon, you've got that probable feint attack from the Zoroark, so there is just some insane plays. We've got a gold badge Inteleon, gold badge Blissey, of course. Yeah, this is going to be insane, Tano. Full badges across the board on the bot side here for Ravus.
Yeah, they're going on comfortable mons, buddy. They know they have to win this game or they're going back down to that loser's bracket and we're going to witness them compete again. So they really need to get this win. Genesis are obviously trying to lock in this win. They're comfortable. They've got a well-rounded comp over there on that top side. So here we go. We're heading into this game 2 situation. Will we have a game 3 or will we go straight through to the losers finals next, buddy? What's going to take the jungle for Genesis right now? It looks like it is going to be that Blaziken. They want to get that up, ready to roll as soon as possible. Zoroark on the other side. So we're going to hit level 5 quite early on our carries here for both teams.
Absolutely, it's crucial to do that. I don't really see any invades coming through this game that was so popular in the last round. Yeah, this all happening on the top side here. We've got Hooper, Blastoise versus Chansey and Squavit at the moment. Nothing here that is too insane from the start. If Squavit can get online to that green early, it's one that does struggle to get going sometimes, Tano. So if Ravus can keep that down, it could be a good start from them here.
Yeah, there's nothing quite unexpected happening in this early game just yet. Of course, that Squirtle is going to be really nasty for Genesis to deal with. Combusken is up on the field. They're going to rotate up into that top lane. Nice bit of damage coming in from Miraidon there onto the Phantom, but they're going to go get some healing. And here we go, buddy. We've got a lockdown from Hooper. They take down that Chansey. The Squavit manages to get away, but the Combusken pulls that Squirtle back. But here comes Zoroark, and they're going to clean up that Combusken. 2 KO for them. Squavit is being the tank that it is. It's not even become the Greedent yet, but it's still putting up so much damage against it, buddy. Zoroark hasn't been able to lock in any KOs onto it just yet. They have got that stack in, which is so important for them. They may take this one to do just that as well. But here we go. We've got this Combusken back into the field. It's now 3v3, but it seems like they just want to take this Zoroark instead of going for their own farm. But they're going to take down the Squavit, and yet again, it's Ravus that has had a fantastic early game. They've got more points. They've got more KOs. We have a level 6 Zoroark.
It's almost like I wrote the script from the start there. Honestly, yeah, they're online. Ravus have started so well here. Last match, by this point, it was still 0-0 for quite some time, but 42 points already on the map for Ravus, who have started insanely. Looks like Genesis are pushing on this bot side, though, getting some much needed points in. 13 for Umbreon, getting a stack online. What is this tree going to be able to do? Absolutely nothing. Down it goes. Very important period of play there as the midbirds all go over to Ravus, I believe, Tom.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that we've seen Miraidon try and rotate up to that that mid game, buddy. You know that Zoroark is going to grab that and come on down. They should have gone back to the pad, and this is going to be the pressure that Ravus are going to continue to push. The mean look comes in. They've got the Zoroark in it, but they're just able to get out. There's not enough damage down here to capitalize on what's happened. We need to see Blaziken online. Miraidon is now here, so they can at least push onto this Zoroark, but it's going to be hard because Blissey's gone down. We need to see that mean look get in place. It's been placed onto the Hooper, so they don't quite quite have the answer yet, and we've got that Unite move online for Zorak. Here comes the mid farm. They do use that overheat, but it's not going to do enough, buddy. The Blaziken goes down by that Inteleon, and they've been mean-looked have the Zorak, but they still aren't able to drop the damage onto it. They're continuing to just clean up Genesis as they come on in. This is a rotation in this game I was not expecting. The bottom Reggie is about to spawn, and we see Ravus ready to rip it. Look at the zoning coming in from the Trevenant and the Hooper. That's going to do just enough for this Reggie Watch just to be free for Ravus to clean on up.
Insane from Ravus. They're using their moves in great conjunction. We see the feint attack boosted with the snipe shot to lock that in. What a game so far. I feel like the Blissey is so important for the side of Genesis, dropping that safeguard, because all the knockups you get from the Shadow Claw is just working in absolute tandem at the moment for Ravus. But it is very important that Genesis have just locked this Regieleki in. That just takes so much pressure off of them, Tano, they're under at this time.
Yeah, take that pressure off, go grab some farm. That's what's going on now. We're going to see Genesis rotate into this midsection, grab all this farm. They were going to try and take that Inteleon, but with that Trevenant being there, that's going to be too risky for them. Umbreon's going to stay in that bottom lane and try and push that pad, whilst we see a lot of damage getting put onto this Greedent right now. And of course, Zorak is going to continue to do what Zorak does, cleans up that tank, and they're going to continue to push down. They want to take this Miraidon. They've got that charge beam ready to go. They drop that terrain, and Zorak is going to bounce on round. They haven't been able to connect on them yet. They do take away that farm. They're at that 40. If they can get that mean look onto it, they're not going to be able to get the charge beam to get the KO. Wow, this Zorak is too hard for them to catch, but they're breaking ankles right now.
That's absolutely insane. We got the Trick Hooper out as well, which is going to be so important to stick close to that Zorak, because if that does get taken down, that's a massive AXP going over to Genesis. But that was a huge cap in the top side there, Tom. It was 38 points, I believe. 147 to 16 as we tick towards the mid-game. Ravus are having a blinder of a match here.
Yeah, that they are. They have answered, and they have answered big. They just need to be careful not to get overconfident. That happened in the previous set, buddy, and they need to make sure that doesn't happen here. It doesn't seem like they are just yet. They are really comfortable with where they're playing right now. They know their targets. They're going for them. Zorak is going to grab as much farm as they can. It looks like they're going to rotate onto this T2 in the top lane. They want to get rid of it and capitalize on that Lecky, right? But we've just seen Umbreon and Blissey rotate back. They're going to jump pad up onto that T2 while we have a push down onto this bottom Reggie right now. The Miraidon's there. The Blaziken is there. We've had to see a retreat from that Blastoise and from that Zorak, but they do have the rip. We're seeing Ravus do what Ravus do best. They're going to rip that objective whilst they have some zoning in from this Trevenant. This spawn has come out from that Unite move from that Hooper, but it's a Zorak that locks down that one. There's the Umbreon Unite move. The Meteors are getting rained down by this Miraidon, but they're not able to do anything about it. Ravus, they've been taken down. There goes the Zorak. There goes the Trevenant. They're now going to push onto this T2. We do see the Unite move from the Inteleon. They've been mean look though, buddy, and that's just going to be an absolute blast of damage onto them. They've been taken down. I don't think this Blastoise is going to be able to do anything to defend this either. They're so weak right now, and it's just going to be easy points going on in. Look at that, pushing the Trevenant away from the Greedent, but they've managed to break the ankles of the Blaziken and go and put onto that Greedent. They do use the Phantom Forest. That might have been enough to stop this goal going down right now, Tins. We do see Blaziken dive on in. They do have that overheat kick, and it seems like Genesis have made the decision to retreat from this pad. A massive defense from Ravus right there.
Absolutely, we saw a few points go in, but how many Unite moves did we see come out there? We saw Miraidon with a Bright Future Storm, we saw Phantom Forest, Bliss Assistance, so Ravus did popped everything to keep that goal zone from going down, Tano. Only one goal zone in the whole map has been taken so far. With teams of this standard, it just seems like so difficult to break any tiers, but yeah, what a set from Ravus so far. It was great to see Genesis push through there, get some much needed KOs, but yeah, the defense from the Trevenant was insane, picking up about 4 players, that Phantom Forest, Horn Leech, Woodhammer. But there we go, Ravus locked in the Regieleki, my friend, 147 to 118, another 40 going in. But look at this top one.
Ooh, they nearly get the 50 in, buddy, but they do jump onto it in time. So Zorak is now going to retreat from this one, but they need to do it quickly because this Greedent's going to continue to drop the CC. There's the eject button with the Belch, but it doesn't do enough. The Zorak does manage to avoid it, and they take down the Greedent in return. That is not what they wanted out of that that INGAGE. So Ravus has come out of that feeling pretty strong. We've got a level 14 Zorak on the field, buddy. They're not actually that phased about what's going on there. They are currently in the lead points-wise, but it is ridiculously close right now. This Rayquaza battle is going to be the decider. They've started the rip onto the Registeel, the best buff for them to have coming into this Rayquaza. That's why Ravus has returned. They take down that Umbreon with that Hooper, and they're going to do what they do best. They're going to zone out Genesis while they get the rip onto the Registeel. That's going to be a huge buff they're going to take into this Rayquaza battle.
Yeah, this has got to be some of the best Zoroark gameplay I've ever seen. Just breaking ankles all over the place, picking up big-time KOs, nearly always on the greed. And look at these points raining in Tano. While the Zoroark's doing the zone, and that's only a 5-point overcap. But Ravu's taking the initiative as the Rayquaza is about to hit the map. 233 to 118. And it looks like this is going to be the Ray fight, my friend.
Yeah, and they nearly pick up the Zoroark. The Belt's trying to do just that. They're running around with it. Are they able to do so? No, the Greedent goes down in return. Blaziken has only just spawned. Ravus currently do have the advantage. We do have that Miraidon. They do have their Unite move prepared to go. Blissey is there as well. Blaziken is coming on in. They haven't been able to get enough rip over on the side of Ravus onto this Rayquaza. They don't want to do that just yet. They want to take the team fight. Zorak does just that. They dive on in, but they haven't been able to get that combo off. Zorak is pretty weak. There comes the Meteors raining on down. But that's not going to be able to do anything. They've dodged out of the way, so that's a huge Unite move that Genesis don't have. They only have the Umbreon one right now. The Unite economy is so much more advantage on Ravus's. They do drop that. Oh my god, the Umbreon Unite onto 3 of them, buddy. They've taken down the Inteleon, the main secure, over on the side of Ravus. So are they going to go for that rip? They want to take down the rest. Miraidon has fallen. The Zorak has worked. Triple KO for them. Ravus are really cleaning up this Rayquaza fight. We do see the Greedent go score some points. We're going to see Blaziken try and do the same. It's such a close game, but this Rayquaza is going to decide it. Whoever locks this in will win this game. We have 50 seconds left. This is relentless from Ravus. They have played this game so well, and they're continuing to do so, surfing out that Blissey so no one can lock that one in, and it is going to be Ravus that take the big green dragon. Zorak has been dominating this game. They take that final objective. They can score some hundo burgers galore here, buddy. They're going to take game 2.
What a fantastic Ray fight from Ravus. They just bought their time and just went for it at the perfect moment there. Zoroark masterful again, picking up some really important KOs. Looks like this is going to go to a game 3, Tano. None of these teams want to be going down to that losers finals.
Buddy, we are going to be continuing the action here. Game 3 situation. Who is going to do so, though? Because Genesis were definitely on the back foot in this game after being so confident in game 1. Ravus were cooking in this one, buddy. Straight away from that early game, they just didn't let up the pressure. They did what Genesis did to them in game 1, and now we're going to have to go through a game 3 situation where Genesis are on the back foot, something that they're not used to. They take all of their games without dropping a single map, usually.
Absolutely, I think that all came from Ravus having such an insane start to the match in that top lane. It seemed like we had level 7 or 8 Zoroark on the map before anyone else had even evolved on the side of Genesis. What an insane way to bring this to a 1-1 from Ravus, as we do look over some stats here. 14 KOs from the Zoroark, Tanu.
Yeah, and unusually, not a single one for you, Tao. They dropped the 42k damage. They aren't able to pick up a KO, though. 74k coming in from Lunda. I do feel like that Miraidon was so important for Genesis. They dropped so much damage. They were picking up the KOs, but it was all that Zorak all day long, buddy, especially when you pair it with that Hooper that Ravus like to use so well with that trick, and it's so important for them. They were in the lead from the get-go, so that's an interesting one. We are going to go to a game 3 situation, and Genesis are on the back foot. So I don't know, but I don't think anyone can predict this game.
No, if you ask me right now, I'd say this is just uncallable. Like, both teams have had a dominant game. Genesis in the first match, Ravus in the second match. It's all going to come down to the drafts, I think. Can they just sort of outdraft the opponent? Like, these teams are so good in the draft. They just pick up what they want so quickly, being so good on many, many mons. Like, how do you ban a player out of the game? You just can't, because there's always this set ban. So by this point, they're so proficient on so many different Pokemon. So difficult to decide where this is going to go, because, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a shame that we're going to have to cast one of these again down in that losers finals, Tommy.
It is, but they are going to be a fantastic team to take to the losers finals, right? They're going to be so difficult to beat. But what is interesting, mate, is that we saw them swap sides. So now Genesis, I suspect, are going to swap sides again. I suspect we're going to have the two meta picks come straight in for Genesis, and that's where they feel the most comfortable. So we're heading straight into this game, and of course they have swapped sides, so Ravus are only going to get that first really important pick, whilst Genesis are going to be able to answer with two of their own. That's where they feel the most comfortable. That's going to be really important on how this draft works.
Absolutely, it looks like a similar script here. Zacian and Darkrai looking to be straight out of it here. That is no surprise to us, Tano. Absolutely same bands all the time. It's going to be interesting to see what the next two come through. We saw 3 speedsters banned out of it last time. Leaving that Zoroark open though, is that going to be taken out here?
That's going to be very interesting. Ravus felt so comfortable on it. They do take the Dodrio out of it. They felt like they were able to use that more over on the side of Ravus. So understandable from Genesis, but it does enable that one big pick to come in. What are they going to go for? The Blastoise. That's interesting. Usually you do rotate for something that's really important like your Hooper or maybe your Blissey, but they've gone for the Blastoise. They must have a plan in mind.
Absolutely. I mean, Blastoise, insane at just locking down a few targets, right? If you go Surf, Hydro Pump, or even you can go Brawler with Water Spout and Rapid Spin. It's not a bad pick at all. So much utility available on that Blastoise, not to mention the Hydro Typhoon that can pick up multiple targets with that eject into it. But loving the start to the draft from Genesis here. It seems a Hooper on the team seems to be so difficult to deal with. It's won most of the matches tonight, I believe.
Yeah, they're going to feel quite comfortable with those picks that they've locked in, and it's now down to Ravus to really answer. They do pick up that Snorlax, which is actually doing so well in the meta right now, buddy. You have that Heavy Slam Yawn. You also have the block that works so well, and of course, Power Nap is a fantastic engage for CC at a team fight. They've picked up the Inteleon as well. They feel like those snipe shots have been working for them, and they absolutely have. We have a Lucario on the field. Are we back in Season 1? This is going to be amazing. We don't see much Lucario.
Yeah, very interesting. What sort of moves are they going to go for? Are they going to go more secure, or are we going to see a lovely bit of extreme speed on the map? I know you'd appreciate that, Tano, but it's a shame that Genesis haven't picked up the Snorlax, because we really would be going back to Season 1 with the Snorlax peak at bot lane, right?
That we would, buddy. But what are they going to pick up instead? I mean, I think the Trevenant peak is going to be bottom lane, which is still, you know, it's pretty decent, right? But definitely not that Season 1 vibe that we expect. Is Yutao going to lock in Shifu? Oh my god, buddy. Genesis have cooked on their comp right now. But I got to say, Ravus have done really well. We do have that Blaziken that's so important. They've got fantastic front line for that Inteleon. And of course, Eldegoss is such a comfortable supporter, so this is going to be a fantastic game 3, but yet again it's going to be important for Ravus to really try and keep a handle on Yutao.
Absolutely. I've seen Blaziken struggle quite badly tonight, so it's interesting. Since those nerfs, Tana has been affected quite badly, so yeah, I mean, these players obviously fantastic on Blaziken, but I haven't seen it win tonight, so it's going to be interesting. Would you pick Cerulege over it? Maybe, like, you know, it's open, right?
Yeah, I think it comes down to how comfortable you feel on the Mons, mate. The thing is, Cerulege is obviously really strong, but it's all about the Unite move for Cerulege. That's what makes it so good. So it's really a matter of like comboing that Unite move against Genesis. But I feel like Blaziken is there for them to drop that damage and lock in the secure, because they have the Inteleon to secure as well, but you want to make sure that you have more than one, especially against a team like Genesis that have locked in nearly every objective so far, buddy, and they do have Shifu. I don't know. I'm with you, though. I feel like Blaziken has struggled a lot tonight, which is unusual, but they definitely haven't cooked the way that we usually see Blaziken do.
Oh, we've seen Waha being on that Zoroark earlier. Absolutely insane. There's 3 gold badges on the side of Genesis. Hooper, Lucario, Shifu, I believe. So that's going to be absolutely insane. So here we go, Tano. We have got the Blaziken hitting the jungle. On the other side, the Shifu. That is a very slow clear, so I'd not be surprised to see Hooper come on in here just to avoid any potential invades from the opposing side. Eldegoss doing the same. These teams definitely have a very similar strategy, more Genesis going towards that secure, and Ravus just they love that brawly sort of double tank style, don't they?
Yeah, and it works for them, buddy. They're going to continue to do what they do best. Squirtle is so strong in this lane. They are up against the Lucario, though, and that can do a lot of damage, especially for the secure with that quick attack. And as soon as they get either extreme speed or pump up online, that power-up punch is going to be really detrimental to whatever's up in this top lane, because, of course, Combustion takes a little while to get online. It's really important that they get to Blaziken, whereas, of course, Lucario just needs that level 5 before it's dropping mega damage.
Yeah, we see both junglers heading up here. Combuscan and Shifu both on station nice and early. First set of birds up here in the both lanes. In fact, what a lovely little hit there from the Combuscan to take them to the side of Ravus. It seems like there's 4 players up here now. Pika has joined the party from the bot lane. It is 4v3 up in this top side. Combuscan getting back to that jungle because it looks like Genesis are interested, Tano.
Yeah, Pikachu didn't want to miss out on any of that party, buddy. They've come on down. They're going to drop that range damage. Combustion really needs to try and pick them up, but unfortunately, they're not able to do so. Pikachu managing to get on out of there. They're very weak, though. They do go down. It's going to be that Drizzle that picks them up with that basic. That's so hard for you to get to handle, right? Because it does so much damage. So that's going to be a clean pickup for Ravus. 9 points to 4, though. There's not really a lot of stacking that's gone on just yet, but they seem like they want to continue to push onto this top pad dude Genesis. They haven't been able to pick up any KOs yet, so we've hit these mid birds, and it seems like, of course, the Shifu's here. They're going to lock it in with that fist, and that's going to be a lot of farm for them. They've hit level 7, buddy. They take that big one away from the Combustion as well. If they can lock in a KO, this will be huge, but no, they do manage to get out of there with the dash, and that's not going to be a lock-in except on the War Turtle. Shifu comes to answer. Yutao getting prepared to cook.
Yeah, I love the Wicked Blow. What a great moveset that is, especially after the buffs recently to Throat Chop. Everyone's sort of getting prepared up here. The fight is brewing, I believe. There's a little tussle on the bot side between the tanks. Nothing to shout about too much, but 720, here come the birds, and it is a 4v4 from the top side.
Yeah, nice kick from Blaziken there to pull Pikachu in, as well as picking up the farm. That gets them into their big Evo. They're now prepared to start really cooking on this Mon. They've hit that level 7. They're not close to that Unite move yet, but at least they have their moves prepared, and they're able to start going on. We're not quite sure what side they're on yet. There's the Lecky, though. They're going to start ripping this. The Eldegoss is there, but I don't think they're going to be able to zone. They don't quite have their Unite move yet, and of course, it's just a Shifu, buddy. You can't out-secure that right now. The Wicked Blow does so much damage. It's an easy secure. It's Yutao on Shifu.
Yeah, I absolutely love what Genesis have gone for here. Wicked Blow and Power Up Punch, Tano. They're going to be locking in all those objectives, just waiting for it. Here comes the big engage in the top side. They want to get some points in. Pikachu gets a dunk. But what a defense again from Ravus. They've been doing this all night so far. Just holding down those goal zones as Blaziken wants some smoke here.
That was huge, really. They dropped the CC onto them, and that was 3 Mons that didn't get back for their healing. So now Genesis are on the back foot in this top lane. Hydro Typhoon throwing Lucario out of the way. You ain't power up punching me, buddy. That's going to be goodbye to you. Goodbye to your top pad as well. We do see the Wicked Blow getting prepared to take down this Blaziken, and they do drop the Evan Fist, buddy. But they aren't even able to finish it because Pikachu takes Blaziken mid-air. And now at least Yutao is going to push onto this Inteleon. They really want to get their KO, but Inteleon is prepared. They know that Shifu wants to dive in for them. They pop their Unite move. They're going to continue to drop the damage, but Hooper's prepared to go on home, and they're not going to get enough out of this Unite move just yet.
Yeah, that is a shame. The Spy Vision's such a good Unite move, but the Hooper Portal is a great counter, and all of a sudden the team is gone and there is no one to hit with it. But as we tick into the mid-game, Tano, 89 to 57 in favour of Ravus, and they are playing so well here. But there's not really too much gone on yet. Like, there's a big fight kicking off here, though. Way in favour of Ravus, but Genesis have backed off straight through that Hooper Portal again. This is why the Hooper is so important to these teams, Tom.
It is. That's why it's picked up so early. And honestly, as soon as we see an engage, it's like the teams just all of a sudden split up and they're just going to go back to their paths. And it's just crazy with the way this game's working out right now. Level-wise, I mean, we do see Genesis a bit more on that advantage. They've got more levels, although as I say, that Inteleon's just hit that level 10. We're now seeing them rotate up into this top lane for this Lecky. So no pads really have taken that offense except this T1 up for Genesis. There's the Hydro Typhoon. Lucario Lucario gets taken down because Blaziken capitalizes on what Blastoise has been doing, but Shifu's getting prepared to come in on the retreat. Yutao can go in there and lock this one in. It's going to be Blaziken versus Yutao. It's Yutao that takes it with a Shifu. They take away that Lecky, but they do fall, and Ravus is going to be able to defend this one. Such well play from Ravus there, buddy.
Yeah, they're just watching and waiting. They let the Regieleki go over. The overheat was a little bit early. The Wicked Blow secured that up, but they were watching and waiting as soon as Yutao was there for the taking. Cotton Cloud crash landed and everything was thrown at it to get that off the map, and some great EXP from the level. There is still an objective on the bot side here as we tick into the 6th minute of this game. No one really showing too much interest at the minute. Everyone's just picking up the farm. What about the scoreline though, Tano? 98-97. Could this be any closer in this game 3?
It's crazy, mate. 1 point between them. We're about to hit 345. We've got an INGAGE down here. The Phantom Forest has gone down. I don't know if Trevenant's going to survive this one though. They've got an Inteleon and they've got, of course, that. But the rings have been let loose. They pull on through. Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax. Is it enough to lock in the objective though? The pressure from Genesis is too much. Trevenant takes that away and they push onto this Blaziken. Lucario cleaning on that one while the Pikachu is zoning out this Blastoise, buddy. Of course, we know that electric energy is super strong against water, and it is Pikachu coming out on top of that engagement. They don't take the KO, but of course they have zoned them away from any pressure that they could put in against Genesis there.
What about the ankle breaking with that eject button there? The surf came through, they're just waiting for it. Popped it in the perfect time. They're still so close on the scoreline. We have less than a minute now until the big green dragon hits the map. 20 seconds till the Lecky spawns. No one really showing too much interest. Ravus up here, Blastoise, Eldegoss just picking up the last little bits of farm on their side of the map. Yeah, this is insane, and it's set up so nicely for this Rayquaza fight. I wonder what we're going to see here, Tano. Is it going to be like a mass aggression, or both teams, because of the 1-1 scoreline in this set, and the loser is obviously going down to those losers finals, and the winner gets to go to those grand finals and take a nice little relax? Who's going to do it?
Yeah, 100%, buddy. I feel like they're both going to be a bit cautious going into this Rayquaza battle. I feel like we're going to have a little bit of patience from them. Of course, we do see Genesis prepared for that Lecky. I think they're waiting to see if Ravus were going to be around there, and they are. Blaziken is here. The Blastoise is coming, so is Eldegoss. I think they're just going to try and retreat onto this pad, and that looks like that's going to be pushed on in. Shifu is here to try and defend against it, but it looks like this is where the engage is going to happen. They've propped that, the portal onto that goal so that they can try and rotate down and get out of any of the action that's coming their way if they want to, but they're going to defend this Lecky and pop those rings unbound, and there's the Unite was coming in. Thunderstorm comes on out from Pikachu. They've taken down that Eldegoss, but look at that. Blaziken has ripped the objective, buddy. They've taken down the Rayquaza. There's 1 point between them, but these Hundo Burgers can go in. Genesis are really trying to work to take away these shields, but I don't think they're going to be able to. A massive Horn Leech to get that Blastoise off the field, but they're still going to score that Hundo Burger, buddy, and this is going to be enough points for Ravus to take the win. We have 1 minute 15 seconds left. There was only the one Hundo Burger scored, but I think they've taken the opportunity to use these shields to defend these pads.
Absolutely insane from Blastoise, right? Just using so much time distracting the players. Hydro Typhoon went up. Let's not keep it real though. We have got just over 100 points in it, sorry, and Genesis can push this top tier. It is still up. Another 50 goes in on the bot side though, Tano, for Ravus. 298-97. They need a big push here. Do Genesis to be taking themselves away from that losers bracket.
Absolutely, they do manage to break that T1. They're getting closer for it. They need to continue onto this T2. They do take down the Snorlax. That's going to be huge. But of course, the Blaziken comes in, puts a huge kick onto that Trevenant. And there comes the Thunderstorm yet again. I'm pretty sure we've only just witnessed that one get put in. 183 points now. Hydro Typhoon comes out. They're not able to pick anyone up though with it. The Hooper Portal hasn't been used by anyone on their side, but they do pop out the rings unbound. And it does seem like Ravus are going to put up the huge defense here. 2 KO for Blaziken. I think it's going to be too much for Genesis to handle with 4 of them down. They're going to defeat the giant that is Genesis. Ravus are going to continue on through to the grand final, while Genesis have to go down to this losers final and put in a massive shift if they want to come on back.
Yeah, they'll want to take this back to a reset, won't they, and take on Ravus again in that grand finals. But let's take nothing away from Ravu's. Unbelievable from them there. I think Inteleon was the highest scorer. It's putting in like 200 points at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Waiting for the opportunity to go and score with that shield was huge for Ravus. And honestly, buddy, I mean, congrats to them for breaking the cycle of dominating a team and then losing the next set. Ravus have managed to defeat Genesis, and I gotta say, Utah was really cooking in that game, but they've only dropped the 33k damage. So surprising from them. They were locking in really important objectives. 70k for Wahhabi, mate. We've mentioned about Blaziken tonight struggling. They were not struggling on that mon in that game.
Yeah, what a player. We saw them with Zorok earlier, I believe. And like I was saying, Blaziken struggling, you just reiterated it there as well, mate. Unbelievable play from that Blaziken. Not struggling anymore, that's for sure.
Such a close game, buddy. Of course, only the Rayquaza being the thing that decides it. That was fantastic for a game 3, but yeah, we're going to see them go down into the losers bracket chat, and of course the losers finals is going to be a best of 1, I believe. So yeah, it's not going to be long before we get back into this action. We're going to take a quick break while we prepare that for you. Of course, as a reminder, check out X's headsets over on their website. They do some fantastic work with some great gaming headsets. Check out the INGAGE app over on Android and on iOS. It's got some amazing features on it, and just remember, we're going to be doing that Psyduck giveaway. This is your last opportunity to go and retweet that giveaway over on X before we draw it after this losers finals. We're going to take a break, grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Hello everybody, welcome back. We are not going to be talking for long because they've launched the game already. We're getting straight in to this losers final. I'll hop us straight over to the gameplay screen now and let's have a talk about what we are going to see. Genesis versus Los Duros. Flying Clippers did end up falling to Los Duros, so this is going to be an interesting one. Genesis are going to be very mad after how that last game went. So they're banning the Mimikyu, they're banning the Miraidon. We've got the both evolutions banned over on the side of Los Duros. Let's see what's going to be the first pick for Genesis. It's going to be Darkrai, of course. It's been let through. We're finally going to witness the nightmare that is Darkrai.
Yeah, Genesis looking to be out for blood here. Darkrai's picked up straight away. There are some very capable players over there on Los Duros, Brutal Hunter, and a few others there we know well from the scene, Oscar as well. Quality players, so... But they're going to be in the face of a Darkrai. Interesting that hasn't been taken off the table here, Tano, as Blissey and Lapras are locked in to face that beast that is Darkrai.
Absolutely, and I've got to say, buddy, the EU region has really shown up tonight. Of course, Nouns Esports are representing us over at LAIC, and the EU has continued to cook with their own sessions in these tournaments. Look at how well these teams have been competing. Genesis have locked in that Hooper and that Trevenant again. They're feeling really comfortable with the core that they've got right there, and I don't know how Los Duros are actually going to answer against that Darkrai, buddy. I've gone up against it in solo queue. I think they were it took 4 of us to take it down the last time we went up against it, and that was only with it being at half health. So this is going to be how this game gets decided. Machamp coming on in for Los Duros. That's probably going to take the jungle rotation. Espeon is actually a good shout if they go for that stored power Psybeam.
Yeah, let's hope Los Duros are ready to deal with that Darkrai, because it's going to be flanked by some absolute insane mons here. Zacian picked up. We've got Hooper and Trevenant, which we've seen Genesis use tonight as well. Very capable players on these. But talking about EU cooking, Tano, how exciting is this UCS season going to be? Because all these teams tonight, I can't think of a single stomping. Every team has been really competitive in this tournament tonight.
Yeah, this is going to be the best season of UCS we've had yet, buddy. Of course, I'm so excited for EUIC. I think EU is going to put on an absolute show in UCS. I'm so glad that so many teams have been competing in all of these tournaments, putting in so much practice, and we're going to see a lot of teams representing the EU region throughout the entirety of the UCS season. It's a huge shout out to everyone, because Unite Esports has just gone from staple to staple. We're seeing INGAGE GG put on so many tournaments, so many leagues for so many different regions. We're seeing so many other tournament organizers doing so much for this scene as well. So I just think it is such an exciting time to be involved with Pokemon Unite as a viewer, as a player, as a caster, as a tournament organizer. And yeah, I mean, this is the losers finals in our Le Weekly 3, buddy. This has been 3 weeks of action so far. It's continuing to be insane action that we see every single week.
Yeah, absolutely. Companies like INGAGE coming to the forefront is just what we like to see. And yeah, like you said, mate, it's a pleasure to cast. We are still here 4 hours later. Thank God that Fu has come on to join us, because this would have been very difficult without a single break. But let's not take anything away. We love it, and we are here to stay. I think we've got a few others joining us soon, so it's just going from strength to strength. Yeah, so big shout out to everyone, like you said. But here we go, mate, into this game.
We're going to take that Darkrai down to that bottom lane. They're going to feel comfortable no matter where they are on this map, to be honest. They can probably just start on the opposite side and still destroy everybody. But we're going to see that Blaziken take the central area for Genesis. We're going to see Dodrio do the same for Los Duros. And of course, as a reminder, chat, this is a best of 1. You have one opportunity, one shot. You don't want to miss. You need to get that win.
Absolutely, and both teams are going to be going all out here. Genesis have picked up 2 absolute monsters in Darkrai's action. We see the pressure being applied straight away in this top lane. I think Dodrio, Tano, for the side of Los Duros, is going to be very important in getting into that backline and trying to take out that Darkrai. But the way its movesets work, it's just so difficult to pin down as a target, right?
Yeah, and I don't think Genesis were prepared for a Dodrio, though. We saw them ban it previously because they knew how well they use it over with what they were up against. But Los Duros, they don't have that much knowledge on. But of course, They have Darkrai, buddy. It's going to be how they can deal with this Darkrai on the side of Lost Oros. We do see this Dodrio trying to get a flank onto them. They do use Drill Peck. That's going to be enough to pull them away, but it does nowhere near the amount of damage that they need to see for that Mon. And if this Hooper is just going to provide that healing for that Darkrai, it's going to be tough for them to handle. They do pick up the Phantom, though. So we are seeing Lost Oros have an advantage in that bottom lane, but the points on the board are all Genesis right now. The big donut means that we don't have any stacks for Lost Oros, and we might see Zacian just hinting a little bit there, trying to get that farm, but they eventually get KO'd.
Yeah, it's a great period of play there. Yeah, Zacian going into the opposing jungle, getting picked up. They were ready for it, were Lost Oros. Hooper already being extremely important, because we did see 3 players from Lost Oros in that last engage going down to that top bot tier, and yeah, Hooper came straight down to quash that, but here comes the first set of mid-birds here, my friend.
Who wins? Darkrai, Espeon, Dodrio. Dodrio wins right now, and they do go down though. Blaziken takes them before they go back down to the home base, and yeah, I feel like Dodrio was managing to do something then, but Blaziken is just so tough to deal with. You deal with a Darkrai, you then have to answer a Blaziken and a Zacian, but Genesis have a fantastic comp. But Lost Oros are really beginning to cut. Of course, level-wise, they don't have any points in right now, but at least they're managing to keep themselves in this game. It's not been a walk like we usually see from Genesis.
Absolutely. Here comes the first set. Oh, sorry, the second set of mid-birds about to hit the map here. We're setting up for a big engage in the top side. Genesis looking to get themselves in a commanding position with already 41 points on the board. There goes the Blissey Zacian, absolutely cooking, stealing the opposing farm away here. Obviously, because of how Zacian works, doesn't want to put those 30 points in that base that could have easily been pushed there with just the Machop defend. But looks like they're really interested in this Regieleki Tano and putting some really big pressure early on here on this top part.
Yeah, it seems like Lost Oros are concentrating more on this bottom lane, whilst we see Genesis do the opposite in the top lane. They're going to take that Lecky, that's going to go on in, but we do see Machop go back to the home base to try and get some healing. But look at the damage coming on down here by Lost Oros. They say goodbye to that Darkrai. We've talked about it, buddy, but the team synergy from Lost Oros is doing enough to clean on up Genesis. Is Dodrio the answer? That's what we're going to be left dreaming about as Regirock gets taken down by Dodrio after a triple KO, and they want to push onto this T1 pad, but of course they do have the defense coming in. That stored power is going to be huge for that Darkrai, but they do take down that Dodrio. Of course, they send them back to the Nether region and they are taken down. So Genesis getting some advantage out of that, but Darkrai was left in the front line there. They do manage to dash away, whilst we see Trevenant coming in trying to prevent anyone from getting close to that Nightmare in the background. We do see that Sword Doggo dropping the swords as well, and it seems like Genesis are now going to retreat. A huge defense from Lost Oros, and we've now seen them get some points on the board as Machamp has become online with that barrage ready to go.
It looks like all the mid-birds are going over to Lost Oros here. In that bottom exchange, when Lost Oros were pushing the pad, it was an insane Psychic Solaire in defense of their team to allow the players to get out because they were in a bit of trouble pushing that base, and that just gave a couple of seconds to retreat. It was a great bit of play from the Espeon player on Lost Oros, but ticking into the mid-game Tano, very even, only 30 points in it. Oh, we just need some Unite moves on the board and just a big push onto a base, but looks like both teams are just playing it very smart and safe at the minute, getting themselves in a position to contest this Regieleki that will be hitting the map in around 15 seconds time.
Yeah, we have a 33-point Sovereign Sword that can come on out. We do have that Darkrai Unite as well, but of course we do have that Barrage Blow that Machamp can utilize in this team fight. Darkrai's in this bottom lane with the Trevenant. They're now rotating up for this Lecky, but of course they need to be cautious of how good this Zacian rips, how good this Blaziken secures. There comes the Barrage Blow. There's the Bliss Assistance. It doesn't do enough though, buddy, because Blaziken does what Blaziken does best and secures that Lecky. Genesis getting a good advantage out of that one, while Lost Oros has locked in all the KOs. Psychic Solaire is going to ensure that Darkrai falls as well. That Lecky has gone in. Lost Oros hasn't put that much attention on it. They're waiting for the ambush for anyone that wants to go and score these points. We do have 3 of them from Genesis trying to come on and do just that, but of course Blaziken does have that kick that they can go in and utilize, and that's going to be a 36 overcap for them. That's huge, but Zacian has been caught out. Submission Machamp takes that one down. So a good KO for Lost Oros, but of course the advantage is on the side of Genesis with those points scored there, Tins.
Absolutely, it was insane. That Regieleki fight, the barrage blow into a Bliss assistance, just doing so much work there. It was insane to me that Lost Doros didn't get that Regieleki, but wow, what a fight that was. Two moves used in conjunction. Lost Doros showing how good of a team they are. The Lapras Express is out. So is the Rings Unbound, Tano. The next fight is about to kick off in the bot side for you.
Rightly so. Lapras says choo choo. Next stop Hooper. Hooper says, nah, you ain't landing here, buddy. We're going to take you out of the way. And Regirock is going to be locked in by that Blaziken yet again. Boy, a Genesis come into play. They did struggle getting that Darkrai to do what Darkrai does. Lost Doros were answering it, but now we're going to have points rain on in. A massive overcap in that bottom pad currently. They got it down to 17 points before that 50 went in by Darkrai. 227 points on the board, buddy. They're nearly 200 points ahead. We're about to hit 3 minutes. This game has flown by right now, and we only have one level 13. Well, as I say that, we see two more level 13s come onto the field, and it does seem like level-wise, it is pretty even, although maybe we give it to Genesis with having that Blaziken Darkrai at that level. We're going to have this Lecky spawn in 10 seconds, Tins. Are we going to see a rotation from Lost Doros for it?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're playing it safe. It is so easy, right, to put too much onto this Regieleki. Obviously, Genesis have both tiers up, Tano, so it'd be very, very risky for Lost Doros to push onto this right now. They think they just have done the right thing here. There's time for them to rip this Regieleki, get some more crucial EXP off of that. It is really difficult for them right now, though. 227 to 60, 20 seconds to go till the Rayquaza hits the map. Levels across the board, like you're saying. Unites are just coming back up now. It's going to be an insane fight. As we always say, when there is a Ray, there is a way. And of course, Lost Doros are not out of this yet. From what I've seen from them this match, they are more than capable of taking a match here. But Rayquaza's on the map.
That they are. And the thing is, if Darkrai loses their 1v1 in their Unite move, that's going to be what decides this game, but they need to make sure that they take out that 1v1. They seem like they want to go on the Dodrio for it, and that is going to be massive if they can defeat it, because that is going to be so good in any team fight. And of course, Machamp is just getting destroyed by Zacian there. They do take down the Dodrio. The Darkrai is still alive, buddy. They can go back and heal and come back on that portal, but no, instead they want to go for the rip onto the Rayquaza. Genesis are trying to do what Genesis can do. They take down the Rayquaza. The Blaziken is there to answer yet again, and it just seemed like Lost Doros were having a fantastic team fight until they got picked off on that Machamp, and Dodrio wasn't able to do anything against that Darkrai, and now we're going to continue to see these points rain on in. Genesis may have lost that winner's final, buddy, but they're going back into the grand final.
Yeah, they were out for blood this game, picking up Zacian and Darkrai. We haven't seen it yet. It was so unfortunate at that Ray fight, because Lost Doros have had some really nice moments in this game. Yes, they were behind, but I don't think we even saw a barrage blow was able to be dropped, because Machamp was just CC'd out of it in the end. But such a shame, because Lost Doros, yeah, like I said, have a really good period of play in this game, but didn't even manage to take a single tier, unfortunately, even with the Dodrio. So that is unfortunate for them. They will be out here, but they've done really well to get here.
Yeah, no, they 100% have. Anyone that ends up in any finals in these tournaments deserves to be there, buddy. They've done fantastically well, but I feel like Genesis were coming off that previous game and they were feeling angry, and they really wanted to make sure that they locked in this win. They picked up such a heavy comp. You've got Zacian, you've got Blaziken, Hooper, Trevenant, Darkrai. Every single one of those mons are in the top 30 levels of its class. So, no surprise, they've managed to dominate that game, come on in and get that win. Good effort from Lost Doros, but unfortunately, this is where we're going to say goodbye to them. They've made it to the losers finals, and we're going to see Genesis progress through to the grand final.
Yeah, how good is that going to be? They're going to enjoy this final match against Ravus, who did manage to beat them 2-1 in that winners final. Let's remind ourselves we were there not too long ago, and what an insane set that was, Tano.
Yeah, it really, really was. It was next level, mate. So we're going to have a grand final against them both. And I feel like, of course, they've got some good information, though, on Genesis. They know, they've seen them play that game, buddy. They know what it's like if they see Lunda taking that Darkrai. They know what it's like if they give them this kind of comp and how they're going to play, what lane they're going to prioritize. That's really important information coming into a grand final. And I mean, quite impressive from these mons here. Danny dropping the SP on 71k. I knew as soon as I saw that stored power, that was what's going to be happening in this game, buddy. But unfortunately, Lost Urus were just behind for the entirety of it, and it really was a cleanup by Genesis.
It really was, yeah. Genesis were dominant throughout. What I love to see from Lost Urus, so they didn't just hit that surrender button, they fought right to the end, dunking some more points, making this nice and a little bit closer, let's say. But yeah, this is going to be an insane grand finals, and yeah, what a night of Unite we've had, Tano. Nearly 4.5 hours of it, and we are not done yet.
That we are not, and what we do have prepared for you now, chat, is the Psyduck giveaway. I'm going to bring it up on screen. This is going to be the first time we've done anything on stream like this, so I hope you can all see it. It's pretty much going to take up the whole screen. We are going to click this pick a winner button, and that is going to reveal who manages to win the Psyduck giveaway. Of course, all you had to do was follow INGAGE GG, like the tweet, retweet the tweet, and that is what people have done to try and win this Psyduck. So, are we ready, chat? Let's get some love in the chat. I want to see you all type 07 in the chat as we get prepared for this Psyduck reveal. We want to see people getting hyped up for this one, buddy, and I'll click this big button as soon as I see enough 07s dropping in that chat. Let's go. Tins, what are we thinking, buddy? Have you played much Psyduck yet?
I haven't played it at all, mate, honestly. So maybe I'll be the winner. Who knows? Maybe that's cheating. I can't be me, surely.
you never know, buddy. If you've gone over to Twitter and done it, I'm excited for Psyduck. I haven't had a chance to play it either, but it's gonna be fun. Let's do it, buddy. Are we prepared? Let's go. We're gonna pick this winner right now. There we go. It's searching for a winner. Who's it going to be? Let's get some hype going on in 95%. Oh my god! Buddy, we called it.
Who is it?
It's you.
What? It's rigged. It's rigged. Respin.
Rigged.
It's so rigged.
That is
surely not.
That is insane, mate. I have never witnessed a caster being able to get the giveaway. Fantastic though, buddy. Hey, you played the rules, right? You follow INGAGE GG. You liked the tweet. You retweeted the tweet, buddy. You have earned.
I picked that game at Edge. There he is. He's on screen. That's even more love tonight. Come on.
He did come in. He's like, sus.
It's so sus. Tano, did you yeah, it's all Tano.
Yeah, it's all me, man. I rigged the game. No, 100%. It is all fair. And I mean, of course, you've seen that. Let's see if as we go down here, of course, everybody has the fair opportunity to win it. There's no added like extras to like follow in or anything like that. So huge shout out to you, Tins. You've managed to win that giveaway. We'll hop back to the Caster 2 cams. You are going to be playing Psyduck, which I'm excited for because, we duo queue quite a lot. We trio queue quite a lot, me, you, and Tej. So we're going to be witnessing a lot of that action.
My support arc's coming.
Yeah, that is so true, buddy. But there we go, chat. We've done that giveaway. We're going to head to a quick break now while we get this grand final prepared for you. Just as a reminder, check out Exa. They've got some amazing headsets. Check out the INGAGE app. And congrats to Tins there winning the Psyduck giveaway. Grab yourselves a drink, grab yourselves a snack. We'll be back with you for the action very shortly.
Right, we are back. We've been thrown into this match. It is kicking off straight away here. So let's just get prepared, Fu. Are you ready for this grand finals, my friend?
Absolutely. I mean, just a reminder to everyone, the storylines that I like to talk about as we get into the grand finals, game number 1, is that this is a rematch, right? This is a revenge match, if I can put it. Because Genesis have gone down to Ravis earlier in the upper bracket, but now have found themselves back into where it matters. And they have a chance to really dethrone the king right now. Ravis, sweeping through the winners at the moment. But looking at the bans here, no Zarshan Blissey ban at all in response is actually going to be a Miraidon and Trevenant ban. Darkrai obviously banned out as per usual, and Dodrio, another Pokemon to be taken out. So none of that dashing and drill pecking that we saw earlier. Let's see what these teams have planned for us for this game number 1.
Yeah, Speedsters seem to be the theme of the night, getting banned out, right? Food Darkrai is out again. We saw it let through that last game, and that might have been the last thing that Lost think about doing again, because it was so difficult to play against. But yeah, here we go. We've got Umbreon and Hooper picked up for the side of Genesis. What an insane start to a draft that is.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that Blissey will be picking up by Ravus. Obviously with Hooper being the other one taken, you've got to take the other really, really strong supporter at the moment. Yet again, double defender coming out for Ravis here. So I'm keen to see whether they will go with the traditional poke, or they're going to go back to the good old speedsters that they love playing as well. Blastoise, first time I get to see that today. And it looks like that's going to be a top path Blastoise, with that Mammothine rocking that XP share. And to combat that, we have a Lapras coming back out for Megu and Lunda on their Inteleon arc here. So double defenders from both sides here, but it just depends, right? Are you going to be playing that dive heavy comp, that early game comp that Leafeon has been picked up for Ravis here, as well as Cinderace? Whoa! Is it going to be a helping hand, hold down the A button kind of a strategy here coming out of Ravis Tins, do you think?
Oh, Fu, I've seen it recently. I talked about it earlier today when Blissey was kept getting banned. The A presses with the helping hand safeguard is just insane now. And Ravos picked that up, and I cannot wait to see it in action alongside the CC that's going to be coming through from Mamoswine and Blastoise. Not to mention they've got Leafeon as well, which can drop an insane amount of damage, usually with the old Emerald 2-step Razor Leaf. All the action coming through there. What a draft, but we cannot take anything away from the draft of Genesis. Insane as well. Utah on that Absol, looking to pick up that Cinder in the backline.
Yeah, we saw Utah absolutely wipe and dominate last week, and just to remind everyone as well, Genesis did take the crown of the weekly number 2. So we're going to see whether we have a new king this week, and I think Ravis definitely put up a huge fight in the earlier matchup, but this is where it matters, isn't it? The stakes are high. We're going into game number 1 of the grand finals for the weeklies number 3 here. I mean, you can feel how tense it is. I'm on the edge of my seat, and I hope they put on a good show for us. And just to confirm as well, it is going to be a bracket reset, right? Maybe production can give me a message. As per last week, because that's what Genesis did as well. They actually sent it to a bracket reset. I'm pretty sure they swept the entire grand finals last time. So let's see what they can do it again. But I honestly cannot tell who's going to take this out. I mean, both teams looking very, very strong heading into this game number 1, Tins.
Yeah, Genesis were insane in that last round. I think they went all the way through the losers bracket last week, to end up here, and then I think they took it in the end as well. But here we go, Cinderace taking the jungle for the side of Ravus, and Absol on the other side. Looks like Hooper's going to do the usual and take that red buff. That's a strategy we've seen from Genesis all night to stop any stacks coming in on that top side.
And that's great, because now the Absol is a little bit delayed. Ravis obviously taking the benefit of that, and we have a possible first knockout. No, the Focus Band will be able to save the Squirtle. I mean, Squirtle has decent skill early game, but to the A-press prowess of Hooper, I mean, it's just it's a little bit strong, I think, and it does need that reboot to come online. Obviously, the gank is going to be a little bit weak here, so I do hope that someone on Ravis, maybe the Leafeon, can pivot up into the top path for those 850 birds. We have a 3v2 scenario at the moment. The Absol has decided just to quickly support the bottom path a little bit there. Squirtle looking to maybe secure this. Bunnelby gets a little bit tight here. No Focus Band available. The eggs will come out from the Blissey just to keep it sustained there. 850 birds will be spawning at the moment there as Reboot looks to going with the Leafeon as what we anticipated. What a huge pick. A surprise attack coming out from the X attack taking out that Lapras Tins as they push on. Maybe a siege on to get some dunks in for this Leafeon, needing that attack weak stacks as well. The Squirtle will go down to the Absol though, but I don't think they mind too much as long as they can get this Leafeon out. No, Utah picking off another one. That definitely spells trouble for Ravis here.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Absol showed themselves at Utah down the top, bot side there, and Leafeon followed all the way up. And here's a strategy we've seen all night from Genesis Food, putting so much pressure on the opposing jungle. But Ravus have been insane so far. It's a big 69 points to 0. The first set of mid-birds are about to hit the map here, and it looks like nearly everybody is interested in these.
Absolutely. We've got Absol picking off at once again, another KO for them. So obviously they are looking for that level 9, right? And they're well on their way for that. The power of Absol is the amount of burst damage you can do, and if it does lock onto that Cinderace, which you talked about before, or the Leafeon, it might be able to one-shot them. And I think it's a great counter to that early aggression that Leafeons normally bring for their team. I mean, this Wartortle is really not having a good time, right? It does need that level 7, and right now Absol is honestly just dominating the top path. At this point in time. We have Inteleon online for Genesis, so they have their sniper ready to go as well. So I think the story for Genesis is they have a lot of burst damage, and speaking of snipe shot, it's actually choosing to go the liquidation set. What an interesting choice there. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's very interesting. They must have something in mind, whether that's locking down that Leafeon later on in the match, or this Midnight Slash comes out, down goes Leafeon, putting more pressure onto the Cinderace. They've all gone home at the wrong time there. Cinderace is in trouble, the liquidation is on there, picks it up, Food. That's a 2 KO streak for the Inteleon there, and it looks like they can make a quick assault onto this Registeel, giving themselves a really nice foothold into this game after a slow start there.
I think the benefits of liquidation is if you do lock onto something like a Leafeon on a Cinderace, it's very hard for them to disclaim any of that damage, right? It really just locks on, much like Icicle Spear. And maybe even better if you hit that level 13, because your autos afterwards actually do additional damage as well. Looking at the Leafeon, maybe trying to secure this, it's going to be pretty uncontested. We have horrible Cinder though, so there is a choice. But it's going to get ripped on and converted by Team Genesis way too quickly. I'm not sure whether they will be pushing this. They do have Inteleon Unite available. Spy Vision can come out, but at this rate, the Regieleki is a little bit weak. I'm not sure whether they're going to be waiting for that, maybe get a pick before going back to their central area. There are definitely buffs available for them as well. But just look at that. Obviously, the Feint is an incredible counter to that as well. But in the event that there is no Feint available for this Cinderace, I think it's going to go down to that liquidation quite swiftly. Portal there for the Inteleon. Does not choose to use it. Seems like teams are just I guess, looking for a good opportunity, not real fighting at the moment there. A couple of dunks potentially coming through from Ravis. But at this moment, oh my god, Umbreon just unites to maybe get a pick on this Piloswine. I did not anticipate this action to begin in the bottom part there. They really just made a choice to just lock in. Cinderace will unite, but I don't know whether they can get any value out of that Pyroball, not able to stun like Blaze Kick.
Oh, my favourite Unite move in the whole game, Fu. Blazing Bicycle Kick lands on 2, but unfortunately doesn't get any picks. Yeah, what a defense it was from the side of Genesis. Moonlight Prance coming out from Umbreon, picking up 2, that was. And yeah, Genesis have come from behind here, 128 to 88, a 40-point lead as we head into the mid-game. It looks like we've got 20 seconds until a bottom objective comes up. Everyone at the minute is just sort of taking themselves back, just chilling, as no one is getting anywhere near these goal zones, and they're just sort of taking their time, sizing each other up as the fight is about to kick off for you in the bot side here, Fu.
Yeah, and as the Umbreon has a huge foul play engaged onto that team, the portal has to come out from the Hooper just to make sure that the Umbreon actually gets out safely. Umbreon not a lot of HP, but with that engaged, the Hydro Typhoon though knocking down 3 members. Genesis, what a serve into the team! And 2-step to follow up as well. But both teams have suffered KOs there. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. Absol taking the opportunity to maybe get a dunk. No, we'll be able to get out of the situation though. I mean, that's the beauty about having double defender, right? Because they take so much effort to actually take down. And both sides having this, it makes it for a lot of interesting, I guess, scrimmages in these fights that they're choosing to do. For the first time, right, it actually took more than 5 minutes to actually break a pad for one of these teams here. So, obviously, Travis having the points lead there, but level-wise, we have a level 13 Absol, though. Lapras will go down to the Cinderace, though, affording a little bit more XP on their side. So, still very, very close game here, Tim.
Absolutely, the matches are just flying past tonight. It seems a bicycle kick comes through there on the Bunnelby. That poor Bunnelby taking a bicycle kick to the face, but yeah, an interesting one.
Yeah, look, They did hear that you love that move, right? So I guess it's just to show off that they can unite one more time. Doesn't mean that it's going to be the most amount of value. Sometimes it is a show match, right? As we have the liquidation, we'll lock onto the Mammoth Strike, bring into half HP. Has to pop the Mammoth Mask to keep sustained here. Midnight Slash will be able to take out the Cinderace, so the bulk of damage on Ravis will be denied here as the serve will connect onto the Umbreon. High Typhon goes out, not able to secure. Yes, they will with the Hydro Pump. So the second Regieleki will go on the side of Ravis here, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because Inteleon picks on 2, and there's going to be some insane overdunks on the top for Genesis, though. Breaking that pad. Look at the points difference right now, teams. 1 point will be the disparity between both these teams, and really indicates how close and how much these teams want it, right? The stakes are so high for this game.
Absolutely. Going back to the previous finals between these two and the winners, it was so close, right? Both teams taking a commanding victory, and 6 seconds to go until this last objective hits the map before the big green dragon comes along. And as you were saying so rightly, Fu, this is a close game, but over to you for this.
And yet again, I think the Inteleon just looking to just poke out this Mammoth Shrine, right? Forcing it to retreat and giving this Absol a little bit more time to rip this Regice. Regice isn't too important because there's 20 seconds till the Rayquaza will spawn here, so teams have to be very careful not to waste night moves, or if they do, they need to make sure they get value out of this. Absol dashing in, has to quickly get out. But look at the Blastoise, no more focus man for this guy. Hydro Typhon comes in to knock out 3 people. Can we get a follow-up from this team? There is going to be a 1 HP Absol running away. No members knocked out for either teams at the moment, but the jet will be used from Lunda here. So a lot of communication, a lot of value, I guess, from those moves getting baited out. Umbreon running away on 1 HP. That's going to be the first knockout of this fight. So Ravis definitely going in with a little bit of advantage. Hooper to bring the Unbound, bringing people in. The Blister Cinder actually goes onto the Blastoise here to make sure it stays in the fight and maybe heals for its attackers. The 2-step will take out the Absol. One of the major damage dealers. Another one out for the Leafeon as well. Inteleon knocked out back to the Pokemon Center. And with that Surf and a KO streak of 3, it seems like Ravage has the upper hand for sure now as they look to quickly knock down this Rayquaza, the final piece of the puzzle to maybe take this game number 1 and really cement the start to the grand finals. Can they do it? Cinderace is back in to help. They still have the Unite move. Blazing bicycle kick will lock onto an objective that actually matters this time. Bunnelby, you can step aside because the Rayquaza will be slain by Cinderace. And for once, it seems like Ravage will come through. Ooh, still, less than, just above 100 points differing between these teams. 50 seconds to go, Tins. Is there an opportunity to come back here?
I don't think so. That blazing bicycle kick secures absolutely perfectly timed. Cinderace back just in time to show off for us there after an interesting shot on the Bunnelby earlier, but commanding from Ravos in the first game. Cinderace, Blissey working so well together, but it was close all the way through, right up until about that 3-minute mark, literally 7 points in it as the Ray hit the map, but absolute masterclass from Ravus, who have played out of their minds tonight.
Yeah, and I have to give credit to the Leafeon as well. I'm not sure how the Umbreon actually got separated from the team, but yeah, obviously Umbreon able to peel for something like an Inteleon. Having that knocked down, that's one of the 50% of the bulk, right, of the team. The Lapra is only the other person able to try to help their Lunda out, and as soon as Utah went down to Leafeon, and then Lunda got, I guess, eviscerated by the Leafeon as well. I mean, it's not much, right? You can really ask of your defender and supporter try to secure that. And at the end, like you said, the Wahabin had the practice on the Bunnelby with the Unite move, so they didn't miss the Rayquaza at all. And that's exactly what you want to see from a Cinderace, able to secure it for your team. And game number 1 is over. I mean, now the pressure is really on, right? Because if there is a possible to come back and really complete the revenge arc, I mean, you have to adapt to the situation now. You have to find some way to win the next 2 games. Because to my understanding, it is going to be a best of 3. So important things at stake here, Tins.
Absolutely, Fu. What a fantastic start from Bravos, though, continuing how they mean to go on. I hope they can take this all the way. They've been fantastic. I mean, like we said, it was so close all the way through that And I have to shout out these two teams, to be honest, because after this must be nearly 5 hours of gameplay for them, like with not too many breaks in between, right? So, if I'm tired now at this point, just speaking about these games, them playing it must be insanely tough. So, big shout out for them to putting on a performance like this in the grand finals. I hope Genesis can bring this to a 1-1 and we get another 1-2 cast. But fantastic first game there, Fu.
Yeah, and I just got confirmation that there will be no bracket reset. So this is it, right? This is I think really Ravis has the advantage here. They have the momentum now, taking that first game, and they can, I guess, not really relax, but they can go into the second game with a little bit more confidence. Having seen how aggressive Genesis is, and Ravis obviously likes playing aggressive at the start as well. It's really a clash from the beginning, right? So at the end of the day, it's which team can actually come out on top and take that initial lead, but also not just take the lead, but keep your hands on the steering wheel and really run out and win this a grand final to take out, I guess, the crown of this week's La Weekly. I mean, what is there to adapt here from Genesis here? Is there anything they can do? Because like you said, it was quite close until the end, really. Is it going to be another defender, a double defender kind of comp, or are they going to go more to do with a dive heavy one to really stop something like a Cinderace from getting that value from just A-pressing from the back line? I mean, these two teams are both so, I guess, proficient in a lot of the characters, right? So I don't know whether Respect Banner is the way to go, or maybe just counter-picking, and maybe hiding some of your attackers until the end so you can really decide, which is the best path to go. Maybe come out with a Venu pick or a Glaceon pick if available. Let's see what these teams do, though.
Yeah, it could be something really surprising, right? Like at this point, it's all or nothing. Genesis got to go for this. If they do go down in this one, that'll be 2-0 to Ravos, and they'll be taking the night. But yeah, let's see. We are into it here. The ban phase is up, and we are excited to get into this potentially last match of the night, Food. But let's hope Genesis can bring this to a 1-1 and put on a real show for the viewers.
Yeah, I hope so too. As we're going for the Blastoise ban coming out from Genesis, that is very surprising on my end. Maybe the Hydro Typhoons did make an impact for them and they don't want to deal with it at all. Trevenant's going to be banned out. So these are two bans. I think I'm honestly, it's quite refreshing, right? Because for the better part of today's card, a lot of it has been just instant Blissey, Miraidon and Zacian bans. But here we have, particularly some respect bans coming out. The Dodrio will be banned out for Genesis as well, and Darkrai obviously quite not surprising from the P2 side, maybe picking up that Zacian immediately, so affording Umbreon and perhaps a Hooper or Blissey for Ravis. They're gonna be choosing the Hooper here.
I feel like there's a lot of respect bans coming out tonight, like speedsters. Some of these players obviously getting this far in the tournament, so proficient on a lot of characters, like you were saying in the build-up there. And I think it is respect bans coming out. Darkrai obviously is a staple, but that Dodrio has to be a respect ban, surely. It's been played so well tonight by some of these players, and honestly, yeah, it's been banned by Genesis, so yeah, Ravos played that insanely well earlier. But let's go over Ravos. I've got the Umbreon and Hooper to start the draft through. Unbelievable.
And it seems like Genesis is pulling out all the stops here, locking in 2 of the EX mons that we've seen from before, and you can tell it's time to lock in, isn't it? And these 2 Pokemons obviously incredibly strong. Not only secure potential of Zacian, but just the early game isn't too bad as well. And Miraidon, it was balanced quotation mark in the recent patches, but the range you cannot deny on the Charge Beam is quite incredible. And it's something that Ravos has to think about dealing with, right? Because right now the team, the Serena and the Buzzwole, don't really have the best way to get to the backline, especially having a Lapras in front as well. But I'm sure that's why Zoroark is going to round off their draft, because that Pokemon can really dash in and out and perhaps redirect their feint attack onto the Miraidon and maybe do some damage there as well. We're going to see a single strike Urshifu coming out from Utah now. I mean, secure potential-wise, there is a lot of insurance policies and safety nets on the side of Genesis, right? We have Zacian Sovereign Sword. We have the Wicker Blow as well. And I think Ravage is probably looking more for a team fight here, Tim.
Yeah, I think Utah on the Urshifu could be the game winner here if they're going to take this game, because Wahabi has been absolutely fantastic on that Zoroark. Earlier was just the star of the show, but Obviously, the full heal is a thing, Fu. So Genesis gonna have to be really careful when picking those moves to use because that full heal could just change everything.
Yeah, and speaking of full heals and I guess unstoppables as well, Serena still able to unite anyone that's unstoppable. So no one is safe on the side of Genesis, right? If the Serena picks you, you're gonna get picked up and stomped down with his unite move. So perhaps that is a great counter to prevent Urshifu from really using its Ebon Fist on the Zoroark if Wahhabin wants to really dash through and deal a lot of damage there as well. But like I said, they have the Zacian unite move to really deal with as well. So fingers crossed they do manage to take out in terms of the team fight strategy, but you know, obviously we as casters would like a game number 3, so Genesis has a big job to do. They need to win this game to stay in the competition.
They certainly do, Fu, but here we go then. We have Urshifu taking the jungle. That is a nice slow clear. We have the Zorua on the other side. A little bit faster, but it looks like Eldegoss is going to pop over and give it a little bit of assistance, taking that red buff. The Genesis have used that sort of strategy all night to great affection, Fu.
Yeah, and we have a Rune Sweep in the bottom path here, so not as anticipated there. Obviously, not having a proper poke means that you do have quite interesting bottom path lanes. They do manage to actually get that farm and also getting some stacks as well. We'll go down to Miraidon, but that's going to be 2 stacks for the little Mangosteen Pokemon, if I can say that. Eevee still looking for that level 4 for the Umbreon. Destiny will be coming through here, and Urshifu looking to pivot up to the top path there for this gank. Maybe a 3v3 scenario. No one at the Miraidon is not going to be coming up for these 850 birds, but with a feint moveset being chosen by this Zoroark, you do anticipate a few dashes here as they look to try to bait this Zacian.
Barbie doesn't even care on that either, goes straight in for it. Look at the damage on that Zacian, nearly taking a one-shot there. Looking like all those birds went over to the side of Ravus, who are going to make a great assault onto this jungle, Fu, doing Genesis's tactic against them. Oh, so close to locking in that red buff. That's so unlucky. But yeah, Wahhabin's going to just dash through the wall and get out of here. Insane on this Zoroark, I have to say already.
Absolutely. The Buzzwole looking to maybe secure that farm. It does have its level 5 available, so the grabs are here to play. And I think just the superpower and the smackdown combo for Buzzwole is such a good way to isolate enemies and then bring it to your side of the field for something like your Serena. Maybe make it a little bit more accessible for the rest of the team to deal that damage. Trick Cooper will make its I guess appearance once again, and I think that will help the Zoroark get in and out of this fight here. So different type of support really that we've seen from the earlier weeks here. More feint attack going through. The illusion will stop the CC coming from Urshifu, but it's not going to be good enough at the end of the day. Getting that KO here for Genesis is quite important if they want to push this pad, perhaps get their dumps in and maybe break it as well. Trick goes back onto the Buzzwole. Buzzwole bring up the Lapras, but the Lapras right now is just a little bit too tanky. And I think if everyone can stay close to the Eldegoss, it forms quite a deathful formation. Might be a little bit hard for something like a Zoroark to go through. Feint goes through it once again, decides to actually back out of here. Still 6 members from both these teams loitering up in the top half here. More dashing coming through. The birds will be spawning. XP galore right now. Zacian's still very healthy. The dashes come through once again. Feint attack on such low cooldown. Somehow the Urshifu is getting out safely. I mean, all kudos to this Eldegoss at the moment.
How many times have we seen Wahhabin on that Zoroark then almost take a player down, literally been left on one? Those KOs were going through earlier, but just been taken down again. Zacian gets a KO, Shrieker 2, and this is going to be an assault onto the Regieleki. Looks like Wicked Flow's going to lock this in, Fu, and that is going to go towards this first tier. Is this going to be a push here from Genesis?
And there's not a lot that Hooper can do here, right? I think the best case scenario is just let it in and just save your own XP here. 12 to go in there, 30, so 18 overdunk for them. The grab's just not coming through because of the unstoppable of the Wicked Blow, so definitely something the Buzzwole has to watch out for. Zacian think that there is more at play here. Maybe just scaring off the Zoroark, maybe just delaying it as the teams are going to be pivoting back into that bottom part here. No one has done the basement Reggie at all, so I guess we might get another fight here as they both these teams battle it out. Seems to be uncontested at this point here. I don't think Wahhabin is really looking to come down. They do get a huge pick on the Zacian though, so it gives them a little bit more space and time to get some scores on top. Some scores are going in bottom for the Umbreon as well, so still in the points lead here. A very close game nonetheless.
Yeah, some great stacks going in there for the side of Ravus. It's been so good from Genesis this game because we saw the Zorok earlier on in the matches tonight really start to snowball a match, but they've managed to keep up the levels, get a couple of really important picks on that Zorok to keep themselves up. The scores are so level at the minute to tick towards the mid-game food. That's a huge swole slam to take down the Miraidon. They're going to make their own assault onto this bot tier, our Ravus.
Yeah, and it's just going to be Utah trying to defend this pad. They're waiting for the team to actually rock up. Their Wicked Blow, providing that Unstoppable is going to be great to stop the stun from the Snarl here. As the Buzzle, it might start cooking as the grab goes through, but that's a huge Wicked Blow hitting 3 people though. But the Serena will be able to pick up the Urshifu and knock it out of the park, but the Meteor Storm will come through for Lunda, and that's going to be a successful way to defend a pad. Chaos Trigger 2 for them, and really, you know, stopping an early break now as we hit the 5-minute mark there. Perhaps it's going to be a turn of the tide as points are coming in for Genesis on the bottom pad there. Back to the Serena, but Serena will be able to get a KO on the Elder Gods, and perhaps another one on the Lapras there. That is the isolation I was talking about coming out from the Buzzle there. As long as there is no Unstoppable, Buzzle will be able to help out the team in that way and get those necessary engage there. Possible another stun, but the Charge Beam is going to really deter the Umbrella from pushing a little bit further. I mean, 110 to 150, Urshifu will get that top of Regieleki. I don't know whether it's the best way to push here, Tins.
No, I think they're just going to pull back here through and grab the farm. They've been under a bit of pressure. Ravu's really putting us onto that box here. We saw the Queen Ascendant come out from the Serena, and then I thought because of that, the Unite move had been used, that Serena would really struggle to defend that bot tier against 3, but played so well there, did the Serena player, and it's a big fight happening down here in the bot side. The bot objective is up, but look at the top side here. Ravus are deciding to dump a lovely point straight from the top side as the Rings Unbound is popped.
Yeah, I mean, you have to bring people down here. It seems like Genesis do want to look at something. We do have 3 Unite moves out from both these parties here. The Meteor Storm will go in early to deal some damage. Urshifu goes down as well to the Serena. Serena obviously gets traded out from the Zacian here, but things are still looking good for Genesis. The Swole Slam will go through, or maybe not. As I say, there's more members of Genesis will go down here. Unreal with a huge Midnight Brands to just run through and stun the enemies. Their Buzzle somehow still living on the edge of its Cedia. Knocks out the Lapras though. Okay, shook of 2. Ebon Fist will be able to trade that out though, as she's finally getting the last laugh on that. But you know, when the dust has all settled, the levels are still so close. 2 level 13s out of Genesis, but I don't think Ravus is too far behind.
Yeah, 59 to the good at the minute, our Ravus. What an exchange that was on the bot side. That was just constant back and forth as kill streaks after kill streaks for both teams. This is insane. What a match so far. We're going to see one more objective come up in the top side here. We don't see anybody too interested in it yet. It will be very risky to go for that last Regieleki. It's not too important for either side because there's both top second tiers are up for both teams, so it probably isn't really worth losing any KOs at this point. Fu, look at Ravus positioning on the bot side here though. Completely left.
Well, like you said, they don't really care if this Regieleki does go on the side of Genesis because they do get a massive 85 dunk in the bottom part there, sending them over 100 points lead going into this Rayquaza fight. 10 seconds. Now this is important, right? Because if Ravus does take this is it. They have gotten the crown. 5 seconds go till the Rayquaza comes out. Where is the team going to be positioned? The Lapras Express goes up early, looking for some players though. They only knock out the Hooper, but maybe that's enough to quickly get a knockout. But the Ripper's actually going to go through. They've baited the team and also us. Who's going to get the Rayquaza? It's going to be the Urshifu with a Wicked Blow. And Genesis is saying tonight is not yet over for us. You might have gotten the first game, but we're coming in flying. Zacian with a KF streak of 4 actually is going to cement the fact that we are going to go possibly into a game number 3 to really decide who will stand on top of the rest of the team for the Weeklies.
Absolutely insane, Fu. Look, the Lapras Express went through, didn't connect with anybody in that choke point, but in that time, the Zacian and co had ripped that Rayquaza, and just the Lapras had put them off. They were trying to pick it up, but literally, Wicked Blow came through, securing up that big green dragon, and we've still got over a minute to go, Fu. Could they sneak some more points in here, Ravus? Because it is really close. It's not over yet.
No, it definitely isn't, but Lapras will be getting in an additional 34 in the bottom part there, but we have 4 members of Ravus looking to get some dunks. 282 to 370. It is still possible. Hooper looking to just make space and get some vision for the rest of the team as they quickly run through there. Smackdown will go through. Do we get a cheeky store from the row on top? No, there's not enough time for that. Steal, I guess, 90, 110, 112 points. Quick maths there, differing from this team. More points going in, though, from Ravus. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, as some of the tiny points are just trying to trickle in. Anything is good here if they can try to get another dunk in. 6 coming in. Maybe there's not enough points or change on the map anymore to get that difference. 66 points in 14 seconds, Tins. Is that possible for them?
I really don't think so. Hooper's, what a game though. Like, they both went end to end, like all the way through. The KOs back and forth. Sasha puts another 20 in the mid base. I think that will be game, set, match. We are taking it to a game 3, Fu. We called it at the start. It's going to be Genesis 1, Ravus 1, and the night's action is not over yet for these viewers. We are going to be over 5 hours by the end of this, and what a night it's been, my friend.
If there's any set that you want to go the distance, it is going to be the grand finals of your tournament, isn't it? And, you know, it still ended up being quite close towards the end, but I think Genesis made such a smart decision. We talked about at the start that Ravus really wants a team fight because their team doesn't have the best type of secure, but they have a lot of sustain and the ability just to continue fighting and dishing out the damage. Now, Genesis knows that. They don't want to actually fight Ravus at all. And sending Qatar with that Lapras Express, connecting onto the Hooper, you know, even though it didn't connect to the attacker or the backline of the team, it really drew 4 members of Ravus into that fight. And in that time that it took for Lapras to go down, I mean, with the Zacian Unite move, the damage coming out of Lunda, and also Utal for that secure, it was enough to convert the Rayquaza. And you might be 100 points, 200 points in the lead at the start of Rayquaza, but that's just going to be wiped away in about 2 seconds when you get those hundo burgers in. But this is really exciting now, Tins. We're going into the distance. We're going to that decisive game number 3. Our team's going to even change up strategy here because now, you know, Ravus knows that might happen. They need some sort of safety net now to possibly get a secure, maybe a Venu Beam or Mew, something like that, to make sure that if it does go to a flip, they at least have some sort of reliance on a Pokemon that can secure quite well. You know, what are they going to go with that? Or are they going to go, you know, stay in the path of that team fight, but just know they need to get that positioning at the start, right?
The strategy last game was so outside the box, right? Genesis knew that they had to flip that really. Lapras straight into the choke with the Unite, just to distract the members of Ravus, who had played so well, by the way, all the way through, with about 200 points in the end, in the lead, sorry, by that point. So all they really needed to do was defend. They saw the Lapras, thought if we could take that Lapras out, we're going to have a much easier team fight. But out of nowhere, Genesis had already made short work of that Rayquaza, and that was enough for them. But yeah, fantastic game. What do they need to change? I don't think either team needs to change anything. They're both playing at the top of their game after probably 5 hours of gameplay. It is unbelievable to watch, and really excited to see these teams take it to UCS food.
Yeah. See, you know, starting yesterday, you know, this is crunch time now for a lot of these teams, and maybe one of the final times you get to practice without, you know, losing on championship points or losing your place in your region. Going into those cups and, you know, the more important AOS cups for a lot of these members here. We do have the first pick Hooper coming out from Ravus. I love saying that with the more use, just to distinguish between the team name as well. I assume it may be the leader, right? That's why the team name is I guess, made after them. But we do have Mamoswine coming out from Seasons once again. Leafeon's going to be picked up as well. And Megu back on the Zacian, but no more Miraidon for Lunda. Means that they have to choose another attacker here.
Yeah, and if it is going to be that Pikachu, definitely not a bad choice. Did receive some nerfs in the recent patch, but doesn't seem to have brought it down too much. Seems to be the go-to choice if that Miraidon is taken out of things. But Miraidon's been so important for Genesis tonight, so is that going to make a difference? We see Mimikyu and Zeraora picked up for the side of Ravus. 2 speedsters, Fu. That is going to be an exciting last game. They're really going for it.
Yeah, I think Wahabin had to pick up the Zera there because if they don't, we do have a comfy Zera combo, which is quite insane with a Sweet Kiss and Discharge, and that's going to go very hard with something like a Mimikyu and a Leafeon. So it obviously taking that speedster, maybe not what the intention of having double speedster here, but it does force Utao on the other speedster, which is going to be that Zoroark, and I do anticipate that Saruvaro is going to be going the heal set instead of the Sweet Kiss. But it does make Genesis team a little bit more squishy in the sense that there is no true defender if, you know, the Comfy is just going to be on Zoroark the whole entire time. I think Qatar might need to play a little bit of that supporter role as well to try to heal up his Zacian and Pikachu and maybe help the Pikachu get away from some of the fights. Pikachu is, I think, a great pick into something like a Leafeon if you are going the Volt Tackle set, but it will lose to something like a Zeraora or a Mimikyu if it does get locked on. So, a very interesting drafts on paper for both of these teams here. I think the onus is really on Seasons to set up the play and maybe stop the Zoroark from dashing through because, you know, it's kind of a 2-for-1 combo, right? When you're playing with a Comfy. If you do go down, you're probably going to be, you know, sending your Comfy back to the Pokemon Center as well.
Absolutely, Phil. I love the drafts from both teams here. They've just gone so sort of attacking. I really expect a fast-paced game here in this final match of tonight. What a night it's been. Absolutely insane, to be honest. I can barely believe how far it's gone. And yeah, this is going to be a mega match. We've got 3 speedsters in here for massive damage. It's actually almost another speedster, right? Can do things to the core. We saw it last game that Rayquaza was just gone here, but over to you to take us in, mate.
Yeah, so final game of today's grand finals of Little Weekly number 3. We'll see the Mimikyu take the top path here for Ravis there on the purple side and Genesis. Obviously, the Zoroark will be helped hopefully by the Comfy to quickly clear this buffs, hitting that level 5 as ASAP there. That's actually very important because the Hooper was actually looking to do a little bit of an invade, so what a great prediction for Comfy there just to stop and deter the other supporter counterpart away. But they might be in trouble here actually, as the Zacian will quickly jump on with the Comfy there, just manages to get out. No, the Comfy will be able to auto attack and take out the supporter of Ravis there, so a little bit of an early damage and early KO coming from Ravis, maybe number 2 there for the Leafeon there. What a great start then. That's exactly what you want when you're playing with the Leafeon in the team.
Absolutely insane. Hooper is on the way up as well. It is just Zoroark who takes Mimikyu down in short order there. Insane start to this match. 36 points to 9. This is the fastest paced start we've seen. Called it at the start, Fu. I thought it was going to be quick. Here come the first set of mid-birds. Lots of players interested in the Zoroark there. It looks like it as the boosted hits Hooper. Doesn't do too much there. Zoroark needs a few more levels.
Yeah, Zoroark now obviously finding their duo partner, Comfy there, has the Comfy effect available. It is going to be a 2v1 in a lot of these matchups, and I think Pikachu sees this opportunity to maybe get a little sneaky secure on the blue buff, but actually gets knocked out by itself. So obviously Lundo getting sent back to the home pad there. Zoroark looking for more. Does not connect with the dash on the Hooper, unfortunately, and it really, in all that time, gave Mimikyu the chance to get, if not all of its stats there, and I think that's going to be quite dangerous going into the 8-minute birds there. A Mimikyu that has that level 7 will be able to do a lot of damage. Still level 5 at the moment though, so still a little bit subdued. A lot of these farms going to go on the side of Ravis there, but Zoroark maybe making a difference with that Leafeon pick as well. I mean, they're just so meticulous in where they actually end up with the feint attack, right? Because they know they can deal insane amount of damage for that last bit of slash. And if they choose the right target, that means it's going to be a KO for them. And it means they're going to be able to hit that level 9 early on as well. So level 8 as well, Genesis will be able to take that, I guess, first bit of Unite, if possible, for that Basement Reggie fight. 30 seconds to go, Tins, as teams just to soak up the last bit of XP coming through.
Yeah, it's really important from Genesis there to get that Zoroark a couple of very important stats to get that damage online. Here we go again. The Zoroark is not letting up. The Comfy is wrapped firmly around the neck. Mimikyu picks up Zacian in the top side, and that is Ravos going for it there, taking a nice little lead as the first objectives are about to hit the map here. Fu. Genesis replying on the bot side. They have taken down Piloswine there. It's just Zeraora hiding in that bush who's been spotted. Oh, look at that boosted. Insane. How close is this match? 98 to 91. And Genesis is starting on the Reggie Rocket.
Yeah, and we do have the Pikachu with the Comfy Zora looking for something here. They do get the secure, so Genesis will be able to get the first Baseman Reggie of this fight, though, and the Volt Tackle to stun the Mimikyu is a great initiation start as well. And I think it really makes it easier for something like a Zoroark to do its combos on a stationary target there. Massive pull onto the Umbreon, but somehow still managed to stay alive here. Will bait out the Midnight Prance to actually still stay sustained, though, and that's exactly what I want to see from this Zeraora. If it can pull something like a Pikachu into its side, it's game over for Pika at the moment. Speaking of game over, though, Leafeon going down to Zoroark once again. I mean, it's so tough, right, to find its spot. But we have a lock-on from the Mimikyu, though. Will they be able to win this round? They don't have the Unite move to lock it down. And in that time, the Zacian has now ripped this Regieleki, so he will go on the side of Genesis. We need people from Ravus coming up to defend this. If not, this might be over for this top tier 1 pad.
Yeah, it's an insane period of play at the minute from Genesis. They're starting to get on top. The Zoroark is popping off. Look at that damage going through there, trying to push this in. Got caught there by the huge Mimikyu. Play with me with a Pikachu stuns as well. This is just so back and forth through. I cannot call at this point. Look at the scoreline. It's just so close. There's some big KO goes in again on the Mimikyu. Are Genesis going to finally push this Regieleki in? This is the time to go if they want to, because it's just Zera and Hooper left it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the thunderstorm coming out, I think the weather report will say there is going to be a Regieleki walking your way. No, it doesn't. It will actually be knocked out by the Zeraora at the end there. So, sigh of relief for Ravus immediately as they're looking to clean up this fight, actually. I think Genesis are overstayed here for sure. Shadowsing does not connect, though, but Mimikyu does push on regardless. Mamoswine probably needs to make space for them. Ice Fang does not connect either. A little bit of a fumble there, I think, but they've still managed to break nonetheless. Ravus taking the lead in points now. I guess the lead has been extended, nearly 100 points difference. And if you want to win and be crowned the champion of the Weekly 3, you need to make sure you keep that lead.
Yes, still nothing in it really at this point. The Registeel is gone over to Ravus there. Got that uncontested. That's a really important buff for the next minute or so for them. Initiate some very insane fights with that. Oh, look at this. They've all jumped into the same bush. The Flowery Fields is out. The Plasma Gale was out. Fu. Every Unite move you can see there popping off. So the Play With Me is out as well. The Moonlight Prance. There's an assault onto this base, and Ravus are out for blood, my friend.
They are, but that's going to get shut down by the Thunderstorm coming out from the Pikachu, though. Hooper goes down early, means no more trick for the team, and Mimikyu falling down to the Volt Tackle once again. And that's in a quick example of why Volt Tackle was so good into something like a Mimikyu Leafeon, which requires no CC to really go to its full potential here. Genesis back at it again, trying to rip this Regieleki ASAP. The Mamoswine will jump in, though. Will be able to get the secure. No, it's going to be the Zora. Utah able to score for their team. Hooper unbound, maybe able to defend this portion of the top part there. But the huge jump in from the Zeraora will be able to knock out the Pikachu as well. And all opportunities to push that Regieleki in have been suffocated. And in return, there's actually some quality dunks coming in from Ravus.
This is insane. Ravus are really taking the initiative right now. Unbelievable. That's a big KO, though, coming through from Zoroark in short order there. 302 to 108 Fu. We've got just over a minute until Rayquaza hits the map. It's going to be so difficult, right? We've got a bottom objective coming up for these teams, but Genesis have no bottom tier. If they can get a couple of big KOs here, it could be very important, and some points need to go in. That's just a 19, not much of an overcap there. Brings it closer, and it could make the difference at the end if they rip the Rayquaza just like they did last match. Here, 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, and a late Unite move by the Zeraora. They need to get some value on maybe the Umbreon here. At least we have a lock-on from the Shadow Sneak, though, but they don't actually... Oh, they do choose to go in, and they actually knock it out. And the Comfy will have to Unite late here to try to save the Zoroark, but no, Mimikyu's going to be too good. It is now getting those resets on the Shadow Sneaks. That is going to be a possible... Oh, I think that was just a team wipe for them as members of Genesis coming back there. The Rayquaza will be spotted in 16 seconds. Some of them might be a little bit late here. We have Unites already used for both these teams. I mean, this is an important fight here. It is not going to be the best case scenario for either of these teams. But is it going to be a rip? Is it going to be a team fight? We have, obviously, a point lead from Ravus there. This is an important 5v5 onslaught. Zacian still in the top path there, maybe trying to get some points so their Unite move can actually do enough damage to secure this. No rip on the Rayquaza so far. Umbreon contesting with the Mammoth, trying to make some space there. Pikachu just making sure that the Rayquaza is leashed. Hooper has the Unbound ready. We have the Thunderstorm to go through with a quick combo with the Volt Tackle. We'll pick down Mimikyu straight away. The Emerald 2-step knocking down 2 members of Genesis, though. The insurance policy of Sword and Sword will not be available for this fight. Zorak also goes down. So does the Comfy. It is going to be Umbreon remaining for the team. And the last hope to win this weekly lies onto the Umbreon. Oh my god, the Umbreon actually secures it for Genesis. But it's not going to be enough. They still need scores, though. No one has shields on time with Genesis. 1 minute to go, Tins.
What have we just seen, Fu? Unbelievable from the Umbreon, but they were so far behind still. They got a little dunk in the top before that pit, but yeah, Bravos have done so well. It was just the insane steal from the Umbreon, but there was no teammates up to get the shield benefit. We see the Plasma Gale, we see the Flowery Fields, we see the Play With Me coming through, the Sword as well. Another big exchange in the top side here, and Ravos are taking the initiative after going down. Thunderstorm is out. It's all popping off in the top tier here. 40 seconds to go. KO Streaker 2 for Mimikyu. Points going in. 2 streak for Zera as well. This is unbelievable from Ravos.
Oh, Ravus stopping the 2 times coming out from Genesia. They will take this game number 3 and be crowned the winner of the weekly number 3. What a show these 2 teams have brought in today. Double matchups in both the upper brackets and the grand finals, but it is going to be Ravus that stands on top. They have formed themselves 5 incredible members to go up against some very notable names from Genesis as well. But, you know, that's what's exciting. These games were way, way close. Even though, you know, shout out to Qatar for securing that Rayquaza. But when you have 4 members down and the weight of, you know, turning the game around is on your shoulders, they definitely did the best they could. But congratulations, Ravu, for taking it out. 123,000 damage Tins on Wahhabin here. On the Zera Aura, 35% of the team's damage. That deserves some claps in chat.
Absolutely. Wahhabin's been my MVP of the night, to be honest. So proficient on so many mons. Damage dealt over the whole night. Must be close to 500k. Unbelievable player. Like, on so many mons, like I was saying. I've seen them Blaziken, Zera Aura, Zorok. Insanely proficient. But yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the action tonight because it has been unbelievable.
Absolutely. And I think to wrap it up, Tins, what a fantastic show. You know, it really went the distance in a lot of the matches that we're able to watch, and seeing the amount of teams that sign up today. Big shout out to them. Thank you guys so much for playing. Thank you, chat, for watching and staying with us throughout this incredible journey that both these teams have been on. There's a couple of thank yous, obviously important here for any production. Shout out to Tano today for not only casting, but also doing the production side of things. You know, it's incredible to just do one of the jobs, but Tano has really outdone themselves with multitasking today. So thank you so much, Tano, for that. Zen, obviously, operations manager here to really make sure everything goes smoothly. We have Tej on the Observer today. Thank you so much for observing and making our jobs easier as just casters. Because for Tins and I, we're just yapping, right? And with nothing to multitask, we just can focus on that, which I think is fantastic. But well done today, Tins. Well done to Tano, the other caster as well. And shout out to all the admins that helped out in chat today. I don't quite have your names, but you know who you are. And we obviously always appreciate your help in the chat there. And of course, a tournament hosted by INGAGE. You know, we always say about having a platform to do these tournaments. It's honestly incredible. And it's much, I guess, appreciated by a lot of these teams, right, Tins? And also the sponsor, Eska, as well. Please go check them out as they have powered today's La Weeklies number 3. I mean, 3 weeks of insane action, Tins. I can't wait. I hope there is going to be a number 4 coming up, but the seasons are going to be starting out very hot for a lot of these regions. And I hope a lot of these teams have had the practice and maybe, you know, ascend what their capabilities are and their talents going into this new season that Pokemon Unite's coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't thank everyone enough. All the players, all the teams. What a fantastic show you've given us all tonight. All the casters. We do have MB James on clips, I believe, tonight is one name that we didn't quite get a thank you out to. Obviously, it's difficult. We've
Awesome.
got quite a big team around us now. It's difficult to know everybody, but yeah, for sure. Like we're only going from strength to strength. So as Fu said, I'm pretty sure we'll be back next week with another Weeklies. And yeah, just a massive thank you to everyone involved in the production and just putting this on. Really, we couldn't do it without the teams. And yeah, you put on a fantastic show over the last 5 hours. Kudos to you for playing so long, because that must have been difficult to put on a show like that in the grand finals, especially from the two teams there, Genesis and Vamus. Unbelievable! What a night.
Yeah, well said. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to raid out to purple, I believe. But I hope everyone has a good morning, good afternoon, or good night, wherever you are in the world. It's so wonderful to see everyone coming together for Unite. Maybe that's why the name Unite is a name chosen for this game. But thank you guys so much. We'll catch you next time. Check out all Engage's socials if you can, and say hello to Purple for us as we bring on the love to him and their stream. Bye, guys.